07. Thank you so much. Good morning. Let me do call, roll call first. I'm sorry. Is it on? Yeah. Testing. It's on. Thank you so much. Quick roll call here. Ricardo Benavides, I'm present. David Bruce. We're expecting him. He's not here yet. Blake Garrett.
Present.
Cindy Jo Garrett. Francis Gomez. Kevin Knapp. Dr. Lark. Carlos Reina.
Present.
Nina. Jose.
Present.
Thank you. Glenn Winningham. Okay. 4 out of 10. I certify we do not have a quorum present. Thank you so much. I wanted to actually just introduce Ray Pedraza. He's actually taken over this meeting. Ray, it's all yours.
Good morning. Good. Members of the board, folks here, thanks for coming. My name is Ray Pizarro. I'm the director for the Education and Examination Division, and with me is...
Most of you know me. My name is Carrie Hodges. I am the manager for the Driver Education and Safety program at TDLR.
And first thing I want to talk about is this meeting is going to be, we're going to have the discussion on the Phase 2 rules. And that Phase 2 is for the curriculum portion of the driving education and driving safety.
Most of you may have a copy of the rules. If you look at those, we're going to discuss subchapters M through N. And Ray's actually going to cover that a little bit right now.
Yeah, so this meeting is not to have a discussion on Phase 1. As you know, Phase 1 rules, we had them drafted. Everyone had an opportunity to talk about those drafts, and you're going to have another opportunity to provide public comment when those draft rules are actually proposed this month, October 28th. That's a Friday. Phase 1 will be proposed, and those will be up on the Texas Register. You'll see them on our website, and there'll be an email address, which I believe Carrie has that email address, where you can provide comments to Phase 1. You have that email address?
It's around here somewhere. I was having mic issues.
Oh, okay, you have my.
Here
So,
it is.
you got it?
Here it is. All right, so if you want to comment on that, and I'll do this slowly, it's E-RULE, E-R-U-L-E, .comments at TDLR, .texas, spelled out, .gov. I can say it again, that was E-RULE, .comments at TDLR.texas.gov. And again, that'll be for the Phase 1 comments.
And before we get started, before we go any further, I want to introduce our Executive Director of the Texas Department of Licensing, Brian Francis.
Thank y'all for coming out. We appreciate it. And please, heckle Ray as much as you can. I'm sorry. Please, heckle Ray as much as you can.
And we have several staff members of TDLR here to
But
help
be nice to me.
not heckle. So let me just give you a kind of a little bit of what this is all about. This is a brainstorming meeting where, as you guys were involved with Phase 1, this piece of it, we're getting you involved even earlier. We're going to ask you some questions, and we have them here on a spreadsheet. We're going to get feedback from you. So if I hear a comment that says, hey, so what are you going to do about the 32 hours? I'm going to say, I'm asking you, what do you want to do? We're not here to provide you responses or answers. We're here to gather information from you. And so what we're going to do is gather all of this information. We're going to have it on a spreadsheet about all of the different questions that are on the agenda. Once we do that, we will convene a meeting with part of the advisory committee, the work group, the curriculum work group. We're going to roll up our sleeves, and when we start talking about changes or improvements or what needs to be added or deleted, we're going to refer back to all of your comments, and we're going to talk about this, what needs to happen. And we're going to talk about, for example, if Blake says, you know, I like 7 and 7, and Carlos is saying, well, you know what, I was going to say that, so I'm not going to say it. No, say it. So we need to hear, if it's even a repetitive comment, we need to hear about it, because we need to see how many people agree or disagree on certain things. So this, again, we can build on it. Or you can say, you know what, I don't like the first 6 hours of driver training. We need to just do away with it. And somebody say, well, yeah, you're crazy. And talking about crazy, let's go over some of the brainstorming rules.
Well, and actually, we're going to go over the brainstorming rules. But just real quick, though, I just wanted to let you guys know that we understand that there is a lot of history behind these rules. We understand that, and we feel that, and we respect that. Today's not the day to hash the history. We have a limited amount of time, so we're doing comments. I mean, it's kind of, you know, quick here and there. This is my comment on this. This is my comment on that. Well, the reason this was put in there was because while we respect that, we have time sensitive. We have a lot of things, and so it's Ray's fault. We have a lot of stuff to cover today, and so we want to make sure that we keep those types of explanations to a minimum, if not at all. And we would appreciate that. Thank you, guys. So for the brainstorming rules, first and foremost, all ideas, as Ray said, all ideas will be recorded. Everything that you say we're going to record, we're looking for trending topics.
No idea is ridiculous. So I know some of you are going to be chuckling. Oh, that was stupid. You know, let's not. No idea is ridiculous. Let's put them out there, and let's all respect each other.
No judgments. No judgments at all. If somebody says something you don't agree with, it's okay. Keep it to yourself, and just let's move on with the next one.
And we want to build on the ideas. So that's the whole thing about the brainstorming. Somebody may say, oh, you know, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, I agree with you. And let's build on those ideas. And we're going to try to try to slow it down a little bit, because I know we'll start getting a lot of feedback. And poor Miss Ann over here is going to be quickly typing. But we're going to interact with Ann to make sure that whatever idea you came up with, we're going to probably interpret that idea maybe in plain talk for her to write it up. But you need to stop me to say, no, Ray, that's not what I meant. And if you don't see it right up there. So we'll get it right as short and concise as possible.
And we want to generate as many ideas as possible. No idea is too small or too large. We want to generate as many ideas as possible. You know that, guys, this is the largest part of the rule, and we understand that. But no idea, like we said, if we follow the rest of them, that bottom one is the biggest one. Generate as many ideas as possible. So with that said.
So yeah, let's talk about, we have this new thing. We got this new, TDLR is all about innovation. We even have an office of innovation and a team about doing that, and we like to use technology. So you guys are guinea pigs. We're going to do this for the first time. We got, if you've seen behind the chairs here, there's some little, and right up here posted, we have this wonderful thing where you can submit your comments to us anonymously, and Ms. Shannon over here is going to receive those comments, and she's going to have a mic over here, and she's going to raise those comments out loud, and we're going to put them on the board. So that goes for folks who are listening or not here present, and even for you guys who are too shy to speak up, you can text your comments.
Exactly, and like Ray said, these are completely anonymous. It's not to submit a question to us. This is just a comment only. If we're asking the first question and you want to make a comment but you don't feel comfortable standing up, just text it to us. We'll still receive it, and those comments are just as important as anything that comes out of anybody's mouth today. We just want you guys to know that. Again, we're looking for trending topics.
You want to go ahead and do the number?
Okay, so to do this, and I'm not the most technically savvy person in the world, but this was actually fairly simple to do. So you open up your text messaging app. So however you text message, and the number that you're going to text to is 22333. And then in the message portion, you'll type, and it's not case sensitive, you'll type driver ed and S, so DRIVEREDAND S 791, and then a space, and then whatever your comment is. Now once you log into this, you won't have to continue to do the driver ed and S 791. Once you send your first message, it'll be received, and then you continue just to do comment.
So if you're too shy to say I don't like Ray's tie, go ahead and send a text, and she'll tell me that somebody here doesn't like Ray's tie.
I don't like Ray's tie.
So there you go. So those are the ground rules. If you need to excuse yourself to the restroom, out the doors, when you get out to the main door, to the left, past the elevator, and down the hall, there's a men's and women's restroom. Over to the right, there's a little atrium, and there's a little sort of a sweet shop, kiosks, coffee, and things like that.
And so what we'll do is we're going to run this till about noon. Ray said, well, maybe we won't need after 1. I said, no, I know this crowd. We'll need after 1. And so we're going to go from lunch from 12 to 1. Whataburger's over here. There's a great Mexican restaurant over here. It's got great food. Luby's is around the corner. There's lots of places. They're rebuilding Sonic, so I don't suggest going there or else you're just going to sit there. But we're going to go to lunch from 12 to 1, and then we'll come back and try to finish up before 5 o'clock.
So we're going to start off very gentle. We're gonna skip around the agenda a little bit. So we're going to start off with the Drug and Alcohol Driving Awareness Program curriculum. That's item E3. And we're going to go ahead with the first question for the Drug and Alcohol Driving Awareness Program.
Exactly. And just real quick, because this is live broadcast, we need to make sure we hear everyone. And so we've got Michael Strawn over here. And those of you that don't know Michael Strawn, he is the new Gay and Kathy. He is over our compliance. So yay, Michael.
Yeah.
And we have Brian back over here, not Francis. That's Brian Beal. And Brian's going to be having a mic. So please, if you have something to say, hold on till the mic gets to you, because there's people who are listening and they need to be able to hear you. So it's not just me be able to hear you. The mic is for the benefit of the audience who are watching us live. So with all this said,
if you turn to page 107, if you have the rules in your hands, page 107, 84.505, this is where we're going to get started. So the very first question we have for DAP, or those of you, the Drug and Alcohol Driving Awareness Program, is what current elements in the curriculum are working well?
So we want to hear from you. You know, what is working well? And when you hear this question, keep in mind, we need to know things like this, because if we don't, and let's say we just decide, Brian and all of us decide, you know what, well, let's just take that off the web, or let's just make this change because doesn't look like it's serving anybody any good. And you're like, whoa, wait, that was really good stuff. We need that. So we like to hear these kind of comments from you when we talk about what's working well, so we know we're on the right track. We know that these are the things working for you, and maybe we need to improve those type of things. So with that said, anybody who wants to go first? That'll be the biggest icebreaker there. Wow, quiet
once?
crowd. Strong. No, you don't have to.
Okay, ain't no problem.
Or you can.
Either way, yeah.
No, I just want, in my opinion, you know, we do a lot of, we specify a lot of the drug and alcohol, but we need to go more on the 911 and binge drinking. We assume that we're speaking to underage drinking problem, but everybody, you know, we do drug awareness, alcohol, not everybody's underage. We have adults as well, so we got to educate the young college people before they go to college. And
Great comment, but you're skipping on me. So what are we doing well with the current elements of the DAP? I like what you're saying, but
well, that's all
thought.
right, but we got to add that. We kind of like address legal marijuana. That was all right.
But what is the agency doing well in that respect with the DAP program?
What's the program currently doing well that you agree with, that you like?
Well, I don't really. We need to change the curriculum. It ain't been changed in a while.
Okay, so that's one of the next questions.
Yeah.
So right now, we're going positive.
Yeah.
What is the program doing well?
Well,
You know what?
we trying to get the information out, but we probably need to go in more depth on the information that we get.
So getting the information out
Yeah.
to the industry
Yeah.
about what? About the program?
Yeah, the program, yes.
So getting the information out
Yeah,
about the program?
you know, kind of get it a little more in depth. You know, we talk about some stuff, but we kind of skip around it. Just go get right to the heart of the problem.
Okay, I'll get that to the next question.
Okay.
Because I want to
All
know
right.
what we're doing well so far. But you're saying getting out to the right program. Who else? Yes. Hold on. Wait until Brian gets to you.
He's right there.
I think what's working well is like knowing what the charge, like if they're charged with a DWI, for example, a lot of them know that, okay, the minimum fee is $2,000, but when you include, you know, the courses that they have to take, all the additional courses that they, you know, that they have to do, when it's like over $17,000, they're usually shocked by that number. The drunk goggles is also something that's working well because they, some of them have never drunk before, so they're usually surprised by the drunk goggles. The videos are quite impactful, like the Jackie Sabarito story usually affects them, so that's also another one that works well as well.
Awesome. See, that's what we,
Okay.
go ahead, Nina.
What else in the curriculum? And Nina has a mic.
Well, my thing is, I'm not sure they're talking about the 6-hour drug and alcohol driving safety course.
Are we talking, that's what we're
Are they
talking about
talking
right
about
now, is the drug and alcohol driving safety awareness program. And so if you have, and who in here, let's just say, who in here actually has a DAP program?
All right.
So you folks are the ones we really need to be listening to, because y'all are the ones that actually give the program. So, okay, is there anything that you think that we're doing, that the program is doing really well right now?
And the curriculum. We're
Yeah, as the
speaking
curriculum.
curriculum of the DAP. What elements in that curriculum that is working well? What elements basically you don't want change or you don't want the work group to touch? What things are really working for you and for the program, not just for you, but for the program? Hold on.
Interaction between the instructor and the students.
Repeat that again?
A lot of the interaction between the instructor and the students, when you do use a drunk goggle
Interaction
classes,
between
the kids really like
Interaction
that.
between
When you
student and
start
instructor.
doing, like in our program, we have the cards, the math, where we distract them, where they have many elements going into the driving task. That works very, very well also. The kids really get into it. And that's what's working well, at least when we give the class.
All
Okay,
right.
so interaction between instructor and students.
Yes, they really get into it.
Okay.
Anyone else on what you feel that we're doing well in DAP? And this is what we started with DAP, because we know it's a little bit smaller of a piece, even though it's widely used, it is smaller of a piece
We're trying to get you warmed up for
Exactly.
for the big bang.
for DE.
Yes.
I would just like to make a suggestion that if anybody feels comfortable when they get up to make their suggestions or to speak, just introduce themselves and maybe their affiliation so that we can kind of know who you are and get familiar with everyone in here. But that's if you feel comfortable. And by the way, my name is Jay Mackey, and I work with Stress-Free Driver Rehab with Will Smith.
So you didn't have a comment for this? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
Okay, thank you. So what are we doing well in the DAP curriculum? Anybody else?
I think probably the most positive thing is going to the effects of alcohol and how it affects your body mentally, physically, emotionally. Kids don't get it. A lot of times they don't get it. Now, when we get to the negative side, I'll tell you what's really wrong with the negative side in a minute. But
Okay.
the positive is actually the effects of alcohol and how their life's going to be, people around them themselves will be affected. That's a good thing. But we have an issue on it.
Going into effects
Drugs.
of alcohol and drugs.
Hi,
To the-
good morning.
to the bottom.
I have quite a bit I'd like to say. My name is Debbie Callahan, and I'm with Houston Area Driving School.
Before you say anything.
Yes.
We're just going to focus right now on what's working well.
I'm working on, yeah.
Okay.
I got
Don't
it.
give me everything.
Alcohol and other drugs.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I think this section needs to specifically include the 911 law.
Wait,
Hold on.
time out.
Yeah.
Again, hold on. time out.
How, for alcohol awareness.
We're only
alcohol
asking
awareness.
this
Oh,
question right now.
working well, okay.
What's
Yeah,
working
what's currently
well?
working well?
Sorry then, never mind.
Okay. So nothing's working well. I mean, okay. Let me. Okay, we're talking about the DAP curriculum right now. We're on item number 3, everybody. And we're on question number 1 of item 3, and it's what's working well in the DAP curriculum currently. And we have a comment over here.
Nina.
Hello, I'm Nina Saint with Safeway Driving, and at the moment I'm going to represent, so we do have a drug and alcohol driving, we're a course provider for that. And again, we transferred to TDLNR, they kept us running, and so we're still out there running, and I think that's much appreciated that you kept us, gave us the ability to just keep functioning as a business, and we appreciate that.
The TDLR has facilitated the ongoing functionality of the DAP program.
Program, yeah.
Something like that.
Just put program.
TDLR rocks. That's it.
He said TDLR rocks is what
I'm good with
Mr.
that.
Benavides said, the chairman. Go ahead and put that down, because we may not get that again. All right. Any others for question number 1?
Hello, my name is Sanait again, representing Safeguard Driving School. One of the things that really has them talking is knowing their rights, like what is the definition of intoxication? A lot of them think that they don't know that. So
student
knowing
rights.
what does intoxication mean, do you have a right, so their rights, the basic laws of what DWI is. Like, can you refuse? What does refusal mean? So just knowing the basic rules of what constitutes a DWI, what does DUI mean, what does DUIA mean, that is what they're usually very excited about. And that is what's working well right now with the DAP.
Okay, you got that, teaching the students to write and definitions.
Yes, sir. You have a comment?
Okay, any more comments on number 3A? We're going to move on to question 2. Okay, so question 2 for the Drug and Alcohol Awareness Program curriculum, thank you, will be what portion of the curriculum needs to be updated? So, hold on now. Easy. Yeah, she wants to hog the mic. I can already see it. So, for the Drug and Alcohol Driving Awareness Program curriculum, what portion of the curriculum needs to be updated? One at a time.
I had a question pop up.
Okay. Hold on. Let her wait. Go ahead. So I need just don't ramble them all out, because she's going to write them down.
I have
So
them
one at a
listed.
time. Take a breath, because I see you're ready to rock.
I've been waiting for this.
I know.
All right.
Go ahead.
The curriculum needs to be updated to include the 911 law, where if you're at a party, someone is suffering from alcohol poisoning, there's immunity, but that's not in the new curriculum. Another thing that's not addressed is binge drinking.
Include 911 law. Okay.
That's fine, we can,
That's good.
no, that's fine, we just
And
leave
the next
911
one,
because
binge
it
drinking?
all covers that, yeah,
Binge drinking,
binge drinking. And we're going to try to plain talk these as much as possible.
gotcha.
Make sure we capture it.
Legalization of marijuana.
Oh.
Synthetic drugs. We don't talk about palcohol, which is powdered alcohol. Legalized marijuana, the issue of legalized
MJ.
marijuana.
Just MJ. We're good.
Synthetic drugs and things like
don't worry
palcohol,
about it.
which is powdered alcohol.
And powdered alcohol.
Alcohol, powdered alcohol. We don't,
Powdered.
powdered.
Powd.
There we go, all right. Moving on.
We don't talk about how parents can be held responsible for holding a party in their home and the consequences for that.
So responsibility of the parent?
Yes,
responsibility.
that is something that's not talked
So
about.
you want responsibility of the parent within the curriculum?
Yes, because the
Okay.
parents can legally be held responsible.
I'm not judging, I'm just
taken,
asking.
yeah. We're not
I'll
talking
I'll
about
make
that.
sure, wait, I'm not judging.
And then
I
another
heard
is,
your tone went up a little bit.
oh yeah,
Okay.
it's a big one. And another one, this is an issue that we're not talking about, is a drunk parent having a sober teen with a learner's permit driving them home. That's something
So
we,
drunk parent driving,
no, drunk parent, sober teen with learner's permit driving them home is something we don't talk
oh,
about.
the teen driving the drunk parent. So what, you want something like that in the curriculum,
And
Yes.
DAP.
in the DAP?
Yes,
Okay.
this is an issue that's cropping
So
up.
what, give me a little bit more flesh here. What is it that you want? You want
Well,
one
One of the things-
hours, sections?
So one of-
What are you looking for?
I think one of the things that we talk about is we talk about the teen responsibility, but a lot of teens that, since I have been teaching, this is an issue that comes up and we don't address it. the parents having a party at their house. These are
But
the
is there,
undercurrents.
do they need to be some sort of, and I don't know, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
There needs to be like hours related to that? And
I
if
think so. I think
how
we need
many
to, I
hours?
think we need to spend at least 15 to 20 minutes talking about how do you deal with a drunk parent.
15
Because
to
that-
20, 15 to 20 minutes on how to deal with drunk parents. Is that what
Because
you're
this
talking
is-
about? In the
yeah,
curriculum?
In the
Okay.
curriculum, because this is something we don't address. And I
Okay.
think, to me, this is something that keeps coming up over and over again. This is the stuff that keeps coming up, and I've been writing it down, trust
15
me.
15 to
From
20
the
minutes?
kids, yes.
Okay.
Number 8.
And
Go ahead.
more appropriate countermeasures.
What does that mean?
Okay, so here's an example. A lot of these kids don't like the tone of the curriculum because it's like, oh, drugs are bad, alcohol are bad. They like it better when you say you're going off to college and you're going to be in a stress situation where someone's forcing a drink on you. What's the comeback to that? And the comebacks that are in the current date out programs, come on, they're unrealistic.
So what do you want us
So,
to do?
for instance, it's like if you're going out to a bar and you're 21, or you're in a situation where they're pressuring you to drink, excuse yourself, go to the bathroom, and then buy your own drink at the bar.
Understood.
That's
So
the
how
kind
do you
of-
want, how would you like that, what you just said, that
Yes.
information addressed in the curriculum?
The curriculum
How
needs
are
to
we gonna
give
update that?
realistic countermeasures to
What does that
realistic
mean?
life situations. Like, how do you come back?
How do I
stop?
put that in words in the
To,
curriculum?
opt
I don't
for-
want to tell you how to do it.
Solutions to creating a zero tolerance lifestyle.
Solutions, repeat
To
again?
create a zero tolerant lifestyle. Or how do you get to that zero tolerance lifestyle?
So you want to dedicate part of the curriculum to discuss this. Earlier you said 15 to 20 minutes.
On the,
On
dealing
the-
with the parent, but creating a zero tolerance lifestyle, the tone or how we address the situation needs to change.
So 7 is 15 to 20 minutes.
This is 15 to 20.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we went a little bit fast for you, Ann. That's 15 to 20 minutes. The solution for creating a zero tolerance, what are we talking about
It needs to be
here?
modernized, the suggestions. It needs to be a little bit more up-to-date and hip.
I know nothing about the
Like
DAP.
social
I'm
media.
writing the curriculum. So
Okay.
you're telling me I'm going to modernize it, I'm just going to put whatever I think
Change the
in there.
language that's used.
I don't know anything about it.
Change the language, the tone of the language,
I
of
know
how you address
I
the
know nothing
teens.
about it.
So we,
Give me some specifics.
okay, so we tell the kids they have to have a zero tolerance lifestyle. There's zero tolerance laws. So
Mm-hmm.
we don't tell them how to do that. So that was the example that I gave you. If you
Okay.
go out and you're pressured, excuse yourself, go to the bathroom, buy your own drink, have it put in a martini glass, things
So,
like that.
so how would you tell
Yeah.
Carrie, who has the DAP course within the curriculum, how do you want her to teach it? She's
And
going to be
that's-
teaching it.
And I think that's
Maybe
an
someone else
issue.
has-
But
yeah.
I think that may be an issue that we would run into, is that at that point, as an agency, we are then telling a business how to teach, and that's
Okay.
what we're not in the business of.
Okay, I
So
gotcha.
if we want to add something in there, and like, again, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth.
Right.
So I'm trying to clarify what you want to do is solutions to creating a zero tolerance lifestyle. Something about that can be added.
Yes.
Or it can be proposed, put it like that.
You can have it back now.
But hold your thought.
Go ahead, go
Hold your
ahead.
thought. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, but trying to see how I can, because again, I don't want to, I see where you're coming from is what I'm getting at, is that as an agency and as a rule, we cannot moderate how someone teaches.
I have a suggestion for you. This is a TABC program that is a really good jumpstart. It's very hip and very modern. And I brought this, you can have it. It's a sample for you to see the language and the verbiage. And it's an awesome program, and you can have that. And
Okay.
it resonates with the kids much better.
Before you comment, I'm going to make this statement again. We're not writing the curriculum. I want you to all understand. TDLR is not writing the curriculum. I know nothing about driving safety, driver education. If you want me to write the curriculum, I will. We ain't writing the curriculum. So what we're doing is we're gathering, you guys are the experts. You guys have been doing this long time. You need to tell us exactly what you would like to see change or improve, whatever that may be, so we can get it up here. And when we sit with the advisory committee and the work group, your voice will be heard. And we'll talk about, hey, there was an idea of having 15 to 20 minutes to discuss now we have some specifics about drunk parents and sober teen. The work group and say, okay, let's talk about that. What are they talking about? Let's look at the rule. Let's look at the law. Is this something we need to add? Well, wait a minute. She's not the only one who said this. We had other people said it should be an hour about the drunk parent sober teen. Somebody said, no, that's too much time. Maybe it's 30 minutes. Those are the kind of feedback. So when we see it here, the work group that's going to be, that would encompass some of the members over here, we can sit down and say, okay, now we can get something, some sort of a draft, and then present the draft back to you guys. As you saw in phase 1, there was a draft all over the place, and you'll see some of your comments, hopefully, you'll see most of your comments that you're talking about here in that draft. And that will help kickstart some changes and some movement, especially when we move this phase 2 to be proposed at the Texas Register. So with that said, we're going to keep talking about what portions of the DAP curriculum needs to be updated.
And may I, just real quick, may I remind everyone, if you actually look at page 107, 84.505, that's what we're discussing. Those are the current rules that govern the, the rules that are over the DAP program. That's what we're discussing. Is there stuff in there that is outdated? That's kind of what we're looking at also.
And if it's not in there, you know,
We can add it.
then you need to add stuff
Yeah.
in. Go ahead, sir.
Jerry Garcia from Houston Air Driving School in Houston. I concur a lot with what she's saying, and I want to first let you know that I cover just about everything she said when I teach a class. And what I think is missing from the program and what should be included is this thing. When I start my class, kids get totally bored. So I tell them, first off, I'm not going to tell you, I cannot tell you, you cannot drink. That's not the purpose of this class. The classes tell you the effects of alcohol, the problems with alcohol legally in all aspects, and how to make better solutions when you get old enough to drink, or to know what to do and how it can affect your life. Because we know some kids apparently don't drink at home, and that's a reality. Okay, so what I do is I ask to get the kids an interest. I tell the kids, okay, how many of you guys know someone how many kids drink in school or take drugs? What drugs are popular in your school? What is being abused in your school?
Let me interject before you go on. Tell us what needs to be changed.
Okay,
in
well,
the curriculum. I realize, I understand how you guys teach.
So what I'm saying is, the first thing is you need to interject with the kids on how it affects them in their lives. So the way you do that is by converse with the kids what they see in their life, in their school, within their friends, of people abusing alcohol or drugs, or getting into accidents, or people who have died.
So what do you want to add to the curriculum? What you're just saying?
Yes.
Okay,
That we need to add an introduction of the kids' understanding and involvement of drugs and alcohol in their life.
Okay, so adding an introduction
of how alcohol and drugs
information on the impact of alcohol and drugs. Is that accurate?
how alcohol and drugs, what they see through their eyes, the impact of drugs or alcohol.
So
in school, in friends, home, whatever.
So what are we talking about here? An hour? Are we going to change it to that curriculum?
20 minutes. I take 20 minutes on this.
So
And we talk about-
you want to have this by rule in the curriculum to mandate all the DAP
That the programs
programs to have.
I do a survey. Do a survey to ask certain questions, and I got certain questions I use. Like I said, what alcohol is abused in your school? What drugs abused? Do you have friends who've died? Do you have friends that do it all the time?
Does that capture it? Does that capture it?
Yes.
Add information add an introduction of information on the impacts of drug and alcohol.
Within their personal eyes, through their eyes. See, what she was saying a minute ago.
But you're teaching it.
No, I know. What I'm saying is we need to get like a survey to get the kids involved on how these things affect their life, what they see. For example, your dad's an alcoholic or whatever, or your uncle's alcoholic, or you've seen people get arrested or whatever.
So Jerry, let me ask you, would you consider that a teaching technique, or would you consider that an actual rule?
No, I'm saying that both. One would be that that you need to have the program include how to involve the kid's life and what you're talking about.
And this is Brian Francis. So basically, he's just saying the impact of drugs and alcohol from the perspective and life of the children or the
Correct.
students that are there. How do they see it? How does it impact their specific world?
That-
Well, don't erase it. Oh, that's
And,
fine.
and then the other thing is, we need to be updated, and I know she put down there legalize synthetic drugs and whatever,
Didn't do it.
but every day, I'm a youth counselor. I've been doing it for 50 years. Oh, I'm that old. Anyway, the thing is, there are new drugs coming out every day.
Hold
New,
on.
Yeah.
We need to catch up.
At an introduction, a 15 to 20 minute
Add
introduction.
an introduction, 15 to 20 minutes, on the impact of alcohol and drug from the perspective side of the teens. Is that right?
Of the DAB. Just put DAD. From the perspective of the teen.
You work it out with her now? Okay, so. go
and,
ahead.
and we need to have something comes out every so often
And their
that gives
life.
people additional information on, every day there's new drugs coming out.
All right.
New drugs of all types, of all kinds. And it's the same information like he was saying for a long time.
Have who come out?
Something in the program that will provide a website or a link or something we can go and find out what the new latest trends
So have
of
a
abuse.
requirement
Yeah,
that
there's
each
a
of
link.
that program
There's a link.
update their drug and alcohol.
Update the stats.
There's a
yearly,
there's a
on a
link.
yearly basis.
There's
Okay.
a link.
Hold on.
I got what you're saying.
There's a link to the
Update the stats.
Update stats.
the current
update.
or the most recent trend the kids are doing on drug
On
alcohol
most
abuse.
recent.
There's always something changing every year, every day, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah, recent.
And they'll relate to that a whole lot better too.
Update the
DAD
stat.
trends. And then, just real quick, we've got Shan. Does that cover it, sweetie? All right, good.
Okay, go ahead, Shan.
Okay, there's a couple of comments. One, they want social hosting.
Social hosting?
There were a couple of comments that came in when you were speaking, and they were just commenting on what you were saying. They were saying there are things that I add already. We do these things as we get into the course, so if you guys can kind of remember what she said.
So there's people, hold on, so there's people agreeing with the parent responsibility at a party?
Yes.
Okay, and there's folks that are agreeing with the drunk parent sober teen with learner license that should be 15, 20 minutes, is that right? So you want to cut and paste those two down here? Or yeah, yeah. Agreed with, just say.
7 through 9.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Shan.
Someone also stated that's the presentation from the instructor, I guess whatever is being delivered, the message that's being delivered. Every lesson discussion changes and update stats used in the program on a yearly basis.
Every,
Lesson discussion changes.
but, okay, so those who are providing comments either here or online, please be a little bit more specific about what you're commenting on, because, repeat it again?
Every lesson discussion changes.
Every lesson discussion
Update
changes,
stats
I
and
have no
most
idea
recent.
what they're talking about.
Do another one.
Hold on, we'll get you the mic.
Update the stats on most recent. We're going to,
Again?
yeah. Yep,
Okay,
there you go.
hold on.
Might,
Hold on. Go ahead.
Last comment says, want to give Ray a high five to the max.
alrighty,
Who
awesome.
did that?
And then guys, just to, when we're doing these comments, again, and I said this before, some of you came in afterwards, is that we're not discussing history on why this is. We're not discussing, and just because we have a time constraint, and I don't want to shut anybody down, but this is just, we have a lot to cover in a short amount of time. So we're not looking at history, we're not rebuffing anything that anyone says, and again, go back to our brainstorming rules, no judgments, no ideas ridiculous, all ideas will be recorded. Again, if you have an idea, if you have a comment, that's great. If you're commenting on someone else's comment to rebuff what they said, that we, unfortunately, we just don't have the time to cover that today.
But provide, if
you have an additional comment, yes.
If somebody says, I don't know much about this, somebody says, oh, 7 and 7 is great, and you said, no, it's not, I think it should be 10 and 10. That's good.
Yes.
You put it up there. But just don't say, I'm commenting, I don't like what Marco said. I mean, like, okay. So let's work on it. This is a building thing. But,
Okay.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name's Mary Gregory Fox. It depends the group of kids you have. If you have good kids that don't do drugs, they don't ask much. But when you have the ones that have experimented, I guess you have to be better prepared. So in my opinion, it's up to the teacher to see out there what kind of kids you have. What are they throwing at you? So you know what to answer.
So are you saying there's nothing to be changed in the curriculum? You're saying it's up to the, because the question is what portion of the curriculum needs to be updated? Your comment is saying it's up to the instructor. So you're saying there's nothing to change. It should be up to the instructor to understand what they need to cover? Is that what you're stating?
Give us more guidance as instructors, you know, so
In
we
what
know.
way? So what kind of guidance you want by rule? For the curriculum
Again,
to adapt?
everything that's there is good, but once we start teaching, we know what to throw at them. You know,
Okay.
Yes, on the instructor curriculum that we follow, there we can get information if they're,
Help me, Carrie.
you know, give us
So that's more, and
information.
I think I see where she's going with it. You're talking about teaching techniques under instructor development for a DADAP course. Is that
Yes.
kind of, okay.
Yes.
So IDC, DADAP, enhanced instructor interaction.
We have
Student interaction.
we have an instructor manual or something where we can get information, maybe put a little bit more upgraded information for us.
Okay.
So
I
that
see
we're
where she's
better
going.
prepared
I know exactly where
when
you're going
those
with, yeah.
things are thrown at
IDC,
us.
And I
DADAP.
think I can articulate that when we're meeting with the groups, what we're talking
Would that
about.
help you? IDC,
Yes.
DADAP, enhancement?
Enhance student interaction.
Enhanced student interaction. Okay.
And basically, if I'm, just so I understand, basically, if you're writing an IDC course, those of you that don't know, instructor development course for the DAP program, you want to have something added to there to where you have to enhance your instructor manual to interact with the students better on different levels.
All right.
Okay, all
So,
right.
any more on this question?
Shan?
Hold on.
Okay. The knowledge updates about drug trends need to be in annual continue and ed, not curriculum.
In CE, so repeat that again, the annual,
The knowledge updates about drug trends needs to be annual continuing ed,
so annual CE,
not in the curriculum.
not in the curriculum. So the knowledge and dates of drug trends need to be in a CE, I think what they're saying is in a CE type format.
And
Keep
not-
it in the continuing education side and not updated in the curriculum.
Okay.
Good comment. That's good comment. So people can work on that. Is that true? I mean, others may disagree, may say, no, we don't want it in the CE. I want it in the curriculum. And that's fine. And these are the kind of comments we're looking for. Some guidance from you guys on what we need to do. You have another one?
Yes, going back to every lesson discussion changes, someone followed up with that and clarified. I'm talking about changes when you are giving the class the comments the students come up with, so you go with what you want to get across to them. Next.
So
And I can,
is that's probably part of the enhancement student interaction? Is where I'm getting at. So I think that person may, if I heard right, it's agreeing with 15, with the lady said over here, to enhance some of that interaction.
and then out to
Is
the
that-
side, put.
No, I have quite a few.
Okay, one more from them. Let's get one from the
P.
audience. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Next comment, don't
Archive.
change the curriculum.
Don't change the curriculum. Okay, hold that thought. Brian, get somebody over here.
I'm Yodit with Safeguard Driving School. As far as what needs to be updated, we would like to see videos that are more current.
Current videos?
Yeah. And then, and the other thing, I'm not sure if
Require the schools to have current videos? Is that what you're actually saying?
it would be nice to have videos that are more up to date. Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
they're not like.
require the schools to have updated video. It's hard to find them. So put that on there. It says, just say requirements for schools to have updated video. Sorry, go ahead. I'm trying to interpret as you go. Sorry.
Accepting all
The
comments.
second comment, I'm not sure if it goes here, but
To update videos.
kids and dealing with drugs, if they get stopped by police, how do they handle themselves? I mean, it's.
To use
So-
current videos.
so,
So can you include anything in the curriculum that will allow them
Videos,
to
okay.
just, you're being
Understanding
stopped.
and interaction with
With-
authority, something like that?
Right,
with,
it would be great to have
local
some,
authority?
right, police officers.
We're actually, what was that again?
If they get stopped, we spend a lot of times and.
Okay, I know where you're going with. We're actually going to discuss that on
Yeah, and I
number
say, I don't know
six.
if it goes in
Yeah.
this particular part, but it would be nice for them to know. We tell them exactly if you are,
But that's good.
if
We
you
can
are-
repeat it on
Yes.
six.
if you are,
Yes.
if you get stopped because they think that you've been under the
Interaction, number
influence,
21.
how should you behave? To
Okay.
make it less
Understanding interaction
problematic
with,
for yourself.
motorists
Thank
Okay.
and law enforcement.
Yes, yes.
Motorists
Interaction.
and law enforcement.
Who else? And then grab, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
morning. This is Mr. Roger Lott here from San Antonio. I'm the original car doctor, and I wanted to commemorate on the part where they was discussing about the how do they relate to the students. I think it'd be a good idea.
On
to-
15?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it'd be a great idea for each student to fill out a questionnaire, and that would determine their ability of thinking and where they're going for us, like ahead for the future.
So you
And
want
that
to,
way-
do you, let me, and I'm carefully stating this, I want to make sure this is what you're saying. Are you asking to have something by rule to
Right.
require a questionnaire?
Yeah.
For
That's what
each
you want?
school.
For each school?
Right, yeah, for each
Require a
student
questionnaire
to
on,
fill out
for each student?
questionnaire.
And what
Right.
is the questionnaire require? What kind of questionnaire? would you
The
have?
the questionnaire would determine their
student
thought
questionnaire.
ability
Requires schools
towards how they think of themselves.
So, but hold on a minute. Try to put yourself in my shoes.
Right.
We're writing rules.
Right.
And I'm going to write a rule for all the DAP schools. And I'm going to
For
say,
students.
you're required to do a questionnaire. The school's going to say, what kind of questionnaire, TDLR? What do you want me to do? So tell me, what kind of questionnaire? What are we talking about here? What do you want to require the schools to say, have them do in that questionnaire?
Well, basically, the questionnaire would separate the thought pattern of each student. And when they're teaching the class, a lot of times it's good to put students in a group to work together that think on the same path or subjects or ideas. And that way, the instructor can better teach their class. Their curriculum can be, more organized.
Let me see if I can articulate this maybe differently here. Are you suggesting to have a questionnaire to understand the student on I guess something like where they are, where
Right.
they reside in life at this moment in time when they've come to my class, so I could
Yeah.
could better interact with that student to see where they're coming from, because this person's issues may be different from Marco's issues and may be different from Carrie's issues. Is that what you're talking about? You're trying to make a pre-assessment of the student?
Right.
So
That
you want
way-
a questionnaire basically on assessing the student's
Current lifestyle?
lifestyle,
Yeah.
current lifestyle?
Yeah, see,
So it's number 9. Go back up a little bit. And they're just to the type of perspective of their team. So add over here as number 9, but similar to number 9, but in a form of a questionnaire. I guess that's what you're asking.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So assessing it. Okay.
Yeah.
You had another one.
Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, sir.
I don't think there's anything more effective than having the kids be able to react to real-life situations. When you're talking to the kids about drugs and alcohol and their future and the consequences, the kids have real-life experiences that they deal with at home, and of course, their future in colleges and the binge drinking that goes on and the rush due to sororities and fraternities that will, just transcends on the kids. They're not going to a bar, they're going to parties that provide a tremendous amount of alcohol, and the real life experiences that the kids can share if they have the time to interact, and the consequences of what happens to them whenever they get busted by police officers, the things that could affect their life as far as their ability to hold certain jobs because of these things, these decisions that they've made. The real life experiences and our opportunity to react, to me, is critical.
So let me rephrase. Are you suggesting to have something in the curriculum that would mandate schools to have each student share their real life experiences with the class?
I'm
Is that
not
what you're
into
saying?
mandating anything. I'm telling you that you need to provide time for the kids to be able to react, to real life experiences due to drugs and alcohol, whether it be at home or at school or,
But you want to put that in the rule. I mean, the question is, what portion of the curriculum need to be updated?
Well, time for reaction, time for interaction.
So you want something in the curriculum that everyone who's teaching the DAP program must.
We don't really, if you do a good job, you really don't have time for some of the stuff that we have to put in. I mean, there's so much material out there. I mean, you get into the YouTube videos and the curriculum itself. It's just a massive amount of stuff to cover. But you've got to give them time to sit and say, hey, this happened to my dad. This happened to me at home. This is what's going on with my mom. This is what happened to my big brother who, in college. If you can create a small amount of time for interaction, that's all I'm asking.
Okay. It sounds like, to me, and help me here, everybody, if you agree or disagree, it sounds like what he's saying is similar to 9 and what the gentleman here said earlier about a questionnaire to try to assess the student where they're at and what issues they're having at that point in time. That's what it sounds like to me.
Basically, what
he's
saying is probably for the instructor.
Hold on.
Yeah, what he's saying is probably the instructors would probably have an example or time set up to where they can act it out in the classroom,
And that goes back also, again, I think that goes back to the enhancement of the student interaction, right? And I think you mentioned that as well, of telling us how the IDC, what they need to do.
I want to clarify something. Some schools
Hold on. Come on.
Sorry.
Yeah. Once they complete the questionnaire, that would determine as far as like section them out in certain groups, the ones to
And that's
deal
what the
with.
gentleman back here is saying as well.
Right,
Yes.
more organized.
Okay.
Yeah. So that it'll make it a lot easier on the instructor, so he can know how to handle each section in a group of their class.
Okay. Shan?
Yes, we have quite a few responses that have come through. One way to describe number 21, which is require schools to use questionnaire,
They agree with that?
is psychographic risk assessment.
Psychographic risk assessment, so put that on there? So they agree with 21, but they're sort of rephrasing it.
Correct. A comment, believe he is speaking about values and judgments, which come from the effective learning domain.
I wasn't good in spelling, I don't have a clue. Risk assessment? Yeah.
PSYCHOGRA.
And just so you know, if it doesn't end up on here, we actually this
Yes.
poll that we have is all archived. I'm actually going to be able to pull up a spreadsheet after this is over with and log all the comments. So nothing is lost, I promise.
Yeah, there's quite a few comments that have been coming through, so we're trying to get everyone out here and here.
Those who are providing comments here or online, rest assured, if we don't get all those comments here today presented to the group here, they are being saved. This cool little technology helps us grab the report and is basically here, and we're going to put those comments up there, and everybody's going to see these comments after we're all done here today. We're going to post all of those.
Providers that run the program, they're speaking of the DADAP, should give updated videos and stats.
Put updated videos again. Updated videos and stats. Yep, great.
And one more, already a pretest does questionnaire concept.
Pre-test questionnaire
So
concept?
that was going off of, I believe it was your comment.
Yeah, yeah, just put it up there again, yeah. Pre-test questionnaire concept, yep. Good. So we're on a trend here. Brian, we have, she was here, she was holding. She was holding patiently.
I just want to comment, not all schools run a DADAP program. Some schools just use the POI.
Okay, let's not prolong this meeting. I want to stick to what's need to be updated.
No, but how some of the people are talking about time for the kids to digest and stuff. So the DADAP program we use is Scheduled to Drive, and written in that program, there's a video that the kids watch, and then there's discussion questions from the video. So that might be an issue there.
So tell me what needs to be updated. I don't want us attacking other people's
No,
comments.
I'm adding to his comment. I'm
Okay, so
offering
tell
an
me what-
explanation. So the
I
explanation
don't
should be
I
that
don't-
the program of organized instruction.
POI?
POI.
Needs to what?
Needs to have discussion questions for the topics.
Okay, good. Needs to have discussion questions on what?
For the topic of zero tolerance lifestyle.
On
or-
zero tolerance lifestyle. Okay, got it. For topics on discussion questions for topics on zero tolerance.
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Laura Lee Bauer with TxDOT, and one of the, my background is curriculum, and one of the things that I'm hearing today is a lot of curriculum enhancements, and I think the current rules have the flexibility as written for almost everything they said. For like example, in section D, I talks about Texas laws. Well, that's where you could put the 911 law. So a lot of these comments today would be addressed in the review of a written curriculum that's submitting for approval versus writing a law. The current laws that you have are very broad, very flexible, and you can put everything up there under one of those laws.
Thank you. I just want to keep this, we'll be here till tomorrow. Let's just keep the comments to address the question. I don't want to go off on a tangent about where we're going to put it and what not. I just want to talk about, you tell me what portions of the curriculum need to be updated. Let's try to stick to that. I know it's hard. I know you guys have a lot on your mind and you want to say, no, I do it this way. Just to stick to these questions because we'll be here, we will not finish.
And we're only on the DAP. We
Yes,
still
we're
have
only on
driving
the
safety
DAP.
and
So-
driver education. So
Anybody else that has a comment that needs to address on what needs to be changed for the DAP? What needs to be updated?
if not, we can move to the next.
You agree? Video needs to be, put it up there again. Videos need to be updated. Yes.
Hello again, this is Nina Saint. For the curriculum basis, and this may take legislation, but in our current law, it requires that this curriculum be discussed with the Department of State Health Services before it can go forward, and those courses are coming all to y'all in the future, so we may need to delete that from statute.
So delete the association, I don't know how you would say this. Delete
What is it? What is their
DSHS.
Delete DSHS
From the
Rule Association.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
Rule
comment, Nina.
Association. Yeah.
Anything else from over
And
here?
then put an S out next to it.
Okay. Della has something?
Yeah.
She has a mic.
This is Della Lindquist, Deputy General Counsel. I will echo, at the risk of being kicked out of the room, the lady from DPS, is that we do have... TxDOT, I'm sorry. Reminder that there is a lot of flexibility in the rules now. It's really broad what people can include in their curriculum, and that if we do take some ideas today and write them into a rule, it would be required of everyone. So that's just something to bear in mind.
I'm going to kick you out. All right.
Moving on.
Let's moving on.
Yes.
3, we're going to move on to 3C. And go ahead, Carrie, you want to read that?
Yes. What will impact the drug and alcohol driving awareness program in the next 5 years? Not 5 years and beyond, like within the next 5 years, what do you feel will impact this program?
This question is to get you thinking about your vision about what's going to happen in the future. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 years, but we need to start thinking about that. This is your baby. This is your industry. This is your program. You need to realize things are going to change. Somebody asked me what's going to impact me in the next 5 years here at TDLR. We do that every day. That's why we're here talking to you guys right now, because we want to be ahead of the game. We want to be proactive, not reactive. So this question here is a proactive type question. What do we need to do? What's going to happen to your industry? What do we need to be aware of changes that may occur, that may impact, that may put us out of business? You know, it could be all of that, or may improve. You know, there's technology, self-driving cars. There's all these different things that are happening. So this question is so we learn more from you, so we can prepare as an agency, especially when we're writing rules, to say, whoa, we didn't know that was coming. We don't want that. We want to know, oh yeah, our industry told us that was going to happen. And now we're better prepared about how this is going to impact the industry. So the question is, with the drug and alcohol program only in that curriculum, what is going to happen in the next 5 years?
Yes, again, this is Mr. Rajalat here. That question there is very broad, and I'll try to be real specific. My idea towards the future for is the driving awareness program, I think it would be a good idea to have I'm not sure if you already have it, but a intense example of the people, the students rather, actually driving a vehicle on a specific program or either a road map. Well, the part is they're not going to stop drinking or drugs or whatever. They need to learn how to drive like that. In the future, for our kids growing up, even adults, but mainly I think there need to be a place set up to where these people can come and they can practice driving under the influence.
That's a very interesting thing you said. So that's very good. I have to tell you this, because you hit the nail on the head on this. So have basically what he's saying, a mock type program, and I'll explain this. I think this is what you're saying. They're in Colorado. They had the police department set up this little mock thing. Of course, they got adults, and they've made sure that they had somebody to drive them home. They did all the things, and they signed, and they start feeding them drinks. They're like, here, drink this, drink, and they're monitoring how much they've had, and they put them in a car, right? Now drive, and they're going, and it was pretty interesting. They're like, oh my God, and they had the police stop that person, just like real, and they're scared. They're going, man, this feels real, and they get them out of the car. They arrest them, and they show them this is what. So I hear what you're saying. It's almost like a live acting out drinking and driving scenario, and that's pretty interesting because they do it in Colorado. That is something that's happening now. So, having some type of mock program to make students more aware, sure. Anybody else? What's going to happen?
While being actually impaired.
Drugs and technology are becoming more intertwined.
Drug and technology.
Being actually impaired. And then then go to the next one.
Drug and technology are being intertwined, right? Okay, go ahead.
Certificates not valid for insurance.
So in the next 5 years, that's all going to kind of, okay.
No, that's now.
That's now. Okay. Not valid for insurance? Yeah, it is. We got a couple emails. Yeah. Okay. For insurance.
I do not see this program having an impact because many high schools already cover topic.
High school.
It's just a comment.
That's their comment.
It's just a comment.
High school covers topics. No impact. Somebody, Ford, you got somebody over here?
One more.
Go, do one more.
Needs to address ride-sharing apps like Uber as alternatives.
Very interesting that somebody said that as well.
Except for Austin.
I know, except for Austin.
When, Jerry Garcia from Houston again, when the comment was put there about drug technology, the new cars or the cars that have the breathing programs on the steering wheel, the car won't turn on because you need to blow into it to get it started.
Like an interlock device?
Interlock devices, as far as technology is concerned, and as far as the
So more enhanced devices? Is that what
Right.
you're talking about?
Yes.
More enhanced devices on preventative, what I'm trying to say here? More enhanced devices on preventative.
Measures?
Measures on preventative
Measures? I was like,
yeah,
measures? I don't
Measures to prevent.
On
somebody from
preventative
that, yeah.
measures.
Okay, go ahead.
Gala Carlton, I want to see the courts uphold the law. I read in the newspaper every day on the record, multiple DWI offenses, and, you know, the more money you have, you get off. Poor people can't. I want to see equality under the law for people who make the decision to drink and drive. We do not have that. I think when people
courts
believe
upholding the
something, that a consequence is actually going to happen
more king and
and
queen,
be
but-
enforced, then maybe more people will make that decision.
So your comment is more for the next question, but go ahead and put it up there on king and queen for the day. The courts upholding the laws with.
And enforcement.
And enforcement,
And not being able to buy your way out of something.
not buy your way out of something. Courts upholding the law on DWI and hold them more accountable. People are getting off easy.
Hold them more accountable, yeah. What else?
So in the next 5 years, what's going to happen? What do you see happening? What's the impact on drug and alcohol awareness program in the next 5 years? Go ahead.
Just came to my mind, what about legalization of marijuana?
He just said that, yeah.
Oh, legalization of marijuana.
So
you just said that.
the
Yeah.
legalization of marijuana is going to impact. That's fine. You can put it up there.
MJ.
With
Easiest way
that
to put
very
it.
close to the state of Texas, a lot of states have legalized it. I guess we should find ways to make our kids stronger. Yes, it's beneficial for a lot of things, but when it comes to driving, driving is driving. Concentration, judgment, perceptual skills are affected, and we shouldn't, forget that.
So-
We should emphasize that. That really affects your driving.
So let me rephrase. Are you suggesting that in the next 5 years, because of legalization of marijuana, it's going to affect and impact the program and people being in that state? Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes I talk to them.
Okay. So marijuana will affect this. The legalization of marijuana will affect the program. I guess individuals, I hate to say participating, but individuals in,
Yeah. Legalization,
Yeah.
MJ program will affect.
Hold on, go ahead.
Hi, Lee Whitehead from the National Safety Council. Relative to the legalization of marijuana, you're also going to have states that are going to have to implement new laws relative to driving under the influence of marijuana, and how that's going to be evaluated on the roadway by the law enforcement officers. And that's obviously, all of those decisions are going to impact this program going forward. That's going to be coming up in the next 5 years.
Yeah. So you're agreeing with 10 that legalization is going to cause impacts, and it's also going to move to the laws and rules. Yes. So it's also not only going to affect this program, but it's affecting the overall implementation and implementation of statutes, of laws on how the program must be run. There may be different requirements coming up that will in turn impact the drug and alcohol.
So how?
Can you?
Right?
So
It's really the same thing, it's agreeing with number 10.
say
Yeah.
agree with number 10, and but also put on there, it will also impact the laws and rules. It will also impact
And
laws
it
and
will
rules.
also
State laws and rules.
impact state laws and rules.
Yes.
I just would like to say that the synthetic drugs are just going over and over and over. They change them every time they find out which one's bad. So you're going to keep having new designer drugs and new synthetic drugs that need to be explained.
New synthetic drugs.
New synthetic drugs. That will impact the program, yes. Anything? Okay. Okay, so,
I just want to point out, I think one of the things that'll impact the alcohol driving awareness programs, there's a little-known law that states judges can refer clients from their course to data app providers, and that law is not being made use of. It's a it's a law. If a judge refers one of their clients to a data app provider, it's extra income for us, and that law is not being put to use.
so hold that thought, because that's really the next question.
Okay.
I want you to repeat that here in a second.
Okay.
You ready?
Get her back in mind.
Save it.
I think,
Well, I think in the
I want to
next
put
5
it in
Number
years-
4.
I think it's a
But
bit
you're
of a-
saying it's a problem now.
It's a problem now, but in the next 5 years, I think that's something that we need to focus on. It's another use.
Okay,
And you can-
go ahead and say, so focus on, in the next 5 years, within the next, we need to start focusing on,
On that law, yes.
and what's the name of the law?
Oh, I can't remember. You know what? I didn't bring a copy of it with me, but I will forward it to you.
Focus on that law.
Focus on
Just teasing.
focus on the law where judges can refer clients from their court to data school.
Judges
A
can
certified
refer.
data school.
Or you go to a class to take it to a program, or you go through the data program.
Sure, understood.
That's, I think, is what we need to focus on for the next 5 years.
Okay. Anything else for this question? We're going to move on to the next question.
No one mentioned it, the self-driving cars.
Hold on. We need to, always speak into the mic. So self-driving cars. So let me go to the next question, because a lot of this sort of blends. The next question is, you're king or queen for the day. And when we say king or queen, that means just think about the drug and alcohol awareness program curriculum today. Let's just say there was no curriculum. Let's just say there was no laws. There were no rules on this. You're king for the day or queen. What will you do? What change will you make? How would you put this together? You have all the power. Don't say, oh, well, that's in the law. There is no law. Let's just say there is no law. This is a room. We're right here together, and we're going to develop this program right here, right now, and there's nothing on the table. It's a clean slate. What would you do? You're king and queen for the day. You're the expert. You have the power to make the change right now. What are those things you need to do? And I think one of them is you want to enforce the judge. So it's the same answer, that law here. You would like to see that
Enforce
happen.
judge law.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That's just easy, yeah. We know what we're talking about.
Enforce
With
judge.
a C.
Law to refer
Enforce.
to minor in possession.
So enforce judge laws for minor in possession. So you see where I'm heading now with this question? Yes, sir. Hold on, go ahead. Give him the mic, and you'll be next. Yes.
If this is dealing with the curriculum, I would change it from 6 hours to maybe 4.
From 6 to 4?
Yes.
Okay, so you're queen for the day. She wants to change the program from 6 hours to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Good, perfect. Yes, sir.
Yes, Ray. I'm not aware of the curriculum or what the contents are of the DAP curriculum, but this would apply in any curriculum, and that's parental participation. We need to get them involved more in everything we do, especially this.
Parental participation. Good. Good comment. Like it. Awesome comment. Right here.
Maybe the history of alcohol. You know, it was done by the wives. It started at home with the Cowboys. Eventually it moved up to Al Capone and all this. How we got to where we are and how it affects us.
So,
You know, how
what-
they
what-
bury
you're queen for
people
the day.
alive.
What do you want to do?
know, they used to bury people alive because they had a heavy hangover. You know, back then, I read on it and I said, it'd be nice if these kids knew what was happening back then, you know. Why our laws
So add the history of alcohol.
changed.
So you want,
You know,
you're queen
a
for the
little bit
day.
of
You-
history.
You want to add history to the program. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. We're going online now, real quick. We don't want to forget you guys online.
Try to get the Texas Insurance Agency to reinstate 5% for completion of DADAP.
Hold on. Reinstate 5% insurance. Just say reinstate 5% insurance, yeah. Go ahead.
Have higher consequences for those who break the law.
Higher consequences on lawbreakers.
Mandate curriculum for all entering college freshmen.
I like that. Mandate curriculum for all freshmen in college, you're saying, or just, is it
Entering college
entering
freshmen.
college? Mandate curriculum for all entering, or for all freshmen, all entering freshmen in college.
What if you're 35?
Hey, that's their comment. They just want it for that. Remember the rules. Remember the brainstorming rule. You have another one?
2 comments about the history of alcohol. One is to add the history of drug and alcohol.
Add history?
The other one is revoke
Revoke what?
the history of alcohol.
Revoke history. Add history, revoke history. All right, who's next? Who has a king or queen? You're going to be king for the day. What do you want to do? What do you want to change?
I'm Ernie Weatherford. I've been in driver education for about 40 years. I'm owner of Houston Area Driving School, and most of the people have been talking up here are in my school. I let them talk a lot. All I'd like to suggest is during this period, so much time we're going to allocate, is let them talk about alcohol pertaining to their situation in their area of the state. Let them have the freedom to talk about it. Don't say you have to spend 5 minutes talking about driving ice and drinking, but give them the opportunity to talk about what's pertaining to them and their locale, and not structure it so closely.
So you want, what I'm hearing is you want less structure in the curriculum and leave, okay, so less structure in the curriculum. Is that good? Because basically that's giving the school a little bit more control of what they want to do. Got it? Less structure. Jerry?
Our, Jerry Garcia again. Kids binge drink from junior high on up. So my comment would be that the program, we have kids at 15, 14 years old in driver's ed. That's when it should be instilled, not as freshmen in college. I think it should be done earlier. Kids binge drink, that's what do you call it, spring break is for the kids to go out there and get wasted. And they need to know before these situations get there. And I teach them in school, as far as the DAT program is, we need to go back to what I said earlier. When you do a survey like I do, and ask the kids,
No, she's not trying to get out of
what
it.
do they do, what drugs,
Yeah.
whatever, all this comes back to the same
It's
thing.
thinking.
You're going to tailor the class to the kids. You cover everything like Ernie said in general, but you specifically attack what affects them and what's going to be their problem, because that's going to change the kids.
So I want to go back. You're king for the day. There aren't any rules. So give me in a short thing what you want to change. You gave me a lot of info there, but give me something, tell me something what you want to do. There's no judgment here. You're the man, and I'm coming to you and I'm telling you, or I'm asking you, hey, what am I going to do with this? how am I going to get this program up and running? You have all the background knowledge and you know all the situations that have been happening. And as you mentioned previously, there's a lot of students that are they're problematic and they've been in drugs and alcohol. And you mentioned the questionnaire, and you guys agree. So here you are, and you're going to make that change. But there's all these rules hanging over your head and laws. Now they're gone, and they're going to ask you, hey, write something. What is it that you want to put in there? Just one big thing that you would want to see change that will really make a change or an impact on this program. What would that be?
To get the input from the kids on what it is that affects them and how it affects them. You can't fix a problem by just punishing them and putting them in jail or giving them a fine or whatever.
So understanding the
So
understanding
once you
the students.
understand where they're coming from, how they
Okay.
see it, make them understand the effects from there, and work to that angle to make it more specific to
So
them.
understanding the students and their particular issue. Because everybody's
Their
different.
input.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Everybody's different. They have different problems, and you can't just,
Blanket it all.
Right, right. Okay, so understanding each student, I'm going to try to just use the word student, understanding each student for their particular
Their
issues.
perspective on
Their
the
perspective
issue
on
in their
this.
life
Okay,
might affect
okay.
them.
A couple more, and we're going to break real quick for 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
If I were king, I wouldn't change anything in the curriculum. If you get the right program, there are a lot of programs that are out there for purchase. If you get the right program, it'll cover everything in the curriculum, allowing for open-endedness. Making it, the questions are very general, because there's a lot in the curriculum right now that's covered, okay?
Okay. So don't change, he's king for the day, don't change anything.
Don't change anything if you get the correct program.
And when you're saying get the correct program, you're talking about purchasing something already
Yes, sir.
established?
We're
that-
using-
That you as a school can utilize and teach?
We're using the Schedule to Drive to DAP out of Shirt Cibolo, which
Okay.
is Roadworthy by Eric and Karen.
So
It's
let
an
me-
excellent program
So
that
let me say
covers
this-
everything.
Let me say this to you then. Maybe you're talking about, how about, you're king for the day, you would want to put something maybe in the law or in the rule that says, if you're going to teach this program, Dow must use some, I'm not trying to put words in
That's
your
not
mouth.
my
but-
job.
Okay.
I'm not a
But you're king for the
legislator.
day.
I'm not a legislator.
They're all gone. At this question, they're all gone. I'm asking you, you're going to run the program.
It
and
covers everything. The curriculum covers everything, even the 5 years in advance.
Right.
You're always, you're trying to keep up with everything, with your reading, your continuing education, things like that. That'll take care of anything in the curriculum that you need to improve on.
But you would like to see people to utilize a dedicated program that would teach that curriculum.
Well, I found out that a dedicated program kind of channels you in the direction that you need to go.
So utilizing, okay, so don't change anything by, say, a dedicated program or that would, by a good dedicated program that would challenge the instructors to teach the curriculum as it should be, something like that. Okay, gotcha. One more, and we're going to break real quick. Yes?
Not only, you can hear me without this, not only do we need to stay with this dedicated program type thing, the person teaching, the people teaching it do need to be trained on teaching so that they teach that dedicated program correctly.
Hold on, ma'am. Hand her the mic, the new mic. We need to let the folks, sorry.
I agree with the dedicated program. I don't think there's any other way you can teach it, but at the same time, I think the people that are teaching it need to be trained on the program they're going to use. So that they are doing it right and not just saying, well, maybe this is what they mean.
Okay.
But the main thing that we're all seem to be missing is it doesn't matter what we do in our schools unless the parents are forced to get involved by state law, and not by some rule, but by a law to where they can be penalized if they don't get some of this information and prove they've gotten it. Because we spend 32 hours in class with them, My husband spends 14 hours, 7 and 7 with each child. These kids come up with things like, it's in the rule book and we teach it. You can turn left on a red light if you're turning from one-way street to another one-way street. I've had parents come and gripe at us because we told that kid that lie. They need to be forced to take a book home and read it and take some kind of test showing that they passed it, just like our kids.
Sure.
And on these special tests, I think they probably even need to come to class on those nights and learn it.
And that's great, and I want you to hold on to that. This is just for DAP. We're going to get to driving education and driving safety.
Well, I'm talking about the DAP. I think they ought to have to attend it with their kids.
Okay.
Some of them
so
need it.
mandated, yes.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to, we'd like to take a 5-minute break.
It's a great idea.
And then we'll come back.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's recess for 5 minutes.
10 minute? Our executive director said 10-minute break.
Absolutely. Make it 10 minutes.
Thank you.
back in session, everyone. Thank you so much. We can
All
grab
right,
a
guys.
seat. Thank you, Ray.
Hello? Am I on? Yeah. We're back.
I am.
So we're going to go ahead and move now. We're going to go for another maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then we'll break for lunch. But we want to start off with the driving safety curriculum. And we're going to do the same thing, what we did with the DAP, but we're going to go through the exercise of the driving safety.
Number 1.
Driving safety only. Driving safety. Repeating myself. So, Carrie?
All righty, so what current elements in the curriculum are working well for driving safety?
What's looking good for the driving safety curriculum?
Don't be shy
that
now,
you
we've been
don't
doing
wanna
this for an hour and a half.
All right, teachers, instructors.
Hey guys, the driving safety piece where we're talking about is on page 77. If you have that packet of rule, it's 84.502. That's the driving safety curriculum. This is part of the phase 2 on things that we need to update and look at. And I hate to use the word change. I just want to use the word update. Modernize or whatever that may be. So, you know, we're going to ask you a lot of these questions, and keep in mind these are same questions that we're asking, but it's going to pertain to a different topic, and the topic today, all right, this
Does anybody need a
hour
copy of the rules?
is the driving safety.
Does anybody need a printed copy of the rules? Anybody? No? Yeah, Ernie?
So what current elements in the curriculum are working well, guys? Anybody? Yes, sir. Where's the mic? Where are my mic people? All right, Brian, thank you.
Ronald Phillips. I'm Ronald Phillips for Houston Area Driving School. Now, all part of the curriculum are working very well that I can see, because I do teach a course on defensive driving. So the curriculum is pretty good. You know, we just want to make sure we keep updated stats at the text that I give it to. And as far as I'm concerned, it's all working pretty well.
So the curriculum's working well.
It just makes sure it's working well. We want to assimilate the information to everybody, because a lot of people learn differently, because everybody has their own way of thinking how to drive defensively. So you got to make sure you come up with a...
That's question 2. He's segueing to question 2.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So working well. I want to stay on the what's going good.
Yeah, it's working out.
Nothing bad yet.
Nothing
Or
bad yet.
Nothing yet what we need to talk about, what we need to change yet. Just tell me you don't have a list.
It's good.
Everything's good. Okay. The
All right, for
curriculum's working
driving
well.
safety, anything else? What do you think is
What else
working
is
well?
working well for the driving safety curriculum?
Mary?
I've been teaching for about 20 years defensive driving, and my people are thrilled. I get very good response from them, and they recommend other people to come back. Either I got very lucky with what I teach,
Okay.
but they're satisfied with it. They
So
come
you
for
agree with one, it's
insurance and they
working
come
well?
for ticket dismissal. So it's a
Awesome.
good program the way it is, at least in my area.
Okay.
Going once, going twice.
Working well.
You ready for the second part?
Working well? Okay.
Anybody for working? All right, we'll move to, yeah, let's go to
Question
number 2.
number 2.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they're getting the hang of it.
All right. I'm so proud of you guys. Exactly. What portions of the curriculum need to be updated?
For driving safety, not everybody at once. For
Exactly.
driving safety, what
Safe.
portions of the curriculum need to be updated?
I was just going to say that the top 5 contributing factors for motor vehicles is now at TxDOT. It's no longer at DPS. TxDOT has all the motor vehicle statistics, so in Section 5, III needs to be changed from DPS to TxDOT.
So section 5, III needs to be changed.
Needs to be changed from
DPS to
DPS
TxDOT.
to TxDOT. Good comment.
Thank you, Laura
Okay,
Lee.
thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, being that we're mandated to update our curriculum every 2 years, then, you know, it's a moot point. I mean, we have to update it, and so we do, you know, so that works well. That gives us that option, you know.
Yeah, that's great information. All righty, so what else, what do you feel needs to be updated in the curriculum?
I mean, you just so
Required to update
okay,
every 2
hold
years.
on. Sharon has
It's
a couple.
already required.
So let me just throw this at you. I've
Yeah, just write it in there.
I've scanned the rules very briefly, and I've sat with Carrie.
You remember it?
Yeah, I remember your name. I sat with Carrie, and it's just, it's overwhelming for me. I mean, it's very overwhelming for me. It reeks a lot of government. That's just my perspective. And so I'm asking you, we're asking you guys, you know, what needs to be updated? Do we really need all that stuff in there? And that's what I'm trying to get at. What is it what can we take out? Do we really need to tell you how to do your business? And I was speaking to the gentleman over here in the Orange.
Plain talk.
Do we need to, do TDLR need to be in your business? We're not the instructors. You are. You need to tell us that this student has fulfilled the requirements of Chapter 1001. Period. That's what needs to happen. There, in my opinion, there's a lot of stuff in there that again, I'm not the expert, but I ask myself and I ask Carrie, now, what is this for? And she tells me. And I don't want to give you, I'm not trying to give you any ammunition or any information about me, because it's not about what I think. I want to know what you think. But I'm just trying to tell you overall, I'm scanning those rules and the laws and I'm thinking, wow, really? Those things are in there. Interesting. So, I mean, now we're opening it up to you. And I hear some of you, oh, it's all working well. But seriously, think about some of the things that maybe some of the impediments you've seen in the past. What happened when you were conducting business in the past? Or even in the present with TDLR and DPS and whomever you need to conduct business. And did you ever stop to ask yourself, why do I have to do this? If that just wasn't in the rule, that is just ridiculous. Why do we have such rules or laws, whatever that may be? So ask yourself, what things do you think that we really don't need in the rule, in the curriculum? What things where it's okay to say, it's up to you, instructor, it's up to you, school. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I think basically for me, it's simplify it. Like you said, simplify it to make it easier. Leeway.
They turned it off. Yeah.
Test, mic test. You want to do the test?
There you go.
Simplify the curriculum.
Simplify the curriculum to where the school has the leeway. The biggest complaint you get on all the programs like this, it's boring. Boring.
Simplify curriculum. Curriculum is boring.
So
okay.
Make it to where it is more realistic. Personally, all these people get paid a lot of money for saying Zone A, Zone B, Zone C, Zone D. Look up 1,000 feet ahead of you. People don't understand that. They don't understand that. Make it simple, make it realistic, make it human.
Well, tell me what you mean by make it simple.
Is that driving safety or driving education?
Just driving safety we're talking about. So
it covers the same thing, same way.
Let me ask you, Jerry. Hold on, give the back to Jerry. Let me ask you this. You said make it simple. So let me just throw this at you. We're writing rules, and I'm trying to say, okay, how do we simplify this? And the legislature's talking to us. Hey, you guys need to simplify. So to simplify mean, well, let's just make the driving safety curriculum 1 hour. Or let's make it 10 hours. Or let's not have no restriction in the law of how many hours. Let's leave it up to TDLR, and we'll decide as a group or as a committee how many hours should be dedicated in driving safety. I'm just throwing those ideas out. Is that something you're talking about as simplifying the curriculum? Are you talking about how many dedicated hours one must be sitting in seat time to satisfy or to gain that concept and the knowledge of the driving safety course? What are we talking about here?
Make it shorter, more concise.
How short? Give me a number. Give me something to work with.
I would say the first time, 3 hours.
First time, okay, good. Make it shorter, 3 hours. Okay.
And make it more concise. Otherwise, people are just going through the motion, and it doesn't serve a purpose.
Yeah. I've taken driving safety curriculum. I was like, hey, I'll pay my money. I need to get rid of this traffic ticket. Okay. Online. Let's do one online real quick, and then we'll get the next one with Brian. Go ahead.
Remove the cost limit.
Remove cost limit. And that's in statute, right? The $25?
Statute.
Sure, that's what you're talking about. Removing cost limit.
That's S.
Go ahead.
And the video of the judge needs to be updated.
Judge video needs to be updated. Good. Like it. Like where we're going. Brian, you got somebody.
I just wanted to speak about the shortening of the curriculum. One of the reasons some of the curriculums are so long is because of the instructor situation. One instructor may expand on something more than another, and the other instructor go through the program so fast that you just did 3 hours, but you got 3 more hours and you've already done your program. So that's one of the reasons why we have curriculums that are so long, so people can't finish the curriculum before the time limit is up.
I'm not quite understanding. Did you?
So, I mean, that's, well, what we're looking for, again, we're looking for
Did you get?
comments and suggestions, and so out of what you said, what would be your suggestion on that, or was that just an anecdotal response?
Are you suggesting to change it to he said 3 hours.
No, I don't necessarily want to change the number of hours.
Okay.
I'm just.
You're explaining why.
I'm explaining that, you know, when we're updating, I have a curriculum that is like that thick. There is no way I can go through that curriculum in 6 hours.
Okay, so you're saying.
mine is too wide.
So you're agreeing with Jerry to simplify the curriculum.
Right.
Shorten the curriculum. So do you have, and agree, let's put it up there, shorten the curriculum. Now I'm going to ask you, let's get in a little bit more detail, and this is to everybody, but since you have the mic, when you say shorten it, what pieces are we going to shorten? Because you don't want me, again, I don't know anything about driving safety. Oh, she just said shorten the curriculum. Let's throw this out, let's throw this out, let's throw this out. And you guys are going to say, wait, I didn't say that. So what are we going to throw out? How are we going to shorten it? Or maybe we don't throw anything out. Maybe we simplify what? What are we going to simplify? Do you?
Well, I know in the program I teach right now, there's a section where you go over what lanes to drive in, passing, how to pass a vehicle. Those are things, if you don't know how to do that, you probably shouldn't have a driver's license to start with. So why am I going over that in defensive driving?
So there's an example of lane passing. Am I saying this right?
Basic driving skills being explained
Basic
in.
driving skills should not be in the driving safety program. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Basic driving skills should not be part of the curriculum. That's what I'm trying to get out of you guys.
Ray, we have comments in the back.
Yes, go ahead.
Basically, you know, I pretty much disagree with that, because anybody that's taking a safety driver's education course, they're taking it for a reason. They've either been assigned to it because they have exhibited already that they are not competent in whatever skill they needed to be doing. They've been ticketed, they've had a wreck, you know, something's going on. Now, there are a few people that take it for or did take it for the insurance deduction, but talk about removing driving skills or whatever. What's the whole point anyway? The whole point is that people aren't doing what they needed to be doing, and that's why they're taking the course in the first place.
So you
shortening it does not serve to the betterment of other people driving on the road. It may be great for the person having to take the class, but society as a whole, who's being affected by these people who can't drive well in the first place, it puts everybody else at risk for somebody's inconvenience to have to come to a 6-hour course.
Curriculum. So the curriculum at 6 hours is adequate. Okay. Curriculum is adequate as is.
Maybe we got one right here.
Yes.
You know, I've been doing safety for over 25 years. Started with National Safety Council. That's one curriculum. In other words, it's a methodology of what you do and what you teach the students when they come in. The next one was USAA out of Austin here. And then now I'm presently with DriveSafe. And in my years of teaching, I've come across something very interesting. We see a 72-year-old lady driving down the road, and you folks have seen it. And I ask myself, how can I have prevented with what I do in safety to keep her from getting tased from the very people she's supposed to be protected by? And for the past 5 years, this happened in 2009, and for the past 5 years, I've been doing research. Private research without any funds, at my own risk, at my own time. And I've come to the conclusion that people out there need safety, but they need to be defined as to what is going on. You get stopped by a policeman, what does that mean? Are you under arrest? Questions are asked. I need documents to show who you are. People don't know what they need to show, Hispanic or even Anglos. And also, whenever you're stopped or you're under arrest, and you can't go on until the policeman leave, or the policeman tells you you can leave. What is a ticket? What are you talking about? A ticket to a ballpark? Ticket to a theater? Or are you talking about a traffic ticket? People don't know what a traffic ticket is. Every city out there shows and makes their own tickets. They call it a citation, notice to appear by Texas Department of Public Safety and others. You know, a ticket. In San Antonio, they call it a ticket.
So you want some more uniform
I
way
need
of
somebody to
explaining.
define safety and
Sure.
what they need to understand as far as the wording that is in the each ticket, and what other states are doing about it, and what is really a ticket, or a traffic ticket, or a citation.
Okay, so we got that, motorist and law enforcement interaction, defining traffic tickets, defining, so basically we want it more uniform
heard you,
because
Shannon.
every city is different.
Shannon, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Bill Blassingame, Plano, Texas. This has to do with the curriculum that we're talking about here. This may be in
The
statute.
driving safety curriculum.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. What can we
this-
do? What needs to be updated?
Yeah, that's what I want to address.
Yeah, okay,
If
I
that's
wanna make
okay.
sure.
I'll try not to deviate.
Thank you.
Okay. This may be in statute, so it may not be able to change in rule. But for example, we say here, traffic safety problem, minimum 15 minutes. What I'd like to see is on those sections, the minutes go away to where we still stick with the 6-hour program, but we have some flexibility to where if our curriculum wants to talk more about the traffic safety problem, maybe we'll spend 20 minutes instead of 15 minutes on that. And that will give us a little bit more, because I know these sections, like you have 30 minutes to talk about restraints, okay? If it didn't have the, exactly,
Flexibility
instead of,
topic times. Is
it's
that what you're
outlined
getting-
in here,
okay.
like, you've seen it, 30 minutes for this, 45 for this.
Yes, we've seen
Do away with the minutes on it and allow each curriculum to spend as much time on each of the curriculum points they want to.
That's
That's
great
what we're looking for.
comment. Great comment.
That's what we're looking for.
That's what we're trying to talk about when we are having this discussion.
Gentlemen.
Is let's try to keep
second.
government out of
Let's
it.
get Shannon, then I'll get back to you guys.
And get you to do the teaching. Good
And,
comment.
Brian,
Yes, sir.
Will you do away with the minutes? 'Cause I think,
Oh, thank you, Brian.
3 weeks
Yes.
from now, we'll actually
Yes.
know what that means.
Flexibility, do away with
Do
the
away
minutes.
with the minutes.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you.
A boring curriculum is a boring instructor. And that's all there is to it. When you want to try to do away with the mandate of minimum fee, here years ago, they didn't have that, and I guarantee you it was a nightmare because people were cutting each other's throat, and charging as little as, $5 just for a, 6-hour curriculum. There's I know that a lot of our people want to have a shorter defensive driving program, like 4 hours is what they suggest all the time. But when you've got the adult class of 6 hours, for people who have not even gone through the 32 hours of curriculum, and then of course the other driving, we've got a massive amount of people that when they get a ticket, they absolutely have no clue, as to what the curriculum is about and what the laws are about or what the rules are about, because you can't teach that in that 6-hour adult program. So the time that we spend, with those people that get a ticket that don't have the background and the driving experience, is to me critical, because we've got to teach them, their driving safety. Our goal is to keep them alive. We're not out here just to fool around. We need to cover that curriculum in its entirety. So I'm not for reducing it. I'm not for reducing the fee. I'm for keeping that thing where, we've got adequate time, to provide a safety course, for those who are
Sure.
pitiful drivers.
But see these brainstorming rules?
Keep it as a 6-hour course.
No idea is ridiculous. So My question to you, that's somebody else that said they want to have that reduced. That's great, that's their comment. So I'm asking you, what do we need to do to update it? Somebody said, let's reduce it. You're saying you want to keep the amount of hours. Keep as is.
Okay, hold on, guys.
No,
Hold on.
Keep
Hold on.
hours, maintain the
I've got
current hours.
online, and then I've got 2 up front, and then we'll get back to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, keep $35 minimum.
Hold on.
25.
Maintain the course as is.
She's reading comments as.
I'm reading comments as they're coming through.
Go ahead.
I agree, do away with the minutes.
Okay, do away with the minutes, I agree. Shortening curriculum. Okay,
Stay 6 hours.
remain 6 hours. Curriculum should remain at 6 hours. Go ahead.
Add other drugs to alcohol section, page 84.
Add other drugs to alcohol section.
Add
Other drugs to alcohol section.
Add other drugs to alcohol section, page 84. Okay. One more? 2 more?
Standardize the name defensive driving and driving safety is called.
I'm sorry?
Standardize the name.
There's a great deal of confusion caused by the courts referring by the same course.
Okay, so repeat it.
So
Repeat
they don't know
it.
there's
Hold
a
on, guys.
difference
Hold on,
between the
guys.
two.
There's no difference.
Repeat.
So some call it driving safety, some call it defensive driving. We want to standardize the name to call it one thing.
Standardize the name.
Thank you.
Standardize the name.
All
I
right.
can read between the lines. I know what's going on.
Okay, one more. I agree about.
Hold on, Stan.
Sorry.
Get her to
Yeah,
the-
standardize the name. Beside that, put,
One more.
next one. Go
This
ahead.
person agrees about not shortening the class if it's for a ticket violation.
So,
Not shorten the class for ticket violation. Oh, agreeing to shorten. Sorry.
If it's for insurance, then yes, maybe a different course.
Not short.
Carrie, this is Brian. I know it's rare that Ray's right, and he was actually right at the time. And that, so you guys are correcting him. So he was one in a row. He was right. That it's-
One in a row. All right, guys.
We actually had a
let's do
raffle
this.
going.
Hold on to those thoughts because there's hungry people. I'm one of them. We're going to take a quick lunch break. We're going to reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Chairman, 1:30. We'll take a break right now. I'll turn it over to you so we can break.
Thank you so much. We're now in recess until 1:30 for lunch. Thank you.
But be here with David, so I want you to learn.
We are back in session. It is 1:35. Advisory Committee back in session. Thank you so much. Ray, how was your lunch?
It was good. I'm sleepy.
Yeah.
How was lunch, everybody? Good? Good. First, I want to say, before we move on, this morning, this turnout has been really, really, really fabulous. All of us here at TDR we're amazed and we're happy that you guys are here participating, even through the folks listening in, chiming in with comments. It has been tremendous. It's been a year now that the inception of this program has moved over to TDLR. Can you believe that? A year has gone by.
Yeah.
And we are working together as a group, and we're moving along. Yes, there's going to be bumps on the road, but that's just normal. We will get there together to do the right thing for the industry. And that's where you guys come in. And I'm really, really excited and glad that you guys are here participating and giving us your feedback. I'm just trying to steer you, but trust me, you guys are doing awesome. So thank you for being here.
Excellent, that's right.
So we will continue our discussion here, and we left off, remember we're talking about the driving safety curriculum, and the question where we're at right now is what portion of the curriculum needs to be updated. Remember again, we need that feedback of tell me, and we're talking during lunch, it seems like it's kind of, in my eyes, my perspective, it seems like it's kind of difficult for you guys because you are doing the work. You have the sleeves rolled up. You're in that class and you're doing it. You're running your business. You're doing the curriculum. So it's a lot more difficult for you guys to step out of the box and look at the picture and say, what needs to be changed? Because sometimes you may say to yourself, well, oh, it's going good for me. Nothing needs to be changed. We heard a few of that. It's going good, but in reality, if you step out of the box, I bet you find something to say, you know what? Although it's going good for me, some of these things I think we should be able to address. And should we address it? And can we address it? And should we make that change? Remember, change, everybody's fear of change because of the unknown. Let's not worry about that too much right now. Let's put our fears aside and let's really talk about what needs to happen for the good of the industry, for you guys. What's going to help you? What's going to help you not having to pick up the phone and call Carrie or call myself or any of the staff at TDLR? What do I do? You know, if we have the curriculum presented in a way that it's going to be beneficial to everyone and let you run your business and be us being transparent and keep out of the business, it's going to help you run your business a lot smoother. So think about those things. Step out of the box. Challenge yourself to step out of the box and think about what things need to change. What things you think in that curriculum for the driving safety could change. You know, some people will say change the hours, others said leave it alone, shorten ticket violation. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. I have things in my mind, but I don't want to share it because I don't want to derail what you guys are thinking because I may be so way off out of bounds. So who's next?
We got two right up here. They're left off from before lunch.
I want to give you some information. I'm part of Texas Teen Safe Driver Coalition, and you're asking what parts or portions of the curriculum need to be updated. And I have in my hands a sheet that I'm going to give this to you guys. One was a PowerPoint presentation, and one is a sheet that lists contributing factors to teen crashes, but I'm pretty sure one generated for adult crashes. And there's specific things and it lists the transportation codes. That might be areas that you want to focus on, ways to expand, areas to expand and focus on. So if these are people that are having wrecks or causing accidents or having habitual reckless driving, this might be some areas that you want to look at. And I do want to caution you, the statistics that are in the PowerPoint are only a snapshot. They're not like, they're just like a little snapshot. So some of the things that are on the sheet, like failed to drive in a signal lane, driver inattention, unsafe speed.
Okay, so let's,
So
I want to
that's
capture
some of the stuff.
I want
So-
to capture what you're talking about. So you're saying portions of the curriculum that needs to be updated is what now?
Some of the things that are listed in the PowerPoint and on this sheet,
Which
things you
ones?
might want to consider.
I
All of
don't
them.
want you, okay, all of them?
Like, as you go through, these are the top ones that showed up. But I want to give this to you guys. So I don't want to go into too many details.
Well,
But I
I
think
mean,
those
that-
are areas that you can focus on.
I would really
Specific.
like for you to go into detail.
Okay.
Because I don't want, here's what I don't want. I don't want you guys to tell me, here, Ray, look at these things, look at these things, and you guys figure it out and tell me when you got it done.
No.
And then we get it done, and he's like, well, that's not what I said. And so I want to really extract from you give me some details of what
to
you
me-
envision. Because we're going to sit with the work group, and
Right.
I'm just not going to give them this. I'm going to say, hey, what do you guys want to do here?
Well,
And we want to
those,
look at
okay,
your
to me,
comments.
those areas, because Texas Teen Safe Driver Coalition is all about informing parents, getting parent involvement, risk reduction to teens.
Mhm.
And when we had our annual meeting, this was some of the areas that we were saying that we could focus on. It was like part of our brainstorming package.
So
These are areas that,
on teens.
yeah, this is based on teens. And Lorelei could probably speak to more about what it's about.
We're in driving safety.
I know it's on teen education, but
You're
what I'm.
killing me.
I'm not, no. I said, look at the topics. Look at the topics on the reference sheet. Those would be the areas
Can I-
you want to expand on.
Can I interject? Because actually, it's already a rule that we look at the 5 top contributing factors by, as Laura said, it's from
That's what I was
TxDOT.
thinking.
It's
In
already
the
a rule
driving
for-
safety curriculum?
It's already there.
Okay.
It is there, but I'm talking about if you want to look at areas specifically to look at, to update. Those might be a good stepping point.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, we need Mike.
Okay.
Curriculum, what portion of the curriculum needs to be updated?
Driving
Is
safety.
driving safety, that's the
driving-
question.
I have a very flexible one, I can go into the oil field, I can go into bus drivers, Mine is very flexible. It used to be an 8-hour, we narrowed it down to 6 hours. And, I'm very fortunate to get people that get a ticket in my class, because a lot of times, that's the only time I'm going to give them driver education. A lot of my students never went through driver's ed. Grown adults did not have driver education. So when I get them in my class, they are thrilled when they leave the class. God, ma'am, I learned something today. And we have to start teaching. We have to come back to teaching.
Okay, so the question is, what portion of the driving safety curriculum needs to be updated? I realize you have a great, I realize you have a great
Maybe if you would give us a
course.
list of new videos that we can, if somebody could do a list of videos and we could choose from there, sources.
So you want,
Additional sources.
you want additional sources.
Sources that we could choose. But the way it is right now, that's the only time people are going to get educated. When you
Additional-
finally get them, they had no driver's ed. So we should do the most of it when we get them in class.
Okay. All right.
Carlos.
Yes, Carlos Reyna here. I was on the work group that was started reviewing the curriculum requirements and so forth. We decided to table them and wait till we
Yes,
got
for a
to this
while,
point
yeah.
here. And at the time, I'd made the suggestion, I think the number one thing that can help driving safety courses, and I don't see it mentioned up there, but since you said we can mention it twice, the
Yes.
changing of the times of the minimum requirements for the courses.
For each
Because
section.
that will, and adding time to expand on us talking about subjects we think are important. That would allow course providers to kind of grow a new course, rather than all of us being stuck with the same topics, the same time requirements. Now we can expand on them and start including more statistics, more things, whatever the course provider feels. Right now, it's all the same course. It's just a different name,
So-
that, I think, would help it a lot.
So changing times for minimum courses and adding time to allow providers to grow their courses.
Yeah.
So,
Awesome.
so
Yeah.
that, and I think somebody over here mentioned that
Mhm.
earlier. Yes,
wanted to echo that.
and we echoed that. Great, good. So what other what things can we change in the curriculum, and what things need to be updated?
Ray, we have online as well.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to go back to where I said, when I gave the example of not teaching basic, I think what I really meant was being able to get rid of the minutes, being able to expand on one section versus the other. When you have a class, you're going to get a feel of what they need. So instead of doing all of this, which you know they don't need, you can spend more time doing
So
all
you want
this.
flexibility.
I want flexibility
Flexibility
versus
from
don't
one set.
teach basics.
Gotcha.
It's really, I think I just wanted flexibility is what
Okay.
I really
And that's great, yeah.
Shan?
Yes. Contributing factors are in the current rules. This was not completely finished. Allow people with commercial license to take defensive driving when they didn't complete what they wanted to say.
So allow.
When they get a ticket, probably,
Repeat the
yeah.
first one first.
Allow people with commercial license to take defensive driving.
Okay.
So allow CDLs, I don't know if that'll be a
allow
statute.
CDLs. to-
That's statute, but we can put an S beside it.
This is statute.
That's federal law.
Federal, yeah,
that
federal.
prohibits that.
Yeah, because CDL are federally regulated. We don't regulate, neither does
And
EPS,
one more
we don't do it at all.
comment.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Although TDLR oversees driver ed, TDLR should not treat businesses providing these services the same as other areas of service, getting a haircut, and then that was not completed either.
So driving safety? This is driver ed.
So
Say
am
that
I
again?
understand?
Although TDLR oversees driver's ed, TDLR should not treat businesses providing these services the same as other areas of service.
Okay, I don't.
Ray, it's Brian. It's just the concept of,
yeah.
people have the concern that all of a sudden we're going to turn driver's education into barbers.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden a cosmetologist is going to be driving down the road teaching
But they
the
are
class.
driving down the road.
And it's not the case. So that's a great point, and we'll definitely endeavor to continue to make sure each program stands on its own, that the
Absolutely.
statute drives.
And yes, and what Brian said, we've always made sure that each program is standing on their own.
I think there should be specific times directed to the problems that people get tickets for. Not just why there's problems, what causes the problems, but specific times. When I do my class before, I'd say, why you get a ticket? We wrote all those out on the board, and we addressed them specifically. What did you do wrong to get that ticket? How can you fix that problem so you don't get that ticket again? The whole purpose for the defensive is to correct the mistakes they made to begin with. That's what you should be addressing. That's what you should be addressing.
So would you say that goes in hand with number 29, being flexible?
No, I'm saying specifically to give time to address the mistakes they got the tickets for. Why'd you get a ticket? Because you ran a red light, because you didn't stop correctly, because you changed the lanes wrong. Okay, and people get offended, because you're going to say, well, you need to learn the basics of how to make a lane change. No, what you're going to say is, you got a ticket for a lane change? Okay, how can we prevent the accident from happening?
But wouldn't that be flexibility for you on teaching?
No, but I'm saying, but that's not, it's not covered in the set. I want a specific time to address the
Well, that's what he's
problems by
saying.
people
But
individually.
that's what Ray's saying, is that if we give you the flexibility to say, you know what, if you want to do this as a teaching technique, then you have that flexibility. We're not going to put that thumb down and say, no, you have to do 15 minutes of this. You have the flexibility to teach your students. This is how you want to teach them.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm asking.
Exactly, yeah.
Is that where you're coming from? That you want that flexibility to be able to do that?
But I wanted to be specifically said that you're going to address what the mistakes are. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So you want specific. So you don't want the flexibility.
I want flexibility, but I want to also be specific time,
to
not a
address
time
it.
amount,
Does that
specific
capture-
time
But just a
to address
topic.
the problems they get the tickets
Okay.
for. And the other thing I was going to ask you is there a law that says, am I correct, that if you're going over 20 miles over the speed limit, you cannot take defensive driving? Is that 25?
I don't know. Is that true?
Why is that? I mean, why not make them be able to take defensive driving along with everything else?
If that's in a law, we'd have to do statute, yeah.
But we can put it up there. You don't like that law,
It's in the Code of Criminal Procedures.
Jerry?
Yes.
Jerry, you don't like that law.
I'm saying that they should have to do class 2, aside from everything else.
So
And
people.
just put an S out beside it so we know that it's statute.
Hold on, folks. Only the person with the mic can talk.
Okay.
And I'm one of them. Hold on. Why can person not take the, yeah, if they have gone. Okay, you're on.
20 miles per hour.
Roger Lott here again.
Yeah, I think you are. They're
20 or
playing with the
25, something like
volume.
that. That's statute. We'll figure it out, though.
Pertaining to the question at hand,
It's stipulating about the curriculum, what needs to be updated. And he was saying about the individual student, when they're out there, lane changing, what have you. That is something that I'm currently working on. Now, what I want to suggest is this. If you have class and you're an instructor, it is your ability to sort of come up with ideas or what have you, but an idea that I came up with is this. Teach your students that, okay, they're gonna drink or do whatever that created them to get there, okay? Now, once they get there, I think it needs to be an outline or either a specific chart or something set up to where they can view this saying that, oh, okay, I drank a beer, I need to drink water. 1 beer, 1 water, 1 + 1. Other words, to create a chart or certain things that they can put in their body to overpower or equal out, so they won't be distracted for it's like certain nuts or herbs or something that they can eat before they get behind the wheel to sort of, make them more paying attention, focus on what they're doing.
Okay.
So let me see if I understand you. David has put some info up there. It sounds like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking about, again, more flexibility. We want to be, you guys want to be able to not being told exactly how to do every single minute, and I think a lot of you have mentioned get rid of some of the time, but also have that flexibility where you can engage with your student to have some of these concepts in there. Right. So I think it seems like the curriculum needs to be a little bit more overall a flexible way of teaching standards or something like that. That's what it sounds like. I mean, I'm hearing a little bit of everybody, right.
The personnel deal will stipulate where area you need to work with them on.
Yeah. Okay.
Before they complete their class.
Okay.
Okay.
Ray, we have somebody who's waiting patiently over here.
Go ahead. Who? Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Lee Whitehead, National Safety Council. I have a couple of items. Earlier this morning, Ray, you had mentioned that when you looked at the list, it seemed somewhat overwhelming as to all of the items that have to be incorporated into the driver safety course. I want to at least express my opinion that those things are necessary to have uniformity to a degree. If you just said create a driver safety course, the gambit would be from everything on one topic to an organization that might have a very detailed course that would provide information on a multitude of topics. So I think that the outline is necessary to maintain standards within the industry. I do like the idea, however, of removing the time restrictions. Those do limit you because you cannot have that flexibility that we're all talking about. When you have to spend 40 minutes on alcohol, it does take away from other topics, for example. Speaking of the alcohol component, I do think that we need to expand that, as has already been stated, to include other drugs, but I will incorporate not only other drugs, both legal and illegal drugs, because there is a significant issue today with overdosing on prescription drugs. And I think that's something that's not being touched on very lightly in both this program and perhaps even in the DAP program.
Okay.
So
I think you mentioned it in that one. So yeah, we'll put it over here to expand.
Those were
Yes.
some of my topics. The other one that I think needs to be expanded on that I don't think is currently in here is distracted driving. That is a huge issue today with drivers of all ages, not just the younger driver. I live in Phoenix, Arizona right now. We're in the midst of having seniors all come down because I live near a lot of senior communities. And trust me, the older driver that's on the cell phone is worse than the younger driver that's on the cell phone. So I think distracted driving is a huge topic. So those are some of my initial thoughts that I've had as we've been moving through.
Great comments.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Dee?
I worry when I see up there the one the gentleman just mentioned, he's now gone, but anyway, hate to talk about what somebody says when they're not here, but he was talking about wanting us to actually, number 34, that's like saying, okay, you're coming to this class, and I'm going to teach you, which if you teach anything about alcohol, you have some kind of chart for teenagers in that, you know, 1 beer is going to do this to you, 2 beers is going to do this to you, this much beer is equal to this much wine, is equal to this much, you know, whatever, whiskey. And that, I think, should be taught. But to come up with a course where you teach them how to counteract what they've done, you should be teaching them not to do it in the first place, if they're going to get in the car.
See, number 2?
No idea is
Number 2,
ridiculous.
no idea is
Well,
ridiculous.
I mean, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I'm saying it's maybe illegal to
Well,
teach that.
Okay, and okay, so.
That's beyond ridiculous.
So your comment would be-
Your comment was you wouldn't want something like that.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want my kid or anybody I'm riding with to have it be taught, hey, you can go drink, and if you drink a beer and then a glass of water, you know, then you're going to be sober. First of all, that's not true. It's not going to happen that way, but I sure wouldn't want somebody to be taught that and then get out on the highway.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have a lot more people getting DWIs and thinking,
Okay.
you know, and being dangerous out
All
there.
right.
And
All right.
that's my personal belief.
Sure.
Thank you, Dee. Anybody
Thanks,
else?
Dee. Yeah, we got some comments over here.
Online.
I just want to point out, there are a couple of comments that are coming through and they are incomplete. So I'm not sure if the system is just not picking up on all of the comments, or if you just didn't get a chance to complete it. If I'm reading out the comment and it's not everything that you want,
It may also be a character limit.
please just resend it or resend the other.
Shorten your comment, there may be a character thing.
Because I sent one,
Okay.
and you did not read what I wrote.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's too many characters.
Two million characters.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're
thank
going to
you.
work, I'm glad you guys,
It's all
again, I
about
said earlier,
innovation.
you're the guinea pigs using the system, but it's
Thank
going
you.
to be, it's going to be good in the
So
future.
if it wasn't said, just resend it and I'll be happy to.
And maybe shorten the character.
Okay,
Shorten the characters if you can.
perfect.
Hold on.
I'm not sure, and I'll be honest, this is the first time we've used this program, so I honestly cannot say. And so just when you submit a comment, we just want to get directly to the point, no explanations needed, just your basic comment, and then that way we can throw it up on the board.
Do you have one, Shannon?
I do. Okay, change topics stated as required elements of instruction, page 80 through 84.
Change topics stated as required topics of instruction,
Mhm.
of required topics of instructions, page 80 through 84.
From
Okay.
what the teacher should teach to what the student should know.
Okay.
And I have one more.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
You have to be careful. You have to be careful. People want to teach topics just because they don't like state set topics.
Okay. Brian, you said you had somebody back there?
You finished?
Yeah,
Oh, Dee,
I
go
want
ahead.
to correct what, it was misunderstood what I was saying on 38. I don't think it should be illegal to teach how much you can drink and still drive and
It
all of
may
that.
be
Because
illegal.
that's, you know, whether you have one beer or
change should
one
to
wine
may.
or whatever. What I'm talking about, I don't think you should teach how to counteract that by drinking water or something else.
I got you.
That's what I mean with that.
Okay.
Not teach it, but not teach how to counteract how much you, because I don't really think water or anything else is going to counteract that. And You could be teaching
Just
something
time.
that's medically wrong.
I took
Yeah, yeah.
I took a
And-
Thanks,
TABC
Steve.
course one time that said if you get intoxicated and you drink coffee, you'll just be an alert drunk. So that's what it reminds me of. There you go. Oh, Cokes and coffee.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hi,
He has the mic.
Patrick Barrett with Drive Red in the Box and Collision Free Drive Red. Just two things, and there are two things you already have. One, I think we should eliminate the subsidy. And there shouldn't be any dollar subsidy as a minimum. And two, I heartily agree with the notion that only the topic should be listed and the time elements left to the flow of the instructor.
You disagree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay,
I
you agree with that.
absolutely
Okay.
think the instructor has
And
to
then
be
the
able
first
to.
one was,
That I agree with the person that earlier said that we should eliminate the subsidy. You know,
Okay.
no other place has
and that's
subsidy.
a statute.
Yeah, it's just statute,
Yeah,
it is
that's a
statute.
Yeah,
I
just
understand
want-
that.
I'm just letting
I
them
know.
know because we need to put an S beside it. Awesome. We're just trying to track that. Yes, sir.
It appears that it's probably 160 character limit sending it from a phone.
Okay, good.
See, somebody I figure would figure it out. I appreciate that. All right, guys, anything else on this one, or we can go to number 3? All righty, it's number 3. Let's do it. What will impact driving safety in the next 5 years?
Again, remember what I said earlier about this question. This is what's going to happen in the next 5 years with this program, driving safety. You know, not what's going to happen in 5 years, but over the next 5 years, we're trying to be proactive, not reactive. So step out of the box. What do you think is going to happen? And how this, how even technology, I'll throw that out there. Think about technology. How's that going to impact driving safety? How,
Self-driving car, I mean, you know,
self-driving, all
it may
that
glitch
stuff.
and run
What-
out of a lane, and all of a sudden you've got a ticket for
you know, what's
crossing
going to
over one
happen? How's that going to, how that's going to impact businesses, things like that. Who's on the mic?
No.
Well,
Go ahead, I
we
want
need
you to
to
say
say
it.
it.
Yeah, you say it, yeah.
I was just going to say that the fact that cars are coming up with all these new technologies to help us to be safer drivers, but that is going to that's going to change the driver's, you know, train of thought to, well, I don't have to do everything now. I can rely on my car to do some things that I don't want to do, or I may not know how to do because my car already does it for me, like backup cameras, you know,
Right.
your blind spot indicators, things like that, that you, if you know how to drive, you already checked them, but now that they do it for you, you're going to be less aware of what's going on.
So how's that,
And
let me throw
mental.
this at you. How's that's going to impact you as a business?
Well, it's going to affect the business, but I'm thinking more of teaching the people who are coming to the class, you know, you can't rely on your car, even though they're advertising, hey, get all these extra safety features so that you don't have to worry about the accident. But really, you're the one still controlling the car, so you are ultimately responsible.
So what are you going to do to make those changes to run your business? Remember, just what's going to happen in the next 5 years. How is this going to impact you guys? I'm talking about this is your business. What's going to happen? I mean, look at businesses. Look at Amazon. Look at all these businesses, Best Buy, Circuit City. Some of these people just disappeared. Out of business. Why? Nobody wants to go to the store anymore. I buy online, Amazon. Look at how these businesses, how they change. Look at all of I go to H-E-B and I go to these businesses and there's people shopping for you. They have an app because they know people don't want to go to the store anymore. So what has the business have done? They've stepped up their game. I'm going to create an app, I'm going to hire people, and I'm going to bring the food to you. And I'm going to upcharge the food because I'm bringing it to you and I'm making a profit. So those businesses has found ways to change and utilize technology and what's happening today and into the future to position themselves to continue to be in business. So I'm asking you now, what's going to happen to driving safety in the next 5 years? We can't, I'll tell you this, I know we can't continue the way we are. I mean, I hope you guys agree with me. I don't think you're going to be able to continue to do business the way you're doing it today, and in 5 years or 10 years, don't expect that you're going to be able to do business the same, because I seriously think you may be out of business if you think it's going to just remain the same, status quo. So don't you think things are going to happen? You hit a nerve, I'm sure, with a lot of people. Things are going to happen. There's going to be one of those days and I'm going to be able to go downtown, New Year's Eve, have drinks with all my buddies, and I'll just probably get an app and call my car from home. Come get me. Car comes over, my car picks me up, get in the garage, turn it off, and I pass out in my car. I'm home safe. They didn't even have to drive. No ticket, no driving safety course. Have a nice day. What's going to happen? I mean, that could be something real. So I ask you, what's going to happen in the next 5 years? Think about it.
Self-driven cars. Self-driven cars.
You think a class will
There
go
you go.
away? It'll be subsidized
That's what
with
I was
something
thinking.
else?
There you go.
Okay.
Subsidized with them?
Who has a mic?
Right here.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Right here. The root of the problem, and it is presently, is that there is not enough information out there. You get a ticket, because we're talking about safety and how does the person want to go to a safety class. You get a ticket, you go to the court, because you promised to go there. And what do you go to the court for? To say your piece. You're guilty or not guilty on the charge that is given to you. You tell them you're guilty, and the first thing that the clerk is going to say, you pay so much. But they never tell you you can take a defensive driving class or you do deferred. They do deferred. If they're over 25, they get the money, you're a cash cow. They don't tell you that you're under 25, you get paid the whole amount, but you still have to go to a defensive driving class. Lack of information. That's my point.
Next one.
Hold on. Education regarding lack of information on traffic violations. Okay, what's going to happen in the next 5 years? Who's back? Go ahead.
Well, that's not exactly what I wanted to say about the next 5 years, because, who knows, we're not promised tomorrow. But what I'm saying is, for right now, about what we're doing is, whatever the future holds as far as technology is concerned, that's not what we're dealing with right now, because we're not there yet.
No, understood, but we
I
want to get there.
I know. Just a second, let me finish. In what I was saying earlier, I sent that message about us. This is not, us ordering something online, even though there's online driver's ed, which I can talk a long time about that. But, predominantly, we're dealing with, in this industry, we're not cutting hair and we're not fixing air conditioners. We are providing a service that hopefully is going to save people's lives. That's where we're at right now. Cutting curriculum is the wrong direction. Cutting the amount of time that we provide the instruction to is not where we need to be, because death is going up on the highway in the state of Texas, not going down. For whatever reasons those are, and whatever they are, those are the things that we need to address in the classroom. We are not just providing a service for a fee. We are providing education to save lives and for a better quality of life for people using the public transportation system. And it's a different idea than, we're all in it to make a big buck. As a driver's ed school owner, I don't look at it that way. I take my job very seriously, that I am trying to instruct people. There's certain things they do need to know. There's certain things that the teachers should be teaching. It is, and to want to try to remove any of those things and not, like I said, we should be going the other way to add to it, because we're dealing with people's children. And me driving on the road with a child who doesn't know has little to no experience, and my family being on the same roadway. The future's one thing, and that's good, and we need to look at that.
What?
But the big but is now.
Let's not. Okay, but that's not what the question is.
Yes, I know.
The question is, what's going to happen in the next 5 years? Everyone in this room has their opinion and comments, and we're brainstorming. We're not saying anybody is right. We're not saying anybody's wrong. We're trying to get to the end of the tunnel in a happy medium of what is the right thing to do. Remember, this curriculum hasn't been changed in,
Probably about 50 years.
or I should not even say changed, hasn't
Since
been really
1992.
looked at
Since
or
1992
entertained.
hasn't been updated.
And I think the wrong thing for us to do is to say, leave it alone, it's all good. We're doing the
And
right thing.
can I-
think we need to look at that.
Just something that I want to say, because my husband recently, probably about a year ago, he had to do defensive driving, and he used to
Which
drive
course
for a
did he
living.
take?
I am not going to disclose that information. What I'm trying to say is that 3 years prior to that, again, because he used to drive a lot, and after he took it, he said, the funny thing is, he goes, it's the same thing that I took 3 years ago. He goes, it was a different course, same information. He said, I might as well just took the other one. And that's what we're getting at, guys, is that we're trying to see what can we update in this curriculum, because I know we talk about technology, and we say that, it's not right now, but it is right now. It is. Technology is right now. If you think about it, we talk about deaths going up on the highway. One of the things that's going up on the highway is because we have adults and children on their cell phones on the highway. That's technology. That's what we're getting at, and that's what we're trying to brainstorm. That's where we're getting at.
So let's
again, nothing. Nobody's right. Nobody's wrong.
Let's get back to where we're
Yeah.
at. The question at hand right now for driving safety is what's going to happen in the next 5 years, how this program is going to be impacted.
In the spirit of answering precisely that question, I'm Gary from eDriving. Telematics. So for those of you who may not know, telematics is where you use sensors either that are attached to the car on an onboard device or through your mobile device that can capture a proxy for your driving behavior. So it may be the case that driver safety education courses, defensive driving courses, won't exclusively be based on citations or individual incidents, but actually might tie back to an entire driving record that you have of your driving behavior through telematics.
So that's a good point. So expand on, the course may be expanding into behavioral.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
it's the intersection of the Internet of Things and the quantified self.
That's awesome. Good comment. We got a couple online.
And then, Brian.
We have some online comments. In 5 years, the technology will be there to make this course redundant.
Technology will be there to make this course redundant. Okay?
Okay. The operator is primary safety system and vehicle technology is secondary, and this mindset will need to be taught to students.
Okay, you're going to have to repeat that for David.
Yes. Safety system and vehicle technology is secondary. And this mindset
In this
Okay.
mindset.
will need to be taught to students.
Okay?
Agree to eliminating time limits,
Agree to eliminate time limits. Okay?
but the rules need to include a rule to emphasize that the only flexibility for an instructor teaching the class is to, that's incomplete, so if you want to send the rest of that.
And that's number 11, so if you send that back to Shan, just let us know
Yes,
it's
please.
on number 11.
And then I have one more.
Okay.
Yes.
Individual instructors cannot change the time limits of an approved course.
Individual instruction cannot.
This has to be done by the course provider.
Correct. The course owner is the only one to change time limits through the course.
Those two went together. That's what
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorelei.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
What's going to happen in the next 5 years?
Rosalind with Sky's Limit Driving Academy. I don't really see the teaching going away, even though the technology is changing. I see more, maybe different type of teaching.
Okay.
I rented a Jetta about a year or two ago, and it's supposed to brake on its own, and it got so close to the next car, I mean, it scared the crap out of me. So, you know, I mean, we're always going to have to, you know, foreseeing, still trying to determine what the car may do. It's a technology, things could go wrong, so I don't see the teaching.
Different
actually-
way of teaching, though.
Yes.
Different way of teaching. Yeah. Good
I
comment.
think the contributing factors are going to change of crashes, and there should be some flexibility for the course owner to include those each year on what contributing factors. Now, like we know alcohol is a contributing factor, but using alcohol, where are those crashes occurring? And with the statistics, they can get down to that.
Exactly.
So the course owner should include those into what? Say that again?
They should have the flexibility to include annual contributing factors because they do change from year to
Oh,
year.
okay.
And there also are trends, so they should have some flexibility to be able to put that in their course annually through their in-service or through their continuing ed and not have to go through a whole course revision.
Awesome. I got Nina, then Della.
Hold on, Lina, please. Let Dave catch up.
Curriculum revisions?
Not through curriculum revisions, yeah.
I capture it?
Yes.
Okay, Nina.
This is happening now, but it's probably going to continue to happen, but the creative sentencing by judges in lieu of sending individuals to take defensive driving when they go the adjudication route. Been to meetings where judges are presenting different types of creative sentencing because they're just not happy with our defensive driving programs.
Della.
Yeah, the actual.
Hold on, Della.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Okay, go ahead, Della.
So, Della Lindquist, Deputy General Counsel. So, on page 80, it kind of begins the minimum course content for the safety courses. And I notice down at the bottom of the page, one of the requirements is the top 5 contributing factors of motor vehicle crashes in Texas as identified by the Texas Department of Transportation. I don't know when the last time people's courses were updated, or maybe you constantly do that, but I would think that the top 5 reasons are constantly changing from what they were years ago. So I don't know how that course content gets updated, but and factors influencing driver performance. I've spent a lot of time on an airplane lately, and there was an article in there about a car that some parents had bought for and it had the technology in there that was able to track exactly where, say, their teenager had driven. You know, and so they could see exactly how fast they've gone, where they've gone. You know, it just gave a whole like blueprint of that, and that's amazing. I mean, the parents knew, the kids knew, and so I can't think of one of a better deterrent to do certain things than knowing it's hardwired. I mean, there's nothing the kid can do about that, but sharing technology with people so maybe they can buy vehicles that do this kind of thing. I mean, that's where we're going. I had no idea that cars could actually had all this, not to mention the self-driving cars, maybe that's not so big of an issue, but just all the technology that's inside cars to prevent people from driving or discourage people from driving badly.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do a study, or there's a study out there of all this to help
Apps-
schools understand that.
Apps to do that, I'm sure. I think I've heard also there's a technology, Della, where the parent can install or do something to the vehicle so that it's only going at a certain speed. So that's even there right now, and I'm sure that's going to be improved pretty soon, especially those who have, gone through the DAP program or something like that. So, okay, hold on. Only those with the mic can speak. Raise your hand,
Go ahead,
please.
Jerry.
Go ahead, Jerry.
The same with the NADAP program we talked about before was the fact that marijuana may become legal will impact the next 5 years on people driving, and the texting becoming phones on watches. They're coming out, or phones are going to be on your watch, and you think texting and driving is bad on a hand? Wait till it's a watch.
Oh, it's already there.
I know.
The
but
Apple
I'm
Watch.
saying-
I don't have one. Thank God. All right, who's next?
I was just going to mention the technology. They've had that technology to track cars and tell you exactly where they're at, what speed, everything. I had some that I used. And it's just a little clip, and you stick it on the car, and you run an app, and it tells you everything you want to know.
Oh, nice.
Kid doesn't even know it's there.
Okay, we got a,
I have a couple of comments over here. It's likely that online courses will be the de facto standard when it comes to courses.
okay?
Okay?
Okay.
The legislature will pass no text, no drive legislation.
Okay? Good comments so far?
On company to teach car is called tag and go.
First part?
On company,
One company.
oh, I'm
Maybe.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
One company.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was like, what?
Say it again, repeat it again.
One company to teach car is called tag and go.
Teach car is called tag and go.
All right.
Is that it for now?
Tracking,
Okay.
tracking, okay.
All right, so, we got one more?
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
Like I say, what impact driving safety in the next 5 years? I think I heard somebody say earlier when I left about the teaching technique. We might have to go to webinar, and we don't want to, people don't want to go to the classes, because most people don't want to go to class.
It's very true.
They want to stay at their house and do it, so we might have to go webinar or something where the teacher can teach them right there at the house, because the
I'm
fact
one of those.
that nobody, like you was talking about earlier,
I'm one
everybody
of
got an
those.
app for groceries.
That's right.
We can have one where we do webinar, they can just get
That's-
find a course provider, and we can find another way of teaching. Get to the people so we can teach them.
And the lady back here was
Yeah,
mentioning that
yeah, I
already.
thought I heard
She's
her say
saying-
that, and I agree with her on that, because the online, if they're online, since online gonna be the thing, well, let's find another way we can provide them the service without them coming to class. Because we can do it in, well, when we get to that discussion, we'll go to it. I'm just talking about another way of teaching. I agree with her. Do the webinar. Get as many people you can, and then we go and teach them so they can be convenient, because people like convenience.
Yeah,
That's what they like.
Absolutely. We're lazy by nature. So well, let's segue with that. So let's put away the laws and rules. They don't exist. Let's put those tables up, table those, and let's see what happens now in the driving safety community, in the curriculum. So if you were king or queen for the day, what would you change? What would you change? What would you do?
If I'm queen
Put Naya in
today,
charge.
to get our reputation back in the driving safety world is ask TDL on the staff to reach out and communicate with the judges in the courts, municipal and justice of peace, to inquire what they would like updated in the driving safety curriculum so we can get this creative sentencing removed.
Okay, great. Get everything back. Until I reach out to judges in courts to find out what are their interests or what they would like to
Excellent
see
suggestion.
in the course so that we could,
Excellent suggestion.
beautiful.
Yeah. Ernie?
I think what we need to do, if you're going to improve someone's driving, they all have a driver's license, so they know how to drive. You got to get them in behind the wheel for 2 hours and really go through and teach them where they're making their mistakes. So you should have a 6-hour class and 2 hours behind the wheel, and I think that would be a lot more effective.
So add a 2-hour behind the wheel in the driving safety curriculum. You're
Yes.
king for the day, that's what you would do. Absolutely, great.
Who had their hand up? There's one thing that we may seem to be forgetting. TDLR is asking for $9,000 for new curriculum and $2,000 for the license.
You're king for the day, what would you do?
I would not want to pay that.
Okay, so what's you're king for the day. What do you want to do?
Well, be it more
$1?
flexible, be it more affordable. You charged $1,000 before to get a DE license, school license, and you wanted $10,000 for drive safe curriculum. Well, modify it. As for same as
Okay, we're going to do
DEs.
8,999. Is that good?
No, I would ask for the same thing that DE is paying.
Equivalent fees to DE.
Yes.
Equivalent fees to what?
To DE.
To DE. Great. Equivalent fees to DE. Change fees are not, yeah, I would say equivalent to DE. Thank you. That's what I needed.
King, queen for the day?
Patrick.
Pat, you're king for the day. What are you going to do?
Just for the day, that's not long enough.
I don't know, Pat. I think that you could get a lot done.
Patrick Barrett, driver in the box. I agree with Ernie, add an in-vehicle component, okay? And I also agree with reducing the fees. I'd drop it to probably something like $500. Shouldn't be that hard, there's not that much in there, okay?
Okay, ho.
So-
Let him catch up with you.
Sorry.
No, you're fine, Pat.
Drop the application fee for course approval to $500.
Okay. $500 for application, course approval. Yeah, great,
Awesome.
beautiful. Anything else? That's it
Okay,
for now?
Online. He's waiting for driver education.
All right.
I got you, Pat.
Okay, lower cost to $3,000.
Lower cost at $3,000? And this, I'm assuming this is the application fee?
Curriculum review.
Curriculum
fee.
review?
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Okay.
I don't.
Go ahead.
Okay. This one didn't come through all the way. It, behind a driving safety course is to measure course absorption, change time requirements for online courses,
Change time requirements?
so they are scaled to the specific.
Okay.
I have an agreement with the 2-hour behind the wheel driving along with DD class.
Ah, they're listening. An agreement with number 3. They agree with 3. Okay, great. And is that it?
This says of driver safety certificates.
Probably continuation off the last one.
Okay.
Okay, keep costs to keep out bad courses.
So
keep it 9,000.
Keep the cost at 9,000 to keep out bad courses. Okay, that's it's ideas. It's no idea is ridiculous. All right, guys. Who's next?
Carlos had one.
Carlos, you're king for the day, my friend. What are you going to do?
I'd like to see a 2-hour, a 4-hour, and a 6-hour curriculum. 2 hours mandatory, renew your license every 8 years, 4 hours for your first traffic ticket, 6 hours for the second one within that same year.
Hold on. Okay.
2, 4,
I'd like to
6.
see 2, 4, and 6-hour curriculum. So 2-hour for
2-hour every 8 year?
2 hour
To renew license?
2 hour mandatory to renew license.
2 hours mandatory to renew license, 4
DL.
hours every 8 years.
No,
Hold on,
4
hold on,
hours
right.
for a traffic ticket dismissal,
4 hours for a traffic ticket dismissal.
6 hour for a second
I got
traffic
it. Yeah, I
Got
see
it.
where you're going with
Got
that.
it.
Yeah.
And the last one was
6 hours for a second traffic dismissal.
Second within the same year.
And that would have to be
And this is all within the same year. Carlos, within the same year? Same year.
Yes. Oh, got
Great,
it
good
online.
comment.
Got it online.
Online, go ahead.
Email of driver safety certificates.
Emailing driver safety certificates.
Repeat that so the audience can hear.
Allow email of driver safety certificates.
Right?
Okay.
Mhm.
Change time for online to scale to students' ability.
That's similar to the other.
Get that right?
Student ability, yes?
And one more. If you reduce costs, then everybody would submit a course. The cost of any course approval should be equal to the resources that TDLR expend
Expense. Yeah.
to approve the course, fee-based versus state-funded.
Does that mean I get a raise?
Okay. Who else wants to be king or queen for the day?
Wrong.
Who is it? Right here.
I would not provide 2 hours of behind the wheel for a driver safety course. I don't know how you'd do that with an online defensive driving course.
So no 2 hour, okay?
I mean, and then since there's a possibility that a driver's ed instructor could teach or could testing. You test a student, you use only 20 or 30 minutes to do that. So why couldn't you, if you were going to provide some type of training, then why couldn't you just go ahead and do 20 minutes or 30 minutes? But I just think that would really bog down if I were an instructor. I would stop and then go back and 20 students.
Mike, please, put it in your.
20 students, 2 hours, driver, I mean, that's, it's not feasible to me, okay? I wouldn't want it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so remember, I want y'all to just, I'm going to say this, I want y'all to just be aware. I don't want you to go home and say, oh my God, TDLR is going to add 2 hours and they're going to do this. We ain't doing anything. This is a brainstorming session. You guys are providing your feedback and your comments, and we're going to go back with the work groups. We're going to roll up our sleeves, and we're going to see where these comments and all of these good, great suggestions and ideas can fit into the rules, and we'll go from there. And you'll see drafts come out. But everyone's going to be involved. Don't go home and say, oh my God, it's going to be a mess. It's all brainstorming. So again, Chick's going to be king for the day. What do you see?
To expand a little bit on the email, the certificate, what I'd like to see is what we do with the parent taught right now. The student prints out the certificate, the D964.
The DE964, right.
As opposed to emailing, why not just have that same student taking defensive driving, print out the certificate?
So you want to give, let me make sure I understand, right. You want to give the student who is enrolled in a parent-taught course the ability to print out their own certificate.
They do that now. I'm saying why can't the defensive driving student that's taken the...
Do the same thing. Gotcha.
allow
I'm
them
with
to
you.
print.
Allow the... Okay. It's part of what we already did? That was in phase one?
That's not curriculum, that's in...
Okay, that was in phase one, I'm being told. That's not in the curriculum area. That's in phase one. So let me just read, I don't know if you were here earlier this morning, but in phase one rules, they're going to come out on October 28th of this month on Friday. They're going to be proposing to register. Those were the rules that you all commented on and drafted and all that good stuff. They're going to be proposed. When those come out, if you see things in there that you still feel that there needs to be addressed, make those comments and at that time. Okay? So with the curriculum, guys, if you're king or queen for the day.
Shan has two.
Shan has two?
Yes. No behind the wheel component would shrink market.
No behind the wheel component will shrink market. Okay.
Keep barriers. Keep barriers to entry high, raise the 9,000 course fee to 15K.
It's a conqueror. It's a conqueror. Conquistador, huh? Boom.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, guys. Okay. Is that, you got two of them? All right. Yes, ma'am.
If I were
you got the floor.
queen for the day.
You're queen for the day.
I'd like to see TDLR do effectiveness analysis of the various curriculum that are being used and make sure that the programs that are approved are the ones that are actually impacting behavior, changing the drivers, reducing recidivism after completion of the course. So that's what I would recommend.
Okay. Great comment.
I think the public can stand enough of this financial bickering. Everybody wants that almighty dollar, and we are nothing but CCs. And you know what a CC is? It's a cash cow. And many years ago, somebody in Austin had good lobbyists with good people that were listening in the House as well as the Senate, and they mandated what they wanted to protect the industry. They want to be the only ones in the safety business, and they want to be the curriculum writers, and they propose $10,000 fee for a provider to pay to be a safety provider. I want that to be stopped because this is not that way anymore. That's what's happening to everybody right now. We want this guy to be president, we want this other to be president, and it seems that the Republicans don't want nothing to do with the poor people.
So if you're king for the day, the question is, what would you change in the driving safety curriculum?
Lower your fees.
Lower
so that more
fees.
information can be inputted and not just be kept by the so-called elite and the so-called know-it-all and have cronies here, have cronies there, and stop this. It happened in Austin. I know who it is, and I'm not going to mention it.
Lower fees is your deal. Lower fees. Okay, next.
Yes.
You're king for the day. What would you change?
I'm going to overthrow this guy over here.
Okay, all right. Now let's not. This
No,
is not.
I'm king for the day.
You're king for it, but no
I'm
idea
king
is
for the
ridiculous.
day.
He wants lower
No,
fees. That's
I'm
good.
going to tell you, I think that you're confusing lower fees with some kind of ability to provide a service. If you lower fees and make them low enough, you will create no barriers to entry, and Texas will go the way of California, which is a nightmare right now. There are 844 providers in the state of California right now, at least. I mean, there's school providers. There's really not that many providers, but there's 850 schools.
Is that good or bad?
It's horrible. I mean, talking about slitting your throat. If you want to make no money, I mean, I'm not talking about making no money. You'll go from being able to make a living to not being able to make a living. You'll have to get a job doing something else.
So let me pause you right there. You realize we have no interest about your business and how much money you make or how little money you make. We don't
That's
care.
fine. I
But
understand.
you got to understand our position, the agency's position. So we're concerned with the curriculum.
Yeah, and
We're solely concerned with the curriculum and
Absolutely.
everything in statutes in 1001.
Sure.
So what are you going to change if you're king for the day?
I'm saying if I'm king for the day, I keep the barriers to entry as high as possible.
As high as possible,
And the
okay.
reason for that is because when you lower them, you actually create a ton of work for you. I mean, if you think it's difficult to maintain 50 schools,
Keep
I mean,
entries
think about
high.
trying to maintain, control over 850 schools or 1,000 schools. That list in California used to be 70 deep until they changed the law. And when they changed the law, it went from 70 to 200 to 400 to 600 to 800 to 850, and it goes up every day. It's insanity. And it's a nightmare that you don't even want to be in. And I think he can concur because he's in California also. It's unbelievable. It can destroy your life.
So you want to say keep barriers to entry as high as possible? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm good.
I understand.
You don't have to explain to
giving
me.
people a
I'm good
break,
with that.
But $9,000 keeps enough people out of the game that it doesn't ruin it for everybody else.
So-
And that's
so-
really what you're wanting to do.
All right.
All right.
We got
All right,
one
go
online?
ahead with
Go ahead.
online, and then Brian, I have right here.
Okay, we have a couple. Clarify on how to become a certified instructor.
Clarify on how to become certified instructor. Okay.
To go off of lowering the fees, so basically they're saying if we lower the fees, we can monitor the programs. There's going to be spot visits, make sure they are compliant and teaching what is actually current. And compare our curriculum with other state curriculum to see how it aligns with other states across the U.S.
Okay.
All right. So if we don't have anything else, anybody else? If we don't, we're going to
Okay.
go ahead and do 10 before we start with DE.
Okay.
Can you interpret that if lower fees, we can monitor programs?
That's somebody's comment.
Yeah, it was an anonymous comment, yeah.
Anonymous comment. Remember, and we're going to take a 10-minute break, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Absolutely, let's do it. This
All right.
next section is going to take a little bit longer. 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Calm down, Rick, calm down.
Thank you.
This doesn't make as much noise.
All right. We're back on?
Yeah, that's good.
So let me just say, again, I know you guys are just awesome. I can feel the passion in the air. You guys are just so passionate, and you have comments over here from Pat and comments over here, I can just see, no, this is the way we need to do it, and that's great stuff. But let me just remind you guys, try, I know it's hard, try to just give me what we're asking for of the change. Just a straight comment, so we don't have poor David with his fingers burning and blood coming out, trying to type everything, the whole, just give me the nuts and bolts of it. I know you have the passion, you got the stories behind it, but let's try to keep it as concise as possible so we really truly understand and capture what you want to say. So when we come back to this, we understand that Pat said we don't need any time constraints on the specific topics of the driving safety. That's good stuff. We don't need to know the history about why and how good it should be if we had it. And that doesn't matter at this point. We just want to hear what you got to say about what type of changes should be made. So with that said, let's go on to driver education. I think this is the moment of truth where everybody's been waiting. Let's talk about the driver education curriculum. And the driver education curriculum, for those who don't see it, is on page 52, and that's 84.500. And we're going to go through the same exercise, same questions. Carrie, take it away.
Yeah, this one's an easy one again. What elements in driver education are working well? What elements of the curriculum for driver education is currently working well? Yes, ma'am.
I do want to say one thing. When we've had specific questions, we were able to send in emails and get a response within 10 minutes. That was amazing on specific things. Like we didn't know what to do, or we had a question come up. You guys answered it really quick. Like, where do we find things on the website, like POIs and things? And you guys, that was the best thing, because our past compatriots would take up to a day to get an answer back to us.
And that's a special thanks to customer service and the E&E team. So thank you.
Trey's team and customer service is really good. They did a good job.
We'll give them a hand for that one. And Trey's not here, so I hope you're listening.
What else? What things are going well in the curriculum for driver education? What things are working well? Remember, we're talking about, again, you don't want, if you don't want the work group, TDLR or anybody part of the industry to make any drastic, crazy changes, let us know what things are working well. Tell us. In other industries, we've asked some of the same questions, and they said, oh, we like the online reporting. Well, we need to know that, because if nobody likes it, we're like, well, why are we doing this online reporting? Just do away with it. Let's do something different. And then everybody goes, wait. So, let us know, what is it that's going well in the driver education curriculum? What's working well within whether it's online or what?
No, I have one online.
Oh, sorry. What things are working well for that piece of it? What do you got?
Just want to say Carrie does an amazing job answering her emails.
I try, I swear I try.
The website is easy to navigate.
Thank you.
And we are
Thank you, web
continuing,
team.
just to let you know, we are continuing to improve on the website, on navigation, so it's an ongoing process. Is that it?
So there's nothing else that we do well in curriculum? Laura Lee?
I think it's important that the PIO stay separate from the rules so that y'all can make adjustments for all these different things that happen every year.
So that's great. We're gonna keep that, and that's gonna go in number 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So that's great. I appreciate
POI.
that.
It's POI.
POI. Yeah. The PO. Sound like my nephew.
POI. Oi. POI. He's getting there. There he is.
There we go. Nina, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, okay. Ping pong. Go ahead.
Okay. do want to, what's working well is that TDLNR did take the time to look at the curriculum and didn't rush through things. I want to say how much that's appreciated. And did also call this summit, which allowed the industry that wanted to show up and make their voice matter, showed up, and I want to applaud the industry for that part. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Pat?
Pat Barrett with Driver Ed in the Box and Collision-Free Driver Ed. You don't need any more kudos. You guys have plenty of them right now, but you're doing a great job.
No, go ahead.
The only thing that I see working well in the POI, in the curriculum, is the Module 1, or the section on traffic laws. As far as I'm concerned, the rest of it leaves a lot to be desired, and I'm not real happy with it. But I think that the first module on traffic laws, that works fairly well. Okay.
Thank you. That's the kind of thing we want to hear, that it's tell me exactly what's working for you. Thank you, Pat, for making those points. And thank you for saying that, you don't like the rest of it. That's good. That's good. We'll get there. But that's good stuff. Good stuff. What else is working well for the curriculum? The driver education curriculum. What's working well for you, and what in your perspective? Yes, sir.
Thing I was going to point out, we go to the national convention, and many states don't have any program whatsoever, and ours has been stationary and growing and improved upon over the years, which I think they've done a great job.
Okay, great. So we have a strong curriculum
We have an
compared to other states. Great.
I just have an agreement.
Hold on.
Agree with Module 1 is good. Oh, POI. The POI is an excellent document, all chapters.
Ooh, you can tell they're ready for question 2.
All right. Well, if there's no other, we're going to move on to
Should we get something to hide behind?
question 2. What portions of this curriculum needs to be updated? It's the driver education. It's open. It's wide open.
wants to go first?
And remember, no bloody fingers. Calm and concise.
The first thing I want to comment, I think the POI needs to match the DPS handbook. The adult program
POI needs to
matches
match
the
the
DPS handbook, and I don't think we utilize it enough in the teen curriculum. And I'm going to give specifics. In section...
I don't program mirror.
What else needs to be updated?
1.1.2, your license to drive. I would like to see that section expand to include Texas Teen Safe Driver Coalition material that talks about GDL laws.
Talks about what?
GDL.
GDL laws.
Okay.
Graduated driver
Okay.
license.
My next one is section...
Oh, hold on.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I'll move so you can see.
It's 2.12, occupant protection.
You don't have to do
2.12?
occupant protection, just 2.12. I
Yeah,
don't know what it is.
2.1.2, under occupant protection. I think it needs to be more specific about child safety seats. That needs to expand.
Okay.
Okay.
The next one is 2.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
2.1.8.
Okay.
In every module, it has a driving plan. And I think it's kind of ridiculous because it tells us what, but not how. And I don't know, I mean, I have a way that I do it, but it's not very clear to me. Drives me insane. The
Tells
next
you
one,
what, but not how. Okay.
okay.
Go ahead.
The next one is 5.1.2. Space management. In that, you require the SEEIT system, and there are different curriculums. Some of them talk about SIFTI, some of them talk about IFTI, some people are just doing something all over the place. And, you know, that kind of drives me a little buggy too, because we're not all teaching the same thing, okay?
Did you say drive you buggy?
Yeah, it just drives me crazy because, I mean, I have kids that transfer in from other programs and they're like, we do the IFD. And I'm like, what the heck is IFD? Okay. IPDE, I-P-D-E.
IPDE.
Yeah, yeah.
Or search.
Search, or, yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Drives her crazy.
Yeah, it drives me crazy.
All
All right, the next one is 6.1.1, environmental characteristics. And point 2, I think these two sections are the exact same freaking thing, and they need to be mind melded or fused and free up time for other sections. I think it's just way too much time.
She said the exact freaking thing.
Freaking thing.
I took liberty on nodding.
Okay.
All right, I have just a few more.
Okay.
3 more. Well, actually, a couple more things. 8.1.3, and this is under alcohol awareness. I think you need to talk about social media issues.
Okay.
Again, here, you need to expand on the 911 law in the same section. Binge drinking and parental responsibilities are not talked about. And I gave you earlier a sample from TABC that could
Yes.
be used. Okay. Then the next one is 9.1.3. And this is under emergencies. And in my opinion, I don't think we addressed the new law that requires us to slow down and move over for tow truck drivers. And how many people know that when the yellow text dot flashing lights are on, you also need to do that?
I know that.
Exactly. Exactly. But it needs to be expanded. And then the last specific points is 11.1.1, vehicle use and ownership. Under this, and this is directly speaking to the Sandra Bland situation, we need to talk about what happens when you get pulled over by a police officer.
That's number 6.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
We're going to talk about it today.
okay, yeah.
But yes, I agree. I'm glad that you said that, so we'll put that on there. It's a
And
trending
then
topic.
There's two documents that I want to hand to you. One, Nina told me to make sure that I handed it to you. I handed you a copy earlier. Contributing factors to teen crashes are not part of our POI. That needs to be included. And then,
So hold on, let's put that up there.
yeah, 2 documents.
Contributing
Contributing factors to teen crashes.
I have that. Did you get it?
Yeah, I'm just making
Teen
sure I'm giving it
crashes
to
are
you
not
again. I
part of
don't want to
the-
get in trouble.
They're not part of the POI?
Got it.
No. And then
Okay.
the next thing is, I don't know if you're aware of this document. Again, Texas Teen Safe Driver Coalition stays on top of it. But there are solutions for saving lives on Texas roads. This is a little thing that got presented to us, got put out there. I want to put it in your hands. And it talks about specific things that I think issues that we need to get addressed that the state of Texas is looking at.
So you're saying that these things need to be addressed in the curriculum?
In the curriculum, yes.
Okay.
And I'm giving this to you.
All right.
And you can have the microphone back. Thanks. Yes.
You know, our beloved tow truck drivers, you know we regulate those too, right?
Yes, yeah.
You all know that? TDLR regulates tow truck? Great. So we have some online comments?
It says the See It system is used to avoid copyright issues. Many are privately owned, so See It was developed for Texas.
Okay, that was it? That's,
Oh, I'm sorry. Jerry, real quick. I got Carlos, and then I can get you.
Mine's going to sound kind of silly, but could
Or
we,
no bad.
POI, could we convert it to English?
You mean to do a TDLR on it?
Yeah, what's your favorite saying you used to
Plain
say all the
talk?
time when we were in the committee
talk?
meetings about simplifying the language or changing it from, it's written in EduSpeak,
Yeah.
and you kind
Yeah.
of like, what?
we need a plain talking?
Yeah, we need to.
There's one sentence that's a paragraph long, and
No.
I read it to my
we will
teacher
definitely
wife,
put
and
that
she
on
said, what? No.
there. Yeah.
Carlos, there's a lot of those.
Plain talk to POI.
In the very first page of driver education, I pointed out to Carrie, in a rule, it's like that. You read one sentence, and then the next sentence said the same thing of the previous sentence, but in a different way. There's a lot of redundancies like that. So yes, yes, we do need to address those. Thank you for bringing that up.
Exactly. Jerry?
I personally have an issue with spending so much time on the littering portion that's required to be on there. I think it's
Statutory.
It's statutory that it's,
It's
that
statutory?
it is statutory that it's
By
in
state?
there. It doesn't specify the time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
okay. Then maybe we can just
So
a little bit.
we have to,
maybe-
it has to be done by
Yeah,
law.
okay.
But hold
And
on,
so is the
hold on.
water.
I
So
just
is the
wanna-
water safety.
But I see what you're
Jerry,
talking about, yeah.
Jerry, I want to make sure, I don't want you, just because we're saying it has to be done by law, we're asking what things need to be updated and changed. If that's something you think should not be in there,
Well,
go ahead and say it.
No,
If
no,
we'll put it in statute.
No, it's fine. If it's in there, it's fine. I'm just saying too much time is spent on it.
Okay.
That's what I just said. And the same thing with the water safety requirement, it's also mandated.
It's also
So what are you saying? It should not be mandated?
I wish it wasn't, honestly.
Okay, and that's what we need to hear. Remember, let's try to keep this conversation
Yeah,
and this
honestly, I
brain
wish it wasn't
open.
mandated, yeah.
Even if it's in law,
Yeah.
if it's something that should not be there, let's voice those opinions and put them up here.
Oh, don't get
Who else?
quiet on
What-
me now.
what-
Oh, Pat, there you go.
I'll
Well,
try.
now he's reading. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a
I'm
moment.
going to take a seat.
It's Patrick Barrett with Driver Ed in the Box and Collision Free Driver Ed. And I'll try to stay online here.
Concise.
It's already been. I think the POI should be scrapped, and yet I don't. I think that the problem is that it's designed to conform to the education code. And I'm okay with keeping the POI as it is, but not mandating that it be followed. Having a program of organized instruction makes sense, but I think you should allow for the fact that someone might want to have a different program that follows the same purpose and accomplishes the goals without being tied to the education code. The education code was designed for schools, so I'm going to skip that part. So what this means, another thing, and this is a major part, is that we need to change from a time-based program to a mastery-based. Everything, even when you talk to driving safety and listen to the other program, it's all minutes this, hours this, minutes this. That's not how people learn. We know that. And so the emphasis needs to be, when we look at our program and our curriculum, if this is something that we think needs to be accomplished, then it's not you only have so many minutes, then you do it till it's accomplished.
Yeah.
That's mastery. If we want to produce safer drivers, we want to save, that's what we're going to have to do. I would like to eliminate the requirement for observation in the vehicle. Now, if people want to keep it, they can do it. Some people think they have an effective way of using it, that's fine. But the more people that you add in that vehicle, that increases the distraction level for the instructor. And every collision that has resulted in the deaths of driver education students has been involved when there have been multiple students in the car. So eliminating observation in the vehicle is something we should give serious thought to.
Pat,
And that's in statute. You got to do that in statute.
Pat,
That's-
you don't have to justify
Yeah.
any of your comments.
Well,
You just go ahead and put them out there.
Okay, but I mean, that's in statute, so
Yeah,
this has
yeah,
to
yeah,
go
that's
to,
fine.
so
No
does the
worries.
POI. And I would eliminate, you got this in here, got a change on the elimination. I want to eliminate the behind-the-wheel credit for the use of simulators. Right now, it used to be 4-to-1, you're going 2-to-1, which granted, it's just for the beginning part. But even so, simulators, one thing that almost every leader in the driver education community agrees with is that the minimum behind-the-wheel hours are inadequate. And now, we're giving credit to cut back behind-the-wheel hours by using simulators. We got to have more sense in that. So I want to hope that we can eliminate that behind-the-wheel credit for use. So I have no objection to using them.
Is that
I
in
just-
phase one?
Uh,
That's in,
it's in the. Thing all
over
No,
that,
no,
that's
it's
what I meant.
it's in
See,
the-
it's still
it's in
phase
this part.
two, right? Okay,
It's-
good.
It's in this part.
Because I have stuff on the side
Yeah,
for
no,
when
that's-
we worked on it prior.
I probably made
Trying to
some mention of it in
remember.
phase one, but
Okay, good.
Course of instruction as far as use of the simulator.
Okay, great.
it's in there.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I looked at that, and the POI's reference point system to me is terrible. You want to use it, fine, use it. There's also, and I think somebody brought up the comment, there are all sorts of systems out there. The one that's in the POI, I would never use, and unless you want to teach people to have collisions. So I would say, you want to keep that, fine, keep the POI, keep that. It gives people a track to run on. I understand the value of that. But I wouldn't want to be tied to it. So I would think there has to be some objectivity in only suggesting that as a space management system, not mandating it. I don't get this one. You've got the number of times a student can take a test or exam limited to 3, and then they fail the course. This makes no sense to me.
What tests?
It's in the AMI thing, and it's in the. I was reading that, and it said you're only allowed to take a test, final exam 3 times, and then you fail. If you fail it 3 times, you got to repeat the course. And I think that's nonsense. I mean, if a school owner wants to put that in there, that's his prerogative. But to make that a requirement, I think that should just be deleted.
So, okay, hold on, Pat. So,
I got more, but I'll wait.
I know, hold on, let our scribe catch up. So do not make requirements of mandatory number of times.
Do not limit the number of times a person can take the
Yeah.
exam, that's all. Let them take the exam. I mean, what do you do to a kid when they learn to walk? Oh, you tried 3 times, that's it, sorry, you're going to crawl the rest of your life.
You know.
Really.
All right, hold on.
All right.
Pat's just getting warmed up.
I am just getting warmed up, but I'll try to slow down here. All
Okay,
right,
go ahead. Number of times they can.
I think you have to allow for different learning processes. You know what, it has language to that effect, but it doesn't really allow for it, because the current structure, in fact, they even have language in there that contradicts this, because the current structure, everyone in the class has to be on the same topic, the material has to be presented simultaneously. Not everybody learns at the same pace, okay? And that's not really allowed for here. So I think you want to take that language out and allow them to, again, go from time-based to mastery-based. And here's almost the last one. Okay, flip the pyramid. Right now, this is what we have. We got all these hours for our in-car, classroom, 32, and we got a handful of hours, 7 hours behind the wheel with an instructor. I mean, that's upside down. And what I would do is I'd delete the classroom. I'd take out all the non-essential topics and offer them as supplements, not mandated. That's going to require actually statutory change, because that means the number of hours per classroom would have to change. What are you going to require for in-car time? How much is that? Whatever it takes.
So Pat, you're suggesting to have more of I guess lack of a better term, apprentice, or more of a hands-on training, behind the wheel type training, so that you're actually learning what to do.
Behind the wheel usually is hands-on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So, so you're
all I'm
saying
saying is
get rid of the observation.
all
and
I'm
put
saying
more-
is this. Yeah, the observation, we'll just drop that. You want to keep it, fine, but don't require it. And that's going to change it. But the behind the wheel is limited to 7 hours by statute. Now, that's the minimum. We all know that. But the minimum becomes a maximum in the minds of the client many times. The problem with going, and I think we should still go to mastery with that, because it's whatever it takes for somebody to learn that. Will that be abused? Yeah, probably will be. But there's no data to indicate that what we're doing is going to produce safer drivers. So by having these options of moving to a mastery-based program where it takes the pressure off the kid, takes the pressure off the instructor, it changes the expectation of the parent, and then what you have is the option now to teach them until they become safe drivers. And I hope that's what most people want. And
finally,
one more, yeah, and then I'll back off. I got the application for the AMI, and I looked at that, and I got dizzy reading it. Okay, it might have been a reflection more of me than all the material. And Brian, thank you for all your help. And I looked at that and I said, wait a minute, I got an online program. Why do I got to go through all this nonsense for that? And then I realized, oh, these are people that want to charge a fee, and this is how it's set up in an education code. And because that's the problem with being tied to the education code. We've got all these things that the agency, Texas Education Agency, might have required for online programs, but does that really apply to us? The answer is no. And how do we know that? For years now, how long have we had parent taught? Since 1997. Now, the online stuff didn't come till some years ago.
Yeah.
But the reality is, we didn't have to jump through all those silly hoops to get an online course approved. And what does the data? We actually have data There's actually data showing the collision rates between the online courses, or online, I should say, parent-taught, public school, and driving schools. And what do we know? We know there's no difference, statistically. There's no significant difference between them. Now, that's disappointing in some respects and enlightening in others. But the fact is, why should we have to jump through all these hoops on an AMI when we know that we already have a program that works and we have to spend whatever the fee is for it to get approved, and didn't have to jump through, and don't have to do all that, and it still provides the same benefit.
It's only 15,000.
That's what it is, you know. Well, somebody's going to want to jump that up, I know. Okay. But anyway, thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Pat, for your comments. We got some online.
We have several online comments, so I'm going to kind of, okay. Add a section on how to handle roadside hazards such as vehicle breakdowns. Yeah. It's
No,
just a
it's-
comment. Thank
Guys,
you.
Let's remember over here, look, let me remind you of the rules.
We eat our own.
No ideas ridiculous. No judgment. No judgments. All right. What else you got?
Contributing factors need to be generic and researched each year, not specified in rule.
Not specified in rule. Not specified. Not
I think
specified
we-
in rule. Or by rule. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think we need to follow national standards of Driving School Association of Americas.
Yes,
Okay.
I have an agree to eliminate observation.
Eliminate observation.
I have an all caps, do not eliminate observation. Students need to observe.
Students need to observe. Okay. Is that it?
No. Agree simulators should go as well.
Simulator should be deleted.
Keep observation as it provides additional contact hours in car with students.
You know, to Down 136, whoever wrote that and listening, I would try to ask or expand, keep observation, so how much? Should you leave it at 7? I mean, right now it's 7 and 7. Should observation be 4? Should it be 10? 7 and 10? I mean, there's no rhyme or wrong reason here. I mean, there's always been 7 and 7, but should it be 2 hours of observation? I have no idea. I'm just throwing that stuff out there. Maybe you guys have a better idea of where that number should be. Or maybe the number is right where it's supposed to be, 7. I don't know. But just throwing that out there just to, you know, engage in some conversation. Go ahead.
Multi-phase programs exist. Okay. If a student fails AMI 3 times, then they didn't learn the information. They should repeat. Okay, and last one, retain the 32 hours of classroom, 7 hours behind the wheel, and 7 hours of observation.
Okay.
B.
Go ahead, Dee.
I apologize for making comments, but that's just me. So here I go. Observation. My husband's been in the business for 19 years, I think, this January. The person who taught him had a doctorate in education and started teaching driving because he decided kids were killing themselves on the road because they didn't know how to drive. Anyway, he has since passed away. One of the first things when he started this, I heard 7 hours of observation, and I said, what in blankety blank is sitting in the back seat going to teach you about anything? And his answer to me was, when this first started in Austin, the teachers themselves said, look, I take a kid out and I drive him for an hour, which means we're only going to go 30 minutes from the office, and then we're going to have to turn around and come back. So we're not going to get to go out on major roads and things because, you know, we may not, our building may not be there. And it's only going to be that one kid in the car, and I'm going to waste a lot of gas going back and not teaching. So they came up with the idea that the way to save money for driving schools and the way to not have them have to come back to the office to pick up a kid every single hour was to put 2 kids in the car at the same time. And when you do that, one's not driving, so what do? Well, you call that observation. Now, he was one of the ones that worked with the state when all of this first started. So that may be why observation is there in the first place. So, and I can understand why I wouldn't particularly, if I was a driving instructor, I wouldn't care to go 30 minutes away and then have to turn around and come back, pick up another kid. But anyway, that's what he told us was why observation is there, and somebody's going to have to decide whether they want to do it or not.
Well, that's what you're here for.
And
we need to ask you, what do we
my
want to do?
husband doesn't care because he don't want to come back to the office every hour.
Understood, but the question is, what portion of the curriculum needs to be updated?
Well, people are complaining about that, and
I
I'm
understand there were laws and what happened, but let's put all of that aside. It doesn't matter why it was there and how we got there. So the question to you, Pat threw something out and say, we don't need observation. That's ridiculous. That's Pat's opinion. So my question to you is, what do you like?
In my
What would you
opinion,
like?
my opinion is I agree that, you know, my husband's opinion, mine, everybody, the teacher, observation really doesn't teach the kids anything, but
So it's okay to take it out?
But it's okay to leave it in too, because then they could have 2 kids in the car and not have to come back to the office every hour. That way they could drive out to the freeway, do freeway driving, do other stuff without having to come back every hour when they're teaching a group of kids. So to me, it doesn't matter one way or the other.
Okay.
Hold on. I got Carlos,
I
Jerry,
had another question.
and then Laura Lee.
Well, no, we're not asking questions.
I mean, another
giving
statement
me
then.
comments.
Okay,
All
another
right.
statement.
All right.
On the classroom hours, I agree that some of what we teach in classroom, like how to plan a trip, how to go, be sure you got maps in the car when you can do a lot better job with your cell phone, that kind of stuff. Why do we need to teach that to teenagers? And buying insurance, they're not buying the insurance, their parents are buying it.
What portion of the curriculum would you like to update?
Just what I stated.
Well,
Get rid of things
What
like
things?
teaching them how to plan a trip,
Okay.
teaching them about buying insurance and buying cars when they don't. It's in the student books.
It's in what?
It's in the
Module 11?
textbook.
Okay, great. So that's in Module 11. I'm trying to pinpoint
I mean,
where.
get rid of that stuff. I mean,
Okay.
you know, you can plan a trip without being taught how to do it in classroom. We're wasting classroom time.
All right.
That would shorten the classroom time and give you more time in the time that parents want
like
to
Module
spend on
11
this
items
to maybe
give us something to
teach
work
some
with.
more driving time in that. Cut
Okay,
down
so
on the
that's module-
classroom
you said module
and
11,
teach,
right?
and
Module 11
that would
covers all
give you
that.
more observation time without changing the hours that they're actually involved right now.
Okay,
It might be
Gotcha.
easier to do.
gotcha. Thank you, Dee.
Carlos.
I would
Carlos.
like to see required observation time to be able to be replaced by actual driving time. In other words, they can supplement driving time to take the observation time.
So give me more, Carlos. So you're saying do away with the 7, and then you have 7, which is already there driving. So are we
Well,
going to increase
unfortunately,
it?
it's statutory, so we
Oh, yeah,
can't change
yeah.
it, but
We could
why
do
can't we
anything right now.
replace it with actual in-car time, where they actually get in-car practice to take the place of one of their observations? We might end up with people taking 10 hours of driving and only observing 4, more benefit that way. So I was working towards that with the last director of TA before it became statutory, and then that went out the window.
So I'm wondering, let me ask you this, would it be something that would be the right thing to do to take it out of statute and leave it up to us here to decide by rule
It should
what
have
we're
never
gonna
been in
do?
statute, okay? It was placed in their, legislators
Sure,
do
sure,
things.
sure.
And just like the 30 hours is in there as requirement for curriculum on the rules. But really, that's not part of a driver ed program. That's a separate thing having to do
Okay.
with graduated licensing. See, so, yeah.
Nina's thinking, I see it.
I'm living all of that stuff all over again. Mention these things.
Online, we got a few online here. Hold on a second.
We have quite a few. Transfer the observation to parent requirement.
Okay?
Delete observation behind the wheel and up the behind the wheel increased to 10 or 12 hours.
So that's somewhat where Carlos is going.
Observation lets them doodle because they are dying of comfort.
That's awesome.
Dying of comfort.
Observation is required in an IDC class. Why not teens?
Sorry, I get the last part, observation.
Is required in the IDC course, why not teens?
IDC?
IDC, yeah.
Yes. Okay. If you are driving multiple vehicles, then driving back to the office is not an issue. Students need to observe. 3 more. You got it? Do away with concurrent, block only. Students need as much info as possible before getting on the road.
Block only.
Block only. Yeah.
As much information as possible before getting on the road. Okay? Keep concurrent. Disagree on changes in Module 11. What happens when they have to do those things?
Okay?
Don't assume a parent will provide any information. Must less usable info or correct info.
Okay?
Keep concurrent and block.
Keep concurrent and block.
Yeah,
Hold on,
Jerry
hold on,
next.
Hold on. Third. That's it?
All right, Jerry.
Fourth?
Thank you.
I just wanted to throw it out earlier and just to help their brain juices going. We've been on teen driver education the whole time, but this includes adult as well. And I know earlier there was discussion about, having adults drive for driver safety class, and so do y'all want behind the wheel for them as well? It's just, I'm throwing out ideas as well to remember that we're focused on all of driver education and not just the teen portion as well.
Observation, to me, is really a mute issue because a lot of schools, I'll just say it this way, just have the kids sit in the car. Some schools have kids actually writing things down on what they're observing, and some instructors talk to the kids. So if you just put observation and leave it at that, and let the school decide how they want to do it. So they want to have 2 kids in the car, or 3 kids in the car, or whatever, they're going to be sitting in the car regardless. That should be up to the school to do the way they want to do. So just put observation as it is, as a word, and let the school decide on which way they want to use the observation, if not use it at all, not even use it at all, period. I think the driving should be 10 hours, not 7.
Okay?
And I also believe that the first class should not really be driving. The first class should be sitting in the car and going through in the parking lot and showing, because a lot of people don't do this, and showing the kids all the inside of the car, what all the gears are for, what all the gauges are for, what do you do in an emergency, where are the switches. You get kids in the cars that can't even open the window because they don't know where the switches are at. All this should be taught, your space management, your void area, your blind spot, you're fixing your mirrors. All that, people use it in driving time and it takes away from their time. It should be done, that's what I'm saying, 10 hours. It should be included in the first class before they even get out on the road in a parking lot. The last thing I would say is, for me, the way I do it, when kids do the 7th to 7th hour, well, 2 things. One is, you should be able to pass. I know 7 is minimal, if people understand that, that's going to be more than that.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't get your certificate if you can't pass a driving test. A basic driving test is a 70. Shouldn't get your certificate from the school unless you can pass a basic driving test with a 70. That being said, what I do is I tell the kids, okay, I'm going to give you your 7th class, your last class, see how well you do. After you do your 30 hours with the parents, not before. Because kids will come back and say, well, I forgot what you taught me, and I got into my own habits or whatever. The whole purpose for 30 hours with the parents is for the kids to get better at what they're doing and become more proficient.
Right.
Well, if you make the kids come back and take the test with you after 30 hours, you're forcing them to keep practicing what you taught them to keep going. Because they have to come back and get tested with you. That's the way I do it, and I think it helps, it works better.
So is that 57, does that capture what you're saying? Certificates should be issued after 30 hours with parents? Does that capture it?
Your seventh class, your last class should be done after, yeah.
But I
After
mean,
the-
does that get it, you're not gonna issue their certificate after the 30 hours?
yeah.
Does that get it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, go ahead, Pat.
I forgot this. Sorry about that. We don't need block and concurrent as designations. We can drop that completely.
Drop, block,
Yeah,
and
we
concurrent.
don't need it. I mean, it's something that, well, we always had, so we just kept it up. But in reality, it's driver education course. If we want to issue the certificate, if you want to issue the DE 964 to get the permit after they complete Module 1, wherever that is, okay, fine. But there's really no need to keep a block and concurrent designation. It's just something that we've lived with for decades and can't imagine not living with, but we really don't need it.
Right.
Debbie?
Adult program. I actually have two things here. And I'm going to reiterate what I said about the teen program. We need to include the 911 law, okay, for alcohol poisoning, okay?
For adult?
In the
Or for
adult
any-
program.
Okay.
We need to also talk about binge drinking, because this is adult program, because we are dealing with college-age students. Okay? And also in the adult program, we need to talk about the synthetic drugs, all of the newer drugs that are coming out.
Okay.
And the last component to the adult program is, I think we need to require a behind-the-wheel component. I have too many individuals that are coming back to our driving school who have failed the DPS road test, and they are 19, 21-year-olds, and they basically are driving around without any instruction. So I think we need to make our roads safer by requiring at least a minimum of 6 hours training for adults.
Minimum of 6 hours.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Christina Camacho with Safeway Driving. I'll try to keep this short and sweet. New vehicle technology, intelligent transportation systems, those are items that should be added to the curriculum, especially if this is something that hasn't been updated since, I believe, the 90s, then we are way behind times for the
I would say
technology.
Later than that. but-
Yeah, well, that's currently in the vehicle, and especially with technology, is just continuing to increase faster than we can really keep up with.
Okay.
Driving and interacting with autonomous vehicles on the road,
Okay.
light rail systems, passenger trains, the transfer, sorry.
Hold on. Light rail systems and what else?
Passenger trains,
Okay.
transfer or driving skills from one traffic environment to another environment, so from rural to urban, or vice versa, from urban to rural. Yes.
Or vice versa. Okay, what else you got?
I agree with keeping observation.
Keep observation. As is, seven hours of observation? You want 2 or 1, or you want 30 minutes?
Whatever is the requirement for the behind-the-wheel training. So at this moment, if the minimum is 7 with a school, then yes, 7. If it were to increase to 10, then the exact same. So I would believe that observation should be
So you're saying observation
parallel.
should be, okay. that's the
Parallel
people
to the requirement of in-car training.
Of on-car, okay, great. Parallel to,
It was like number 13 or 14, but I agreed with the crash contributing factors.
Yes.
to teen crashes outlined by TxDOT. And, okay, sorry.
Hold on. She still has the mic.
And then lastly, it was mentioned earlier too, but more of enhancing the current curriculum content for what to do when stopped by law enforcement. So it is something that's in there, but enhancing it.
Enhancing it, okay, great. Is
That's
that
it for me. Mhm.
Okay, good comments, thank you. Who's next? What portions of the curriculum need to be updated?
I was asking, is this the time to talk about issuing certificates?
We're talking about what portions of the curriculum need to be updated. Is it something that you would like to see updated?
I do, because some of the online programs issue 964s with nobody's name on them.
Okay, so what would you like to see?
No filled-in blanks.
What would you like to see?
I would like to see the owner or the...
That's actually phase one. That's
That-
in
well,
phase
that's what I
one.
was asking, is
Yeah,
that phase
so that's
one?
in phase one, so when those rules come out, make sure
Okay.
you make that comment, because
On
we're going
October
to want those
28th.
on the Texas Register.
We're-
We're going to want that comment, yes.
We're on the driver education curriculum, guys. In that curriculum, what needs to be updated? What other things that have not been said, or you agree or disagree, what are those things that need to be updated in the driver education curriculum? Pat, you have some more? Oh, okay, sorry, I missed.
I just have a quick update. In addition to the synthetic drugs,
Uh-huh.
talking about the prescription drug overdose again.
Prescription.
That's got to be covered. Prescription drug overdoses actually exceeded traffic crashes as the #1 killer
Wow.
of teens. So it's really
And
important
that needs to be addressed in the...
addressing that. Yep.
Okay. Great
Pat?
comment.
This actually is in reference to the adult driver education portion. We have that 6-hour adult course. I think we need to add an in-vehicle assessment or some training component to that, at least an hour or two. And number two, and this would require a statute, we need to add some minimum time that they have to hold a learner's license. Right now, you turn 18, you go down, you take the 6-hour course, you get your permit, you can take your driving test. Ready or not, here we come. And you don't have to have had any reference experience whatsoever. And I would just suggest that would be something we consider in statute, to hold a permit at least a minimum 6 months.
Look, Pat, do we really need it in statute, or do we need it by
Yeah,
rule?
no, that's statute.
Why we need it in statute?
Because you're not going to get it by rule. Yeah, that's a statutory requirement.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do that. We can't
All
make
right.
that rule up.
So you want it to hold the permit for a period of time,
Yeah.
and so
I'm suggesting 6 months.
and so I'm just
For
you
an
know
adult.
talking
For an-
out loud here. What's the purpose of that? When you hold it, what am I going to do now? I have this permit. I'm holding in 6 months. What am I supposed to do now between
What's
that time
a
and
kid
that
supposed to
time?
do with it?
Yeah. What am I doing with it?
What's a beginner supposed to do with a permit?
I'm asking you. What are we going to do?
Learn.
What do you want them to do?
Get some practice.
So are
Okay,
you,
so you want practice being done during that time of holding the
That's the
license?
general idea.
How much practice? What are you talking
Whatever it
about?
takes, gain some reference experience.
so Pat, let me ask you, are you referring to basically them being held to the same standard as a minor holding a permit for 6 months?
Yeah, it'd have to be a licensed adult, yeah.
And that's what I'm
So-
getting.
yes.
So basically, so you want them held to the same standard as a 6 month? I know I don't want to put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to clarify.
Pretty close.
Okay.
That would be acceptable.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so hold.
And in that,
If you turn 18, it goes away, the probation period goes away.
That's what we're talking about.
that's why it
Right.
requires
Yeah, that's why you said
statutory
it would be a
change.
statutory
So Pat,
change.
you said hold it at the
Yeah,
same standard.
currently it's
Okay.
not required.
The other
but
thing that I
we
would
don't have the
suggest in the
authority to do
curriculum,
that.
and this goes back to the kids.
Okay.
but any change in legislation that significantly affects the drivers. Usually, the DPS puts out a list on their website. You know, these are things that are going into effect. And I think we should just add that almost automatically to the curriculum.
I was just going to throw in that
Wait,
right now is having
what-
a weapon on
Explain to me what you, say that again, Pat. I'm trying
Okay.
to capture what you just said.
I'm just talking about, we're talking about how do we update the curriculum.
Right.
And all I'm saying is, any changes that occur legislatively.
Yes.
That significantly affect the driver need to be added to our curriculum.
Okay.
And usually, an easy way to do that is the DPS even post these are laws that are going to go into effect.
Okay.
That are going to affect you. We don't have to know everything, but the ones that are significantly important, we don't want to be in the dark about that. So that's why I'm suggesting that when there's a legislative law that goes into effect, we should add that information.
And just real quick, those that are responding online with the poll response, you may have seen a rejection. We're creating a new question, so give us just a second, and then as soon as Shan tells me she's ready, go ahead and submit those questions again, because we received a maximum amount of responses on that first question, so we just had to create a second question.
I'm sorry, there were two things I knew. The first is on drowsy driving. We need to expand that to address the issues of teens' lifestyle changes, particularly how they're staying up late.
All right, guys, we're good to go on the anonymous responses. Debbie?
Not a problem. Lifestyle changes. So our kids are having a ton of homework thrown on them. They're staying up late, Facebook updates, whatever. There is an epidemic of drowsy driving going on, and you can find evidence of that at the CDC. And then the second is road rage. We need to address that this is not language that's used in Texas law, and we need to put in the POIs how it's treated, how officers treat it. We just talk about the three types, but we don't really talk about how Texas law treats it. And I think we're doing our teens a disservice.
Okay.
Does this capture what you wanted to say? Road rage, need to address that language not used in Texas law?
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Shan has some online.
Observation is misunderstood because teachers do not have lesson plan for the observer. Require lessons that teachers must use for each observation session observation.
I wanted to second, I wanted to second number 71. I agree that adults need, the 18 to 24 need behind the wheel training.
Okay.
2 hours.
Am I allowed to add a third on that?
Go ahead.
Require parent orientation about GDL. Damn. Ensure that driver education statistics are updated and current, such as not older than 5 years old.
I know, right? I'm sorry. My statistics are from 1982.
Require GDL rules.
Is that the rest of that? That's, okay.
They're coming in.
Okay.
Reduce the length of driving lessons, shorter lessons, maximum 30 minutes, and max
Go ahead.
and max of two per day.
Just to pause real quick, Shan. On number 81, required GDO rules, can I have whoever sent that in expand on that? I'm not, the GDO rules are required, so I'm just trying to understand what the...
I think they mean probably to step them out inside of the course.
Require them to explain the GDO rules in the program? Okay.
That's what I would interpret that to be.
So yeah, that's
They want that, it says in the rules, and then there's another comment that says GDL rules for adults.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate it, whoever sent that
Is
in.
that captured, Carrie? I'm not sure what I got.
Yes, yes. I know, I'll know. I'll be on the work group, so.
Shorter lessons with a max of 30 minutes with 2 per day. I don't know if I captured that one accurately.
Max 2 per day.
Yeah.
Max 30 minutes with 2 per day, yes. 30-minute lessons cannot be back-to-back, must have a 30-minute break. And behind the wheel hours for adult course, One more for GDL rules for adults. So that's 2 now for GDL rules for adults.
Nina? Nina, what portions of the curriculum need to be updated?
Well, I'll comment on the GDL rules for adults. Currently, I guess it's going on, but the Governor's Highway Safety Association, so I get it right, I wrote it down, just released a report, Mission Not Accomplished, Teen Safe Driving, the Next Chapter, which sounds like we've done a bad job at kind of listening to what it's talking about, which found that from 2005 to 2014, more progress has been made in reducing fatal crashes for young drivers 15 to 17. So we've been doing the job at that age group, but not at the age group 18 to 20. So this is something, we're talking about it here, when we get to that 5 years, I think this is something that's going to come down federally, that there is going to be a GDL at least to age 21, 18 to 21. So we're right on track.
Go ahead.
Okay, I disagree with the 30-minute rule, simply because every time you have to stop the car and change the kids out, you're using excess time. 5 minutes maybe for the kid to get in. If you got one real tall kid, one short kid, every time you have to rearrange everything, it takes away from the actual driving itself. And that's the whole point, is to teach them how to drive, not how to get out and change places every 30 minutes. And I find as an instructor, sometimes they're just catching on at that 30 minutes and they need to practice it. I got to teach them something and then I got to give them the time to practice it. So that's why I think the hour is good.
Okay.
Any more on this, on 2 for driver education? Let's move to question number 3, which again, in the next 5 years, remember this is this futuristic thing, what's going to happen? Remember, this question again is for us, you guys, the industry, to be proactive, not reactive. You don't want to be caught, oh, now I got to do this. What do I do? And I don't know if you all remember, that's what happened to Uber and Lyft. Everybody the cities just waited. They said, oh, this is, Uber's here, oh yeah, no big deal. Who cares? We'll still move on, until cities realize, oh, we're not getting the taxes from the cab drivers who are going to the airport. How are we going to subsidize that? So their response as being reactive is, oh, we'll just get rid of Uber and Lyft. Get them out of the city. They're gone. You don't want to do that. You need to be proactive and be ready to say, we need to change. We can't continue the status quo. We need to move on. We need to change. We need to be ready for the future. So what's happening here? How is the driver education going to be impacted in the next 5 years?
Nina.
Okay, that word autonomous has been thrown around, but they're automated autonomous vehicles. NHTSA just released like a week and a half ago its recommendations to states concerning actually they're calling it automated vehicles. And so that's something we as driver ed community need to kind of get ahead of and not stay behind like we are now. And in that report, there are 5 categories of automated vehicles. The first 3 categories are asking states that they require a driver, and states require those drivers to have a license. That means there needs to be training. Yay for us. So I think, it would behoove us to read that report, find out where we fit within that. Categories 4 and 5, those vehicles, I don't know how, but those vehicles would never release that car to the driver. They're going to cost a lot of money. So we're probably going to be in that first 3 categories. But what it tells me from reading that report is that we have a niche in this world. We just had to find it and refine ourselves to meet it.
And Nina, can the rules or the curriculum be written in a way that it will leave that piece open, so that when something like this happens, it'll encompass and include you guys to make that training. I don't know the wording right now. I'm just
Right,
throwing
but
that
yes,
idea out there.
I think-
Instead of, you see what I'm getting at?
Because I think an important aspect is we've got to realize, you know, California's kind of out there, they got a lot more automated vehicles, but one of the issues there is that the automated vehicles are getting rear-ended at traffic lights that are red because they stopped. We're going to have to train students that that driver in front of you that vehicle in front of you may not have a driver, and if it doesn't, it's going to stop at that yellow light. Whereas if there was probably a person there, they would not stop at that yellow light. So there's a lot of things we need to think about in this
Different
arena.
way of training and different way
How
of...
to interact with them also.
Yeah, very good. Good stuff. Good stuff. What's going to happen in 5 years, guys? That's a great example of how to think outside the box and look forward to what's going to happen to your business.
Back to the Future.
What do you think we need to do to the curriculum to be aware of this, of what's going to happen in 5 years? What do we need to prepare for?
Well,
Pat?
I'm seconding what Nina said, because what I had down was vehicle design and safety improvements, moving to self-driving or automated vehicles. And the wireless communication devices. I mean, they got this thing now. You touch your finger to your ear, okay, to hear it. Imagine that. You're going to take your hand off the wheel, okay. I mean, eventually, maybe they'll be implanting them in their ear.
Be so much
That's
easier.
been proposed. And then the third thing, legislation. Legislation's going to impact what happens to us, whether we're active or inactive in that. Another factor, I think, will be the implementation of the rules by the agency, how you all actually implement this. That will affect us. And the fifth one I had is that there is going to be a movement away from brick and mortar schools as a consequence of the proliferation of online courses. I mean, if you watch the trend from California, there's hardly anybody left there with a classroom, okay? And that's likely to happen here. And so we should be prepared for that. And if, in fact, by the grace of God, we get out of the education code, and that means that we won't have to fool with certified driver ed teachers. And the agency will be able to go through a process where we can use other instructors that are qualified in this field that aren't necessarily, quote, certified driver ed. Thank you.
Ford, we got some online.
Yes, sir.
We got a new voice for online.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marco.
Thanks, Shan.
Self-driving cars.
Self-driving car?
What else?
Online affiliate programs not providing timely training.
Not providing timely training?
Yes. Explain the difference between branch school and franchise affiliate.
Explain the difference between branch schools. I don't know what that is. You know what they're talking about? Branch and franchise affiliates. You said affiliates, right?
Affiliates, yeah.
You got another more?
I have
Okay.
several more. More older drivers classes for the elder drivers, senior drivers.
Okay.
No matter the revision, do not lose the educational learning strands in the POI.
And POI. Yeah. Okay.
We need more interagency communication with videos and resources made readily available. Legislation definitely will impact the next 5 years.
What Pat was saying. Okay.
No, we need certificate instructors.
Say that again.
It says, no, we need certificate instructors or certified instructors. Certified instructors.
No certified instructors?
Yeah.
I think they're saying no, we
No need.
Oh, we need certified instructors.
Oh, no, we need certified.
We need certified instructors. Okay.
Thank you. Certified driver education instructors ensure accountability. Moving forward in next 5 years should not dismiss accountability in our industry. Classes for special needs teen students and adults. How to teach for special needs.
Classes for special needs students and adults.
That's it.
Any other one? Anybody else? What's going to happen in the next 5 years?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hold on a second.
The legalization of cannabis and recreational marijuana.
Hold on.
And then any updates to national driving standards.
Okay.
Orly. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, number 18, going back to number 18, class for special needs students. I'm getting adults that are coming back after a heart attack, after a stroke. I'm getting them back in the car. But I think we need a little bit more help from you all. You know, research and give us information on that. I'm having to find it and it's hard.
Okay.
Okay?
The aging out of driver's ed instructors, that there's a high population of older instructors, so we need to recruit the younger instructors. And then I wanted to go back to the one, I don't remember what it was. Let me ask you something. Are y'all going to look at those two again? Even though they were read and typed up here, are you still going to look at those? Because it wasn't repeated correctly.
On some of these
Yeah,
that we
well-
have, yes, we're going to incorporate those and put them up here.
Yeah, everything that's up there.
I have a beautiful solution for you. Every time I teach a class, the last day of class, I tell my teenagers, did you like what we did with you? Would you want to be an instructor when you turn 21? I've had 4 of my students come back. That's the best way we can recruit. They've been students, now come back and help your community. That's the best way we can all recruit.
Dee, you had a,
I'm
what would
wondering if.
impact, what would impact the
Well, I'm wondering on number 18, no, it's number 16, we need certified instructors. I'm wondering if what they're talking about is like, we need certified instructors, but on that, since it's coming in 2 different ways, I'm wondering if it's the fact that like, we have to have a certified teacher. You know, this is part of the fact from back when we were with TEA. Our instructor is certified as a classroom instructor. She's taken a course and everything. She signs on one space. Then on the student's form, there's another place where a certified teacher who like has the license to
From
teach in
TEA.
high school also has to sign. And I'm wondering why in God's name that's there. But I'm thinking that, and then that's somebody extra that we have to pay for.
So
And
you're
I'm
saying-
wondering if that's what they're saying, is do we really need that?
Are you
Okay.
talking about the teacher of record?
Mm-hmm, teacher of record, yeah. I couldn't think of the word. But I mean, I'm just wondering if maybe that's what they're talking about. Do we really need that?
So-
Because
so-
they don't even have to come to class. You can pay somebody to
So this
to
isn't really-
deliver the papers
that
to
really
you and
doesn't
have
go
them
here.
sign it.
That goes in where, in number 2, question number 2. That's what I, yeah.
And technically, it actually goes in phase 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's fair.
Yeah.
So, any other comments? You got okay, hold on, Marco has some.
Go ahead, Marco. Oh, wait for your microphone, Marco.
Keep certified instructors, but provide alternative certification options. But provide alternative certification
But
options.
provide, yeah. Options.
Franchise is separate from affiliates.
They answering questions or they making statements?
Yeah. Should not remove education from driver education. What is franchise?
Okay, now we're asking questions.
Yeah, now we're asking questions.
Comments.
Let's not even put that up there.
How medical marijuana affects driving and laws for driving. More technology in cars will affect more drivers distracting driving.
Will affect distracted driving.
Clarification of franchises versus branch schools. One more.
That's, so you're saying we need to clarify, or they're asking? That's another question.
Okay, there's an agreement, do not take education out of driver education. Yep.
That one,
It's just
that's just a
agreeing,
question. Yeah. All right. So we're going to move to 4, question number 4. And if we're a king and queen for the day in the driver education world curriculum, what would you change? Remember, we're not concerned with that statute. We can't do it. This is anything and everything. What would you change if a statute did not exist? Carlos.
Mandatory attendance by parents in some kind of 2-hour, 4-hour introduction to driver's ed to get them to be a player in their education.
All right.
Good deal. What else, guys? Pat, I know you got some.
Yeah, I do.
Ernie.
I think we need to put something in there recommending, if not mandatory, that the people that have driving schools have someone from their school attend these meetings that you all have, or an association of driving schools attendance, and I think that ought to be strongly put in there that we recommend.
Okay. Pat? Oh, wait.
Wait, Ernie, you done?
Yes, go ahead.
So you're king or king free. What would you do?
Well, actually, I already said some of this, but I'll say something I hadn't, and then I'll reiterate what I think is important. Adding the parent, putting the parent in the vehicle with the student. You want to have somebody observe, have the parent observe. And then, when the parent can practice, they've got a basis, a model to follow, okay? And you're more likely to get a better result, in my opinion. So that's something you could do, is just have the parent go in the vehicle with you, and then allow them to ask questions, and you can point out how you want them to be taught before you take them out again. And then goes back to what I said earlier, is that we have to move to mastery. Now that's a term that I think gets overused and misunderstood. And when I say move to mastery, you teach a person in the vehicle until they master what they need to do to be a safe driver, period. And this is a difficult task because it doesn't have a specific number. People are like, well, what's the number we have to have? We don't know. We really don't know. Maybe it's somewhere between 15 and 30. Maybe it's 15 and 50. We really don't know because it's whatever it is for that person. But moving to a mastery-based program will generate a much safer driver. And if I could do that, that would be the thing. And more than that, it'd be worthless to go to that standard now because the instructors have absolutely no training in how to do that. So I'd want to make sure that the instructors learned how to do that themselves because they can only teach what they know. And right now they're in a pattern. Everyone teaches by their own pattern, and they follow whatever that is, 7, 10, whatever they're going through. They just repeat that. They wouldn't know what to do if you had to teach to mastery because at the end of 7 hours, well, I'm done. Give me the next one. So you'd have to train the instructors and get rid of that. Get rid of the classroom as the dominant element of the course. The dominant element course should be the in-vehicle training, classroom used only to support it. There are so many elements in the classroom that are non-essential. They're consumer issues or social issues. I'm not saying they don't have value. I'd even say that drug and alcohol doesn't belong in driver education because it doesn't have anything to do with training someone how to be a safe driver. Does it affect them is important? Sure, there's some value to it. But in fact, that's not teaching them how to read the scene, okay? And that's not going to help them do that. because, in fact, somebody even brought it up in an earlier session, there are schools that are already teaching that, okay? But we need to move out of the classroom, and you look at the online classrooms, even worse. I don't say worse because I look at them, but there's so much to go through, and that's why a lot of kids don't want to do online because they got to work more. But in a classroom, it's easier, they can just go through that. But in an online class, again, the same thing. It's all dominated with theory, okay? And the real important element is what's done in the vehicle, and we're not doing that. And that's what we need to emphasize.
So Pat, would it be safe to say then, based on what you've said, possibly reducing hours, the 32 hours? Because is that what you're heading? I mean,
I don't like the term hours. I'd go away from that time. I'd say these are the topics that have to be covered. Look, if you get it done in 8 hours, great. If it takes you 38,
Okay.
I don't care. But you've got to master this, period, okay, for the classroom.
So really
And then-
change hours to the
Yeah,
mastery, okay.
And the same thing. I mean, when you master it, you've mastered it. Okay, if you haven't, you got to stay with it till you get it. All right, that rule applies it should be across the board, but we don't think that way. Every course that we have is time-based. Whether it's ticket dismissal, insurance, everything we have in here is time-based. I'm not saying you're not going to want to change those because I have another opinion about those things. But as far as teaching people to stay out of collisions, if we would emphasize what it takes for them to do that, to learn that skill in the vehicle. And the instructors don't have those skills right now. But it would be nice for them to learn, because I think a lot of them would like to be able to do that, but they don't have those skills. And if they did, they would never out of conscience do a 7-hour course.
Okay. Thanks, Pat.
Some of us do have those skills. If I was king, this is the way it would work. You come to school and you bring your parents the first day for orientation. Second thing is
Bring
the kids.
bring parents to participate in the
The
orientation.
first day of orientation, yes.
Okay.
And this would include teaching them about the program, how it works,
Okay.
not to drive your kids till after you tell them they're okay, ready to drive with their parents and so and so whatnot. I would keep the curriculum with the changes we talked about for the 32 hours classroom or 32 hours, it doesn't really matter, as long as it covers all those things. The mastery to me, you need one teacher for every kid. Every kid learns differently. That's not going to make sense. But I would keep the 32 hours classroom. If a kid needs help and fails a subject, then you give them an extra class on a different day. That way you don't hold the rest of the class back. I would have the kids, when they're ready to drive, with their parents, get in the car, like he said, and explain to the parents what we call, and this is what I learned from Mr. Walker, Gene Walker, from the commentary driving. To me, commentary does away with so many problems. The screaming and the, oh my God, what are you looking at, whatever, to look ahead and know what's going on. Teach the kids commentary driving and teach the parents the commentary driving when they're teaching the kids so they don't freak out on what's going on. And then you can let them go with your parents. I would teach the kids only 8 hours, and then after they do the 30 hours with the parents, I would do the other 2 hours after the 30 hours with the parents, so that this way, hopefully within 30 hours, they become more proficient with the basics that they've been taught to learn, and then use the other 2 hours after that to do the driving pre-test and test. And if they don't pass with a minimum score, they don't get the certificate. And to add to that, the last thing I would say is, I lost my train of thought. I forgot.
Can I capture your last thought? After they do 30 hours with parents, then they should do the 2 hours before pre-test?
The 2 hours, a pre-test and a test, yes. They should do the last 2 hours should be a pre-test and a driving test. And if you don't pass the driving test, then you keep coming back till you master it.
Okay.
If it doesn't say what you meant to say, make sure and let me know.
Got some online? Yeah.
And if you don't pass the test, you keep coming back till you pass it.
We have a few online. Hold on, Mark.
You done?
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're done.
Ready? Okay. Make parent orientation include Texas Teen Safe Driver materials.
Parent orientation to include Texas Teen Safe Drive materials. Okay?
Remove online driver's education.
Okay?
Who monitors and determines mastery?
Question.
I guess it's from, yeah.
Next.
Require all adults that are wishing to obtain a Texas license, they need to be required to take 6 hours class and 8 hours behind the wheel.
To get a deal, to get a deal, to get a deal.
Okay?
The time limit for class and behind the wheel are minimum standards. Schools can increase hours anytime. Yeah.
Statement. All right.
Theory needs to reflect what we teach in car.
Yeah.
Yes. Make courses in public schools follow our time frame. Agree with mastery over pass-fail. Keep classroom. Remove impediments to first-generation drivers.
Wait, you said keep classroom?
Yes.
Was that just the only comment?
Yes.
Okay. Keep classroom, okay. Remove what now?
Remove impediments to first-generation drivers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been talked about as for mostly teens whose parents are not legal immigrants here in
It's
the
a-
state.
it's
So
transportation
that-
Hold on, it's just comments, guys.
But that's-
No
that's-
judgment.
That's the reason.
Oh, that's, I mean,
There's
Good.
difficulties in those students.
first generation.
Do not remove online instruction.
Do not remove online instruction. Okay?
That's it. Oh,
That's it.
There's one more. Monitor and do random site visits. It's needed for accountability.
It's all you, Marco.
Monitor and random site visits.
Marco, that's all you did.
All right. Yes.
I just wanted.
Queen for the day.
We don't do driver's ed, but obviously, driver training is driver training. I do like the idea of the mastery of the topic, or the skill, I guess is what I mean to say. Mastery of the skill is important, and it is more important than how many hours or how many minutes you spend teaching them in the classroom. My husband spent hours making sure my children knew exactly how to operate the vehicle before they went to get their license. So he made sure that they could master all of those skills first. And I think I totally agree with you that the hard part is going to be getting the instructors that are used to doing the classroom and making sure that piece is the priority, and switching it around to the classroom being secondary and the mastery of the skill being the primary is going to be the hardest part. And so that's going to require development of training for those instructors to learn that new way.
To learn that, right. Okay. Go ahead.
If you are not legal, no license.
But I wrote that. I have a lot of students up in East Texas, they're first
Hold on.
generation drivers.
She's
Their
Ford.
parents don't have license, they were born in the United States in Texas, and they have driver's license, and we are keeping those kids through the system from being
But-
able to
Mike,
get a
please.
driver's license because their parents, they don't have grandparents who live in Texas because their parents came over. They were born here. They have the right, and there are impediments that keep those kids from getting a driver's license. And what ends up, to me, it's better to have a 16-year-old with a license who's been through training and is a legal driver driving that family around than somebody who learned to drive something in another country and is not licensed to do it. And I believe we need to remove impediments, not try to keep them from getting a license.
Those are, I know what Ford's going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, and to further off of what she's doing, what we find a lot of times, and correct me if I'm wrong and putting words in your mouth, but a lot of these families, these students can't get the license, or they're running into these impediments, and they even tell judges and everything, well, that's my only choice. I have to drive. I have to provide portion of the rent. And so they just drive illegally rather than having an official recourse to go through and be licensed properly and to get that proper education.
And the impediments, well, and just to be clear, guys, the impediments are actually, they go through DPS, not through TDLR. We go through the education portion of it. It doesn't matter who you are. You can go get the educational portion of a license. The impediments that actually, this is something that we would have to work jointly with DPS to remove impediments.
We have some online.
Do a study if online programs are part of the 7% increase.
This doesn't have to do with impediments. I'm not sure if this is curriculum or not, but we talked about it otherwise. I would suggest if we could move the 6-month GDL for minors to a year. A lot of kids are waiting that long anyway.
It's DPS requirement.
I know, but I mean, it would, if it were in statute, then the DPS would go along. So it may not be appropriate to go through here, and I thought it might require a statute change. But I think it would be best if it were a year instead of 6 months.
Okay. We'll put it up there.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming back to number 30, impediments for new drivers, I do get a lot of first generations that have nobody, like they said right now, to do the 30 hours with. So what good is that $300 education if there's nobody to give them the 30 hours at home? They don't have relatives with a license. So, maybe recommend to DPS that they find an alternative method for these people. They want to get educated, they want to comply, but there's nobody to give them the 30 hours. And nobody's going to pay $800 for 30 hours, especially under those circumstances.
Exactly.
Okay, we're on the last one.
Yeah, last comment, then we
Okay.
need to move on.
We talk about the mastery. We do need mastery, but you remember parents and certified instructors have a different opinion what mastery of the skills are. The parents think one way and the certified instructor think another way. We got to find a way to link them together. Like we said, get the parents involved, but yet and still, when I have some kids, I bring them in and instruct them, their parents didn't realize all this other stuff is involved in the education of their teen. So they think that what they did back when they drove is one thing, but we know we had made changes over the many decades of driving. So the parents want their kids to be like them on the first day, which is not realistic. So they're looking at unrealistic things. The parents everybody wants safe drivers, but they don't want to do the foundation first and then build on their kid. And like Pat was talking about, mastery, you don't know what the time limit going to take.
You can save it.
And see, mastery for everybody is different, and everybody learn at different rates. So we got to get the parents involved, but we got to get them, like Pat say, put them in the car. Maybe that's what they need to do to see how a certified instructor actually teach, so they can kind of get it if they don't want to really do no training, because they don't really want to do any training. That's why they do parent talk. They want to go teach how they know how to teach. Everybody got their own theory on teaching. So we got to find a way, get it linked together so that we can kind of get everybody on the same page instead of everybody doing their own little thing. It's not the wild, wild west.
You had one last thing?
Yeah, we were, a few of the other owners had left, and one of them asked me to make certain that once it came to King and Queen of the Day, that this statement was put in. So I don't know if you want to bring it back up.
Go back to the next, Lex. King
This is
and Queen, last one.
driver ed curriculum, King or Queen for the day.
Last question.
for adults taking the 32-hour class, remove the time restriction like a teen has.
Just to clarify on this one, what this individual is asking for is that you can only do 2 hours per day for the 32 hours, so which takes basically 16 days. They want to remove that time restriction, so if they want to sit in class for 8 hours a day, and if they're 18 to 24 taking a minor course, then they could do that.
So anyone who's 18 or older, they would not have a restriction.
Under this program, I want to ask a question, but I don't know if it's true or not. We've covered people driving. One area is not covered are people that come from other countries under reciprocity to drive here. And you can drive 60 days, supposedly, or 90 days, I'm sorry, before you have to get a license or whatever. But one of the biggest problems we're having are people from other countries that don't know how to drive here. And
Jerry, let's hold off on that. Let's cover, we got other topics to get.
I would wait to
What-
make foreigners take a class to drive.
Okay, so you want to have people to take a class to drive?
Reciprocity. So, number 35, yeah.
35.
And then reciprocity, I don't know how to spell that, don't ask me.
Yeah.
Reciprocity required DE.
Okay.
Hey, Ray, before you go on, this is Brian Francis. So I host a poetry event pretty much every week. And as a host, it's my job to keep the energy up. And there's a point in the night where the energy starts falling down, and I'm looking at you guys, and here's my thought. You guys have been amazing, and you're here because you want to be here. So make sure that your energy is staying up, that you're staying engaged, involved in the process. We got to keep those synapses firing, that we're getting the best information. So I don't know if we need Ray to sing, dance, or pop lock.
How you doing?
Man, I'm good. Man, I'm so good. It's amazing, Jerry. I'm good.
Hold on, I gotta give my camera if he's gonna pop
So
on.
keep the energy and keep the ideas flying. I mean, we had somebody come all the way from. Did she come from Arizona? Did you come from Arizona, right? She came all the way from Arizona, man. We got to let her know that we don't play down here in Texas.
Yeah.
And that we've got endurance here. So keep it going,
Guys, we got a couple of things left that we're going to need your help. Item number 4 and item number 5, really. Number 6 is just any last minute matters that we have not considered. But 4 and 5, number 4 is talking about the under 25 driving safety course curriculum. It's already set in statute of 1001.111 in the education code. So how do you want to do this? What do we want to talk about? I'm not too sure if we need to go through the A, B, C, D question of what's doing good, because nothing's really happening in there.
Exactly. We don't have anything. There's no curriculum. There's no standard. And that's kind of where we are. Yes. I think we have one. We have one curriculum.
National Safety Council's under 5 at 25, yeah.
Yes. And so this was brought up, and I'm not, and do we need to create a POI for this so other folks can get into the under 25? That's kind of where we are with this. There is no set out program of organized instruction for the under 25, if I'm not mistaken. Not that I have access to. If there is, I'd like to have one so we can.
No, it's all based on statute.
It's all statute, yeah.
Yeah, this is Della Lindquist. It does say that the commission by rules shall provide minimum standards of curriculum for and designate the educational materials to be used in a driving safety course designed for drivers younger than 25 years of age. So we could begin the exploration of that curriculum, or however you would like to handle it today, but it's
Do you like
probably going to take time.
Yeah, that's definitely going to take
There's
time.
certain requirements too: alcohol and drug awareness, traffic laws, motor vehicle accidents, issues commonly associated with accidents, poor driver decision making, but specific to that age group.
So talking about when we're looking at B and 4B, where it says what portion of curriculum needs to be updated, I guess we can talk about do we need to develop a curriculum from, I know there's something already there by statute, but do we need to engage and start creating something now? What are your thoughts about that? About having something established in the POI?
I'm pretty sure Debbie wants to say something. Anybody else beside Debbie?
Okay. Hold on. But you see where I'm heading at? Where do you want us to go with this?
Okay. I was just at the Texas Teen Safe Driver Coalition annual meeting, and one of the things that we were tasked with was to come up with an action plan, and I'm actually part of a group that's working on under 25 driving safety, getting parental involvement before they're teens. And that's something one of my group is working on. And National Safety Council is kind of something that we're working on, and we're slapping something together. So
The Safety Council is working on something?
Yeah, we're working on something, and I think we would be so thrilled to collaborate on that, and like the materials that we produce, make it available, because our goal is to get into doctors' offices to educate pediatricians on traffic safety issues. So this would, we would love to collaborate.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there.
Just the way I teach driver safety, I think it's for all ages. Driver safety to me is driver safety, the same for a minor as for an adult. It's a human life that's inside that vehicle. Unfortunately, I don't see any difference.
Okay.
But
The National Safety Council is already in the midst of updating our curriculum that is used for this program here in Texas. We update our curriculum, all of our curriculum, about once every 5 years. So Alive at 25 is one of the programs that has just been updated. It should be on shelf within the next few months, and I need to know from you all the process of submitting the revised curriculum to you. That is where we're lacking, is that approval process, which is in place for the driving safety courses. When this was put in law, that piece of it was left out. It
Right.
was incorporated under the general driver safety curriculum requirements, but then when it switched from TEA over here, it kind of got disconnected from the driving safety course requirements because of the difference in length of time. This course is meant to be a program that is specific to the younger driver. When you send a young driver into a basic driver safety course curriculum, as we already talked about when we went through that program, there's a lot of topics in there that are generic defensive driving programs. These younger drivers are right at that point where they're just learning that or have just learned that. We don't want to reteach them how to drive the vehicle. We want them to learn how to be responsible behind the wheel of the vehicle. And so that was the concept of getting an under 25 driver safety course curriculum approved back when this was done. And it was to have that curriculum that's specific to the younger driver, that is geared towards modifying the driver's behavior and addressing the issues that a younger driver, especially a younger traffic violator, has to deal with. Not just things behind a wheel for a younger driver are totally different than they are for somebody over the age of 25. We all know that. You're dealing with other people in the car. That's a distraction. We know that the more people that are in the car, the less likely the seatbelts are to go on, which when a crash occurs, more people die. So we want the individuals going in for a ticket that are under a certain age to get something that's going to show them they have to learn differently because their mind is different. And so that's what the program was meant to do. The disadvantage to a provider, and yes, we are the only provider at this time, the disadvantage is that this is not a mandated program. In order for them to get the ticket dismissal, they need to take this and a 6-hour defensive driving, regular driving safety course. That's very difficult to get the judges to adopt this in lieu of the 6-hour program. So I'm just being totally upfront with everybody that's sitting here. You guys are driver ed. You know the young driver. We have studied the young brain. We have developed this course based on the analysis that has been done. This is our fifth edition of this program. That'll be rolling out very shortly. So we feel that this program can be effective. I talked earlier about doing effectiveness analysis. We know this program can be effective. If we jumped ahead to if I was queen for the day, I would tell you we need to get that law changed so that this program can be mandated, because these young drivers need this type of education when they get a violation, not learning what safe following distance is, not learning, they're learning that right now in your driver's ed programs. So
Program should be mandated.
we want them learning something that's going to affect them more, impact them more. And so that's what this program is about. And I just wanted to clarify this.
Okay.
Okay.
We do need those rules in place so that we know what the approval process is. That piece of it has become disconnected. Does that help?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So we'll be, as we have your business cards, we'll be working together, and
I
of
have,
course
I
with the,
did get hers, yeah.
with the board members to figure that out. You have one?
Yeah, someone agrees to the defensive driving course for teens.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so we're going to move to the next one. You're good, you're good.
Pat.
Unless,
Pat, you have
go
something?
ahead, Pat.
Yeah, I just want to comment, because we're just slipping through this, because we don't really have curriculum. I don't see this. I mean, we don't need another course that doesn't work, and nothing personal. But I haven't seen any data on it that it has worked. I've looked at what little I have been able to see it. I don't see that why it would work. But when I saw this program in Colorado, it was put in as a replacement for driver education. And that's how it looked like it tried to slip in here in Texas. I could be wrong about that. And if I am, I apologize. But it looked to me like one more course, you know. We need to do a better job with what we have. We don't need to I think, trying to add another courses that may or may not work. And then personally, I just haven't seen any data to make me think it works. So I would not want to mandate another course.
Okay.
I can answer that just really
Well, just a comment, we're not supposed to.
Yeah, we're fine, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And, because there's a lot to work on in that one, yeah.
I would
Yes,
just
ma'am.
like to add that this is an opportunity to reach those 25 and younger that are with these curriculum content that you have the opportunity to develop from scratch, and to look at this report that we're not meeting that age group and start offering this, and it may grow into something that Texas has really led the nation on.
Yeah.
So basically, my recommendation is yes, you need
Yeah.
curriculum standards if you're going to have a course.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move to the next one. So this one is, and I think a lot of people have, we've heard it pretty much all day. I have a lot of passion for this one, and I was laughing the other day. I said the senators and the other representatives kind of stole my thunder because I had this idea, and then 2 days later, Senator Whitmire came out with a directive that this should be done. And I was like, come on, man. So I called him. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't call him. And so basically we wanted to discuss some possible recommendation on including rules on motorist law enforcement interactions in TAC Chapter 16, 16 TAC Chapter 84, subchapters M through N. What we would, we've actually, this is going to be quite simple because we've heard it all day long, which is, yes, from my understanding, almost everybody agrees that this should be put in to the curriculum. Here's the deal, that we know that there's going to be, we've got good knowledge that there's going to be some legislation that's going to be suggested that, like we have littering, and in the law, in the statute, it says that we have to talk about littering in driver education, that we have to talk about the water safety. And so this is going to be something else that they're going to propose that is mandated to be required in driver education. We want to jumpstart that and go ahead, because we have the authority to actually add it into a curriculum now. We know that it's a huge issue with law enforcement and motorists and how they're stopped and the interaction with motorists. What we would like to do is actually speak with community leaders and the law enforcement around the state, state level, county level, city level, and actually come to a consensus on what is best practice. Because if you ask me what is best practice, I don't know. And not to discredit any school, but you guys also don't know what the police are looking for, is what I'm getting at. And we have a great idea, because I've had some folks, and I think we said last time, you get pulled over at night and you turn on the dome. I just had an officer tell me, we don't want your hands moving. Don't turn on your light, because we don't know what you're doing, especially now with the turmoil in this country and what's going on. If they're walking up on you and you to go to turn on your light, he said they don't know if you're reaching for your visor. You may have something up there. And so what we want to do is get a general consensus, and then not only put it in our schools, in our driver education schools, but also release it to the law enforcement as this is what we're teaching our kids to follow. But not only our driver education, but add it to driving safety, because obviously you've been pulled over. So you may need that as well. And so that's what we're looking at adding. And this is what we're looking at doing. I think everybody today has jumped on board with this. I've heard it multiple times. It's in all of our spreadsheets. And so that's all I have to say on it. Again, it's a huge passionate thing for me, and I am more than happy to hear more discussion on this.
Nina?
Okay, not to say that we're not on board with you, Carrie, but our recommendation is to enhance, because we already have it in our driver ed curriculums. We have it at 1.1.7 in the minor and adult, describe the responsibilities of stop by law enforcement, so I hope people are teaching this. The adult driver education in B2AV, capital VI, whatever that is, cooperating with other roadway users, cooperating with law enforcement and other roadway users, and we also in the driving safety curriculum, law enforcement emergency vehicles, to have the cooperation there. So I just want to put on record that we have it now. To enhance it and to update it to what's happening in our society today, I think is very prudent, and we would be on board with that.
Awesome.
And I wanted to follow up, and I agree. I think we're all on the same page, and Nina's right. We do have an area that can be added already. I think where Carrie's coming across is a standardization across the industry between us, law enforcement, other judicial branches, and incorporating that everywhere. Because right now, if we mandate something and we don't work with law enforcement, and we have drivers doing something like reaching for a dome light, which we think would be a safe practice, they don't. So I think that's more in line with what you're getting at. Is
Yes.
we're looking at a collaborative effort between everybody to get to that point.
Terry, are you wanting to write up something
It's
on
like,
rules?
who's talking? How does that
Before they pass the legislation? It seems like we should wait until they write something.
Well, what legislation is, if something gets proposed and if it's passed, it's going to say the exact same thing that we're working on doing right now. And so if they say you have to add something to driver education that has to do with law enforcement motorists, we can say we've got it right here. We've been working on it for the past year, and then what we get is a hand clap, pat on the back. Thank you, we appreciate it. We want to get a jump start is what we're saying, because we know it's an issue in our society.
Right, okay, just as long as we don't get down to specifics, turn on dome lights, do this, because you talk to different police officers, you get different answers, because my son
Well,
is a
and that's-
deputy sheriff, and he'll give you something different
Well, and
than
that's
what
why
that
we
police
said
officer said.
Well, and what we've already told legislation is that we would like to meet with DPS troopers. We would like to meet with the Sheriff's Association, and we also like to meet with the City Police Association and get a general best practice, maybe create a video like they do with water safety, and have every driver education school and driving safety school have to show the same information, because that's the issue. And not only just show it to our folks, our kids and our adults in school, but when they do training across the state for in-service for officers, they have to watch the same thing as well, so they know what we're doing. And it's a collaboration with our law enforcement and our motorists.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
There's a
Carrie, Department of Transportation, at least in our area, we meet once a month with them. Sheriff goes in, DPS, local PD. It's a community thing. We get together with them. we could get feedback from every, maybe
Yes.
every town.
That's the plan,
See
yeah.
what they think,
Yeah.
and then bring it back and
It's a statewide
get it
effort.
from there.
It's going to be it needs to be a statewide
Because,
effort.
maybe in Houston it's different, maybe in a little town it's different, but start getting their input as we're getting our input, what do you think about it? And in that other town, what do you think about it?
Exactly, and if we could standardize it across the state, instead of Houston doing one thing and Dallas doing another, if we could standardize it across the state, that would also, and just, my thought process, reduce some of the issues, because if everybody's doing the same thing, and then, because if I live in Dallas, but I drive to Houston and I get pulled over, but I do what Dallas said for me to do, Houston's not gonna agree with that, and so that's what the standardization of the law enforcement motorist interaction.
Dee?
A double question here. When we're talking about this, last year, I guess it was, we went to Huntsville for one of those trainings, and we met a highway patrolman who was there giving one of the speeches. He was talking about, this same problem. And he volunteered to either him or somebody else in his department that was doing this to come out to our school if we needed to have him come out and talk to us. But of course, we're in Rosenberg, and they're in North Houston, so it's been hard to get somebody. We have we used to use him all the time. I don't know if we were violating the law or not. But anyway, a friend of ours, he went to school with my son. He's got a degree in law enforcement. He was a policeman for a while. He was a sheriff's deputy for a while, and now he's a constable. And he comes out and talks to our kids because it's the only resource we have right now.
Mhm.
We don't have something that that y'all have done that we could go to. So he comes out and talks to our kids when he can. And then we have a father who's a Houston policeman, and we try to get him to come when Billy can. And they just tell him, hey, this is what I look like, this is my gun, this is what you're going to see out on the road. And don't turn your light on, don't grab your window, don't open your door unless I ask you to. Put your hands on your steering wheel and just sit there. And then I'm not going to have my hand on my gun unless you grab at something. Then, yeah, I'm going to put my hand on my gun because I don't know what you're going to do. And it's, And are we violating a rule by allowing these two men? Okay, I want to make sure
The
that.
guest speaker, yeah, that would be considered as a guest
And
speaker.
then the second
yeah.
speaker I have, and I will send you all the information so you can forward it to others. There's an organization that I cannot remember, I don't even know if this is working. There's an organization that I cannot remember the name of right now. But they're volunteers who do a railroad safety class. The man comes out to us. Operation Lifesaver. They are fantastic. They come out with films. Ours comes out with a Coke can he ran over with a car, and a Coke can he ran over, they had a train run over, and all these different things that shows kids. He shows them films, he talks to them, he gives them keychains and other things to remind them of, like you said, that if they use that keychain, they think about what he said every time they look at that keychain. And that's something else that we could use. And they go through a lot of training to do it, and they were at that same thing in San Antonio, handing out, cards and things to give the kids and stuff.
Okay.
And that would maybe, because, they show wrecks. They have a very good film on where to stop your car, how far away, and how long that car is going to be drugged by that train if it hits it. They're really, it's kind of opens the kids' eyes.
Okay. Awesome.
So-
I think we have some stuff online.
What do you have, Marco?
Law enforcement is already in POI. TDLR just needs to provide guidelines for teaching this element.
That's what we're, yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody agrees with Kerry that we need law enforcement input.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, and that's what, and I know Nina brought it up. Yes, we do know that it's in the POI. We know that it's required. Some of the observations that I've done, they speak about it. It could be glazed over. What we want is again a standardized, comprehensive, across the board. Everybody's doing the same thing, so everybody knows what to do. I know, Jerry, I know you do role playing in your school, which is excellent. What you do at your school, and then what they do in a small one in East Texas where they only have 2 students, you never know what they're going to do. But if everybody has the same thing, if they're teaching the same thing, I think it could potentially reduce the law enforcement motorist interaction issues.
So what things have we not covered in the driving safety and the driver education curriculum discussion since this
Ray, I still-
morning
I still
till
have some
today,
here the next
what
year.
things have we not covered? I'll get you back.
Hold on, Ernie.
He had comment for the last.
Yeah, for the last one.
Go ahead and put the comment.
Okay. Someone is super excited this topic is being addressed. Do not change rule, provide best practices to schools. And that's it.
We haven't touched on third-party testing for adults.
Wait,
It's still the law.
wait,
It's
wait,
been there
wait,
for 2 years.
wait,
What is the
Ernie,
situation?
time it. That's DPS, we cannot even broach that subject.
It's not our,
That's a DPS law. We can't even touch it.
DPS program.
I would,
we don't have authority.
I know.
We don't have authority on
It's, yeah, it's a DPS, DPS takes care of third-party testing.
So
Any
I'm talking about
questions?
the curriculum. Today we talked about driver
It has
education,
nothing to do
driving
with us,
safety, the DAP curriculum matters, any other thing that if we did not touch, that we have not considered, any ideas, any other thing you want to throw in?
I would like to restate that that these suggestions need to be divided out into what is law, rule, what is curriculum, and what is a course requirement. Because it's getting all mixed up, and you can't write all the rules for every course requirement. But you can write a rule that says TDLR will establish the guidelines for course approvals, and then that's where you could put in something like for the being stopped by police, we want to approve a course unless it has these minimum criteria. Or if it's for anything that's been discussed about adding to the courses. So in rule, you want to have something very basic that has the ability for flexibility and the opportunity for 5 people to write 5 different courses on that topic, because it can be done, but give TDLR the thrust to come up with best practices and what they will and will not accept, and when to update this stuff and currently. But it's getting all mixed up in these guidelines, and someone with knowledge of all of those areas needs to make sure that they're separated out and they're not getting mixed up, because we've talked about over-regulation, we've talked about under-regulation, we've talked about curriculum and what needs to be in a curriculum, we've talked about flexibility in the classroom, and it all goes back to that course that is approved by TDLR now that they're actually using in the classroom, and then the instructor development and the course, the continuing ed that keeps them current and keeps them moving forward to 0 deaths on our highway.
Okay.
What haven't we covered so far?
There's, Nina probably can expand on this, but there's a feasibility study, is it through NHTSA, Nina, where they come into the state through an invitation and
It's a technical assistance assessment.
a technical assistance assessment through NHTSA. I would recommend that we
We've
start.
already been in contact.
Yes, that's something that we need to do. That's really, really important because,
We've already.
yeah.
Repeat it again.
Technical assistance through.
NHTSA.
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 Okay.
And I think that'll clarify, just how well we're doing. Are we making a difference or not? And I've seen studies and I've met with people who have had that done in their state, and it's really clarified the program, and that'll give you really good insight. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. So here's, let me just kind of segue to what's going to happen next. We're going to get these comments. Nina, go ahead. I'm sorry, yeah.
Again, we need to look at the specialized driving safety course.
Specialized driver safety course.
To see if any of these criteria needs to fit into that, because that's the seatbelt one.
Okay.
We
Specialized
didn't
driver.
address
We did
that,
that
and we
very-
didn't address any of the instructor development courses. So if there are changes within the courses on the other side, it has to be placed in those rules also.
Okay.
On the special needs.
Oh, hold on.
On the special needs, I'm not sure if it's covered or not, but there's a lot more situations now with people with PTSD. And this one is not really talked about or discussed through the special needs program. And it's a real big issue with people coming back from Iraq and Iran and whatever, and
Yes.
I think it should be included.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, actually, and this is the best place to get it answered, I think, is part of our sale of our program is the insurance, for the insurance copy of insurance companies providing, reduced premiums for people that use certified providers, and it's on the insurance company. Where is that stated exactly, that is what that copy is for? And is it? And how do we follow through on that? I get a lot of parents that call me back and tell me that, one insurance company will give premium, discounts for taking from certified provider, and another insurance company refuses to do it. And I never know what to tell them.
It's because
Can we answer that afterwards? Let us wrap this up. We'll get with you. Those who want to stay, we can talk about that. But let's take care of what we're here, just to wrap these things up. So what's going to happen now? We're going to take all of these ideas. We're going to filter them, go through them. There's still stuff that we can download from the poll everywhere, and there are some of the comments that have been handwritten in. We're going to put it up there. We're going to kind of clean everything up and put it in the categories, and you're going to see them out there like we've done before. You'll see them. People can still comment, I'm sure, on a lot of these things. We're going to be able to provide that email address right out there so that they can send whatever they need
The
to send in.
DSML? Yes.
Yeah. Then we're going to now move forward with the work groups, and the work groups are going to look at all these comments, and we're going to start talking about, let's put some draft together. You heard earlier, Carlos was mentioning there's some redundancies and some things you don't even understand what's going on in the curriculum area. It's really, really big, and that's why Della said we need to do 2 phases. And we agreed about that. I'm sure you guys heard about it in advisory committee. We presented that to them, and they say, yes, let's do this in 2 phases. So there's going to be a lot of, one thing for sure, cleanup language, so that it's a lot more plain talk, as Carlos was saying. We didn't have plain talk here. Clean it up. Then we're going to start incorporating some of your ideas, changes, improvements, looking at technology. And does this wording, does it still hold any merit, as Pat was saying? Maybe these things don't need to be in the rule anymore. So you're going to see a lot of these, and again, it's draft. This is not etched in statute yet. There's no rule passed or no adoption made. This is going to be a draft. Then we're going to put those drafts out there on the web. You guys, again, are going to be able to comment. Oh, that's not what I said. Jerry's going to say, that's not what I said, and we're going to change that up again. And so we're going to get more of these comments back from you, and then we're going to be eventually in a place where we're going to be able to get the Phase 2 rules in a proposed type situation. And we'll propose those rules to the Texas Register, and once again, then everybody's going to have comments now in a more official capacity. And we'll be able to make those additional comments, additional changes, where everyone will be on the same page and everyone will be happy. Now, some of these things you've mentioned here today, some of them are statutory. Pat made a bunch of comments, and a lot of them are statutory. That's okay. Those things are going to be valuable here later on, especially now that legislation's coming around. We're going to have the session coming up in the second Tuesday of January of an odd year. We're going to have that come through. That will be asked as an agency, hey, what has your industry been saying about laws? They're going to be they may be talking to NINA. And we're gonna have feedback from you guys already written. Hey, it's been said that this 7 and 7 shouldn't be in the law. The kinds of things like that. Or we should mandate this mastery instead of versus the hours. So things will be moving and happening, and we and our executive director will keep you informed during our advisory board. Brian will be making his report and letting people know this is what's happening at the Capitol. This is what we're seeing right now. These are the bills being introduced. These are the possible changes. So if you haven't, and I think all of you are on the notification list, stay tuned, okay? And be engaged as you are today. Be engaged with the board. Be engaged with TDLR. We're here to help. We're here to make sure that your industry continues to be successful, but we do want to make it easier for those people you are serving. Lots of times people will read it. I'm reading some of the rules, and I've read it, part of it, and I read it again, and then I read it out loud to Carrie, and I go, what does that mean? And she's like, I don't know. So there's those kinds of things, and we need to plain talk that. And it's just a reality. The rules have been changed so long. People were adding stuff in to try to fix something, and it's no one's fault. We're just trying to get things right. And as we work through things, we're adding, and adding. Now we need to step back, and now that you guys are engaged, let's step back and clean this up. Do we really need to have all this stuff in there? That's question number one. Do we need to have everything in there? And you guys have made plenty of comments of, no, let's take that out, or let's keep it. We had the online folks doing that. Pat has said a lot. Nina, Carlos, everybody's made their point, and I think it was well heard. And I really thank you everybody for coming out. Stay tuned. We'll be talking more about this. This is just the beginning. Brian, Francis, do you have anything to add to the?
I'm just extremely proud. This is monumental. To have all the driving schools in one building and nobody get beat up. I mean, this is great. And I say that jokingly. You guys have done a fantastic job of doing what you're supposed to do, is helping govern your industry, helping be a part of building a curriculum. And this young lady right here to my left has said it best. It's all about safety. Everything that we should be doing should be going to making safe drivers. All of it, whether it's the operational side, whether it's the curriculum side, the administrative side, the instructors, who we select to be teaching these courses, it's all about making the drivers safer and creating that type of situation. Having that focus in mind is going to allow us to be successful. But, you know, Ray, I just want to tell you and your staff, you guys did a fantastic job. Super proud of you guys.
You haven't seen this.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over back to you
Thank you
to wrap
so
up.
much, Ray. I want to also, on behalf of the committee members here, thank you for doing a great job, Carrie. Of course, the rest of the staff here at TDLR. The microphone guys, how much did you walk? I would say 5 miles. Thank you to the people that are online that participated. They're viewing us. I really appreciate your input. Those of you that are here, the public, thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate that. I hope you all don't mind. I'm going to go ahead and quickly close. Before I do, Tamara, when are we meeting again? When is the committee? Later? I thought we were scheduled to come in January.
That is true, and that date is no longer available.
Oh.
The one we got occupied before we get you back on the calendar. So I need to hold the board for another date. So I will do that this month. I will do that before the end of.
So we don't worry about it right now then. Okay, Carlos.
Can anyone tell me, have the Phase 1 rules been published in the register?
Not yet, the 28th.
And this is
28th.
The
in
28th,
Della Linquist.
yes.
They've been filed, but their publication date will be the 28th of October, and then closing 28th of November, so that'll be the 30-day period in which to comment and using that e-rule.
Yes, the e-rule email that I gave you guys
Email.
earlier.
Notice will be on the website, and
Yes.
people can.
Yes.
Excellent. Do we have anything else, Nina? Yes.
Okay.
I did. Thank you. Nina's reminded me to thank Ray again, and yes, I hope that I did. Absolutely. We're going to throw a little something extra for you. Thank you so much. Yes.
I just have one more thing. If you have additional comments, you can email des@tdlr.texas.gov. des@tdlr.texas.gov. And if you have any additional comments.
But not for the published rules.
No, not for, just yes, exactly, just for this. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. This meeting is now adjourned.